Chapter 1873 Chosen. Chapter 1873 Chosen. In the darkness that was as thick as water, grand mist energy filled the air. Lin Ming meditated within this dark space. In front of him, the black dragon egg slowly floated. A trace of grand mist energy condensed upon the dragon egg, causing it to flash with a faint black light. He had already sat in meditation here for 3 days in this dark space, comprehending the concepts left behind by Empyrean Primordius as well as nourishing the black dragon egg with these concepts. But at this time, Lin Ming's mind stirred. He heard the sound transmission of the old god sovereign. The repair of the chain of calamity would begin soon, and all that needed to be done first was to settle the name list of those who would enter the Forbidden Land. Lin Ming stood up, leaving this dark space. The great white hall was vast and solemn. Looking up, one could see the endless starry skies, boundless and without end. In the center of this hall was a giant round table crafted of black stone, and above this round table, ancient runes of the god race shined. At this time, many people were already waiting in the grand hall. As Lin Ming walked in, he immediately attracted the attention of those present. This included Heaven's son Morin. His gaze locked onto the area between Lin Ming's eyebrows and his eyes began to turn red. This was because he saw the God's sovereign mark left there. The God's sovereign mark! Heaven's son Morin gripped the armrest of his chair and nearly stood up. But at this time, the great elder of the god race held him down. Great elder, how could the old god sovereign have left the god sovereign mark on him? He is just an outsider, so how could? Heaven's son Morin had a complexion so ugly that it looked as if he would die at any moment. As the single greatest seedling of the god race's younger generation, he still hadn't received the blessing of the god sovereign mark. Although the god sovereign mark didn't have any tremendously useful function in itself, it was a symbol of status, signaling that one had been approved by the god sovereign. It's correct that the old god sovereign left behind the mark, but his blood vitality is chaotic, as if he has been injured. The great elder said from beside Heaven's son Morin. Heaven's son Morin was stunned. He looked at Lin Ming and saw that his situation wasn't too good. At this time, although Lin Ming's bloodstains had disappeared, after being struck by Empyrean Primordius the wounds left behind were no trifling matter. Even his organs and meridians had received damages that were yet to recover. This brat, I don't know what tricks he used on the old god sovereign. When the old god sovereign led him away, I have no idea where they went or what he was given. Heaven's son Morin indignantly said, his voice dripping with envy. He was a direct descendant of the god race's royalty and Lin Ming was only a human, yet the old god sovereign had made such a choice. It wasn't just Heaven's son Morin who noticed this. Many others also noticed the god sovereign mark between Lin Ming's eyebrows. For a time, they all spoke in hushed whispers. This is the boy? The one who brought the chain of calamity back to the god race? The old god sovereign has left the god sovereign mark between his eyebrows. Could it be that he is planning to give this boy one of the spots to enter the Azura Forbidden Land? Impossible. Only 6 people may enter the Azura Forbidden Land. We must still give the Celestials 2 spots, leaving us 4. That's not enough for the Empyreans amongst our people. Perhaps even Heaven's son Morin might not be able to obtain a spot. As everyone discussed, some spoke with sound transmissions and some spoke out loud. They looked at Lin Ming, thoughtful gazes in their eyes. When Lin Ming arrived at the black stone table, he chose a position far away and quietly sat down. The discussions of these people also fell within his ears. So there can only be 6 people on the name list. That's less than I thought. I wonder why the Celestials will be given 2 spots. The remaining numbers just aren't enough for the god race. Lin Ming swept over those present. There were 10 Empyreans here alone. With a mere 4 spots available, there would definitely be no spots apportioned to them. As for middle Empyreans or upper Empyreans, those that were too old, those that lacked potential, or those with insufficient strength would also not be chosen. The spots would only be left to the most powerful Empyreans with the brightest futures. This was because they would be able to play a role in the great calamity as well as prop up the god race's future. As for the juniors, if any one of them wished to obtain a spot in such a situation, it would be incredibly difficult. At this time, another group of people entered the Grand Hall. These people all wore black combat uniforms and their skin was pale gold. Their eyes were deep and a pair of strange-looking wings of light grew out from their backs. These wings of light shimmered with strange runes, as if galaxies circled within them, lingering about. Celestials. This group that arrived all had auras as vast as a sea, unfathomably deep. Their eyes glittered with electric lights, each one possessing uncommon levels of strength. Honored guests have arrived. We welcome you. A deep voice rang out. The old god sovereign's figure appeared out of nowhere, as if he had always been standing in this grand hall. A light happy smile hung on his old face as his deep eyes looked at the powerhouses of the Celestials. The appearance of the old god sovereign was completely different from what Lin Ming had seen before. The previous heavy sorrow had disappeared, replaced by an immeasurably deep aura, one like a stormy sea. However, Lin Ming could also feel a trace of something unusual from the old god sovereign's manner. The last time he had seen the old god sovereign, he had appeared aged and slow. In truth, that was the state that most accurately reflected his current situation. But now, facing the Celestials, he was in a completely different state. It could be seen from this that although the Celestials and God race were allies and partners, they also competed against each other. Not all of them were on good terms with each other. Tubague of the Celestials greets Your Majesty God Sovereign. The middle-aged man leading the Celestials was vigorous and proud, like dragons moving and tigers striding. His bow towards the old god sovereign was neither arrogant nor subservient, and he immediately looked indifferent towards the old god sovereign once more. Although Tubague had a high status amongst the Celestials, in terms of rank he was far inferior to the old god sovereign. It was perfectly within reason for him to bow. At this time, Tubague's aura was as deep as a pool. It was far heavier than many of the god race powerhouses present. Battle Sovereign Tubague. As the various members of the primal god race in the Grand White Hall saw this celestial, a brilliant light bloomed in their eyes. The Celestials were said to be headed by two sovereigns. The Patriarch of the Celestials was their ruler, and as for Tubague, he was actually the strongest powerhouse amongst his race. He had become an extreme Empyrean ages ago, and had earned the title of Battle Sovereign. With the invasion of the Saints and the deteriorating state of the battlefield, the strongest forces of the Celestials had still come here to the primal god race. It was clear just how great the importance was that they placed on the Azura Forbidden Land. Without a doubt, the Battle Sovereign would enter the Forbidden Land. We greet Your Majesty God Sovereign. The other Celestials bowed together. 10 billion years ago, the Celestials were weaker than the god race. In even more distant times, the Celestials had been vassals of the god race. But afterwards, as the population of the Celestials grew and their talent also surpassed that of other races, they slowly became independent, eventually occupying a number of universes not much fewer than the god race. Now, although the destiny of the Celestials neared exhaustion, their numbers were still far greater than those of the primal god race. Today, every celestial that came had an overwhelming aura, and they looked upon the god race as if they were equals. In the Grand White Hall, the several god race elders present had complex emotions as they saw the expressions of the numerous celestial powerhouses present. The primal god race of today was no longer the primal god race of days past. The Celestials had become the earth-shaking race within the primeval universe that could command the winds and waters, and in total strength they were no weaker than the primal god race. and with the invasion of the saints, the celestials that possessed far greater numbers than the god race were able to resist the saints far more effectively. This was the celestials? The primal god race had to give 2 spots to the celestials in order to resist the saints together. Lin Ming secretly appraised the celestials and soon found several outstanding people amongst them. Several were extraordinarily strong. They were clearly powerhouses amongst celestial Empyreans. Their 2 pupils blazed with brilliant splendor, and just by standing there it seemed as if the endless Tao beat from their bodies, causing space to shake. "I'm just a bag of old bones, there's no need to be so courteous," the old god sovereign said with a smile. He lifted his hands and divine light sparkled in his eyes. "The restoration of the chain of calamity will begin soon, but before that we must decide on the list of candidates who will enter the Azura Forbidden Zone. We have come here for that matter. Your Majesty God Sovereign, how many elites have the god race planned to send into the Azura Forbidden Zone?" Tabague said. "I have already decided this matter." The old god sovereign still had the casually happy smile on his face. He turned towards the martial artists of the god race. For a time, everyone held their breath. All important matters of the god race had always been decided by the old god sovereign. Only when the god sovereigns decided to relinquish their authority on matters was it the turn of others to speak. But it was obvious that the old god sovereign had decided who would enter the Azura Forbidden Zone by himself. Not to mention the absolute authority of the old god sovereign that all others had to submit to, the most vital point was that the Chain of Calamity's god stone was in the old god sovereign's hands. This god stone was even more important than the Chain of Calamity's main form. Without it, opening the Azura Forbidden Zone was nothing but empty talk. Tabague and the other celestial powerhouses were silent. Only Tabague's eyes twinkled. It was unknown what he was thinking. In the grand white hall, a pall of silence fell over all. The primal god race only had 4 spots for those that could enter the Azura Forbidden Zone. But there were more than 4 martial artists who met the required conditions. Some god race powerhouses knew that they wouldn't be chosen, but they also belonged to their own respective factions within the god race, and those that they favored. They naturally wished to push these people forwards. Without a doubt, this would be an extremely difficult game. The silence was shattered by the old god sovereign. "Then, I will now announce the names of those that will enter the Azura Forbidden Zone. The first person is Shinku," the old god sovereign said with an even tone. Just as his voice fell, the eyes of all god race martial artists present turned to a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man took a deep breath and stood up. A god race Empyrean, Shinku. He was only a middle Empyrean, but he was a mere 80,000 years old. He had a wonderful future awaiting him, and although it wasn't likely he would become a true divinity, becoming a peak Empyrean wouldn't be a problem. Second person, Lan Lu. The old god sovereign spoke the name of another person, this one a woman. Her temperament was elegant and ethereal. Her cultivation was lower, only at the early Empyrean realm, but she was a mere 13,000 years old. Compared to humanity's war Buddha Emperor Sakya, she was only 2,000 to 3,000 years late in becoming an Empyrean. Third person, Daiwahen. The old god sovereign spoke another name. This person was the youngest peak Empyrean amongst the god race, and was only 2 million years old. His strength was incomparably deep, and he ranked amongst the top couple of martial artists of the god race. In truth, there was nothing to say about these 3 candidates being chosen. Many people had already guessed that they would be the ones selected. Now was the key moment, the 4th spot. Chapter 1874 A God Decrees. Chapter 1874 A God Decrees. The first 3 spots were basically impossible to compete for, because Shinku, Lan Lu, and Daiwahen had a momentum that was far too strong. It wasn't difficult to imagine them being chosen. But the 4th spot was different, or there were far too many candidates. Even Heaven's son Morin had a chance. Although Lin Ming looked down on Morin's talent, that was only because his level of judgment was far too high. Towards those geniuses that couldn't become true divinities in the future, he felt they were all SOSO. In fact, according to the current trend of development of those within the god race, Morin had high hopes of becoming a peak Empyrean. The title of Heaven's Son wasn't in vain. But he was far too young and his cultivation was only at the World King realm. Even if his strength increased, he still wouldn't be helpful in the great calamity. Thus he worried, afraid that the old god sovereign wouldn't choose him. And now the old god sovereign seemed to be particularly looking after Lin Ming, making him even more anxious. His Majesty God Sovereign shouldn't have lost his mind so badly to give such an important spot to an outsider. At this time, many people were sharing the same thoughts as Morin. The great elder patted Morin's shoulder, indicating for him not to be worried. The great elder also fantasized about being chosen, but he felt his chances weren't too high. The high-level figures of the god race were divided into internal and external positions. Internal positions were elders. They managed internal affairs. The external positions were war generals, responsible for managing the battlefield. The ones that the old god sovereign chose were all war generals. Elders, even the highest of elders, basically had no hopes. The last spot, the old god sovereign folded his hands behind his back, his profound eyes sweeping over the faces of those present. The last person is Lin Ming. The old god sovereign's voice was calm. This was something he had already long known about. However, no one else had been aware of this. Their reactions were intense. This was a single stone throw bringing up 1,000 waves. Lin Ming? Not to mention the god race, even the Celestials weren't able to conceal their astonishment. They were extremely familiar with the powerhouses of the primal god race, and those that entered the Azura Forbidden Land had to be the strongest powerhouses as well as those with the most latent potential. For instance, although the old god sovereign was powerful, his potential had come to an end, so he wouldn't enter. As for Lin Ming, he was clearly at the Middle Holy Lord realm, and they had never heard his name before. The one the god sovereign chose, could he be a hidden bloodline descendant? The Celestials' battle sovereign to Bagué asked. He looked at the old god sovereign with puzzlement in his eyes. But in that wizened old face which looked like a well that had never been stirred, he couldn't discover any useful information at all. No, something's wrong, that youth isn't of the god race but an alien race. This discovery astonished to Bagué. As for the powerhouses of the god race, they were no longer able to sit still. The invasion of the saints, the arrival of the great calamity, entering the Azura Forbidden Land could be called the final chance for the primal god race to resist the saints. Priority for such a valuable chance first needed to be given to Empyreans that could help in the war. And if a spot was to be given to a junior, that spot should at least be given to a genius of their own race. How could they give such a massive lucky chance to an outsider? After the shock came the anger. Your Majesty God Sovereign, I cannot understand this. An elder directly stood up. To question the God Sovereign was deeply disrespectful, but in such chaotic times many people couldn't attend to these formalities. I beg your Majesty God Sovereign to reconsider. Another elder stood up. The great elder and Heaven's son Morin were forcefully holding themselves back from standing up. Heaven's son Morin's eyes had turned blood red and his fists were gripped so tightly that blue veins stuck out. He grit his teeth, holding in his words. Other powerhouses of the primal god race spoke in turn, their words deeply sincere. But the old god sovereign only said, "Have you all forgotten who brought back the main body of the chain of calamity?" Without a doubt, Lin Ming had done a great favor for the god race. Of course I remember. At this time, the great elder spoke up. When Lin Ming first came to our god race, I was the one who received him, but these matters must be separated. Lin Ming passed through multiple universes to return Heavenly Empress Xuanqing's chain of calamity to us. This benevolence, our god race will remember. But it cannot be forgotten that the chain of calamity originally belonged to our god race to begin with, so Lin Ming was simply returning something to its rightful owner. To pick up someone's wealth and return it, isn't that just the correct moral action? What the great elder said was absolutely justified. His eyes swept towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming only remained silent, not refuting this point. The great elder smiled with victory. He continued to say, "Your Majesty God Sovereign, our god race aren't those that forget favors or don't know how to express thanks. Regarding Lin Ming, I believe we should heavily reward him. The god race has many treasures, and these can be granted to him at will, and even ancient divine techniques can be wholeheartedly taught to him. But the Azura Forbidden Land was left behind by the ancestor of our people. In order to enter, one needs the accumulation of destiny. As a human, Lin Ming doesn't possess the god race bloodline at all. If he enters the territory of the Azura Forbidden Land, he will not be able to penetrate as deeply as the young elites of our primal god race. It is simply a waste of nature's gifts. And with the great calamity approaching, Lin Ming is only a junior with a middle Holy Lord realm cultivation. There isn't any use for him at all. The spots are limited. I ask Your Majesty God Sovereign to please think carefully of this decision." The great elder's words were approved by many god race martial artists present. Not to mention those that had hopes of struggling for the fourth spot, even those that didn't have any hopes of entering the Azura Forbidden Land didn't want to see a human like Lin Ming take away one of the lucky chances of their people. For a time, many elders stood up, opposing the god sovereign. Seeing this scene, the great elder was more than satisfied. His words were truly reasonable and matched common sense. They were sure to win the approval of the others. At this time, Heaven's Son Morin also stood up, his voice filled with energy. "Your Majesty God Sovereign, if you wish to compensate Sir Lin, then I, Morin, am willing to help. My clan will contribute more than enough treasures." If he could enter the Forbidden Land, Morin didn't mind bleeding a little. Regarding this, Lin Ming only faintly smiled. The treasures of Morin's clan? To Lin Ming, they might only be dregs unworthy of mention. However, he didn't argue. He knew that with his current status, speaking was in vain. At this time, the old god sovereign straightened himself and lightly said, "I am only informing you of the decision I made, not discussing it with you all. I will not be reconsidering this matter. Those that oppose will be handled according to the rules of our people." The old god sovereign's voice was slow and meandering, as if he were talking about something immaterial. But no one could raise their voice to resist him. For a time, all the god race martial artists froze. The old god sovereign had mentioned the rules of their race. If they followed the rules of the race, then this was naturally the rule that said the god sovereign could not be disobeyed. This was no minor charge. Within the god race, the old god sovereign was kind and wise, loved by many. But if he became severe, he left people shivering in fear. Although he was old, he possessed absolute authority within the god race. No one dared to disobey him. One reason was that the other extreme Empyreans like Daiwahen were rocks that were found by the old god sovereign's sharp eyes and polished into the gems they were today. They had been personally taught by him. And the second reason was that the god decrees left behind by the Azura Road Master were in the old god sovereign's hands. The words of the old god sovereign seemed overbearing and unreasonable, just like some petty tyrant. But placed within the god race, these words represented the highest command. No one could violate them. But Heaven's Son Morin was anxious, but facing the old god sovereign, he wasn't able to summon any courage. The other elders also didn't dare to speak, even though the discontent in their hearts had accumulated to the maximum. For a time, all their hatred turned to Lin Ming. Lin Ming could immediately feel each gaze, filled with hate and dripping with envy, lock onto his body. If looks could kill, he'd have died countless times already. Under the eyes of so many people, Lin Ming remained silent as before, without losing his composure. Seeing Lin Ming's performance, Tobague traced his chin, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Indeed, this youth was extraordinary. However, this alone was surely not enough to have the old god sovereign support him to such a degree. There had to be something special about this boy. Your Majesty God Sovereign, you remain as wise as ever. At this time, Tobague stood up and spoke with a wide smile. It had to be known that even if the old god sovereign resisted all opposition and continued to support Lin Ming, although the others wouldn't dare to say anything, they would still remain dissatisfied with what happened. This was the old god sovereign overdrawing his authority. Perhaps even the old god sovereign's several apprentices weren't too happy about their master's actions. Battle sovereign, there is no need to exchange useless pleasantries. Let us get straight to the point. According to our earlier agreement, the god race and celestials will work together to repair the chain of calamity. I believe that the battle sovereign has already brought those things. Of course. Tobague took out a small box from his spatial ring and placed it atop the table. This box seemed common, but after it was brought out it affected the surrounding laws, even causing tiny vortexes to gather around it. It was clear that whatever was in the box was extraordinary. From ancient times, the ancestors of my people have left behind 3 god decrees. God decrees? Lin Ming's thoughts stirred and he intently stared at the box. Repairing the chain of calamity required god decrees, and when fighting the saints, god decrees could also be used. The god decrees left behind by the Azura Road Master, if used by a peak Empyrean, were enough to threaten the life of a true divinity. This sort of mysterious god decree left behind by the ancient Supreme Elders had far too many uses. If he had the chance, Lin Ming certainly had to observe what it was. He saw Tobague carefully open the box and take out 3 withered and yellow symbol papers from a bed of yellow silk. These symbol papers looked ordinary, even somewhat rough. The paper used to make them was strangely thin, and the runes drawn atop them were like wriggling worms that exuded an incomparably ancient aura. However, upon seeing these 3 symbol papers, Lin Ming was stunned. These were the god decrees. Weren't these divine runic symbols he studied at the Azura Road? These lines, these runes, they were far too familiar. Lin Ming was also familiar with the laws inherent within them. The so-called god decrees left behind by the ancient elites of the past were divine runic symbols. If so, then the ancient supreme elders that left behind their god decrees likely stemmed from the same lineage as the Azura Road Master. And the so-called Azura Road Master's god decrees were divine runic symbols drawn up by him. Chapter 1875, Smokeless. Chapter 1875, Smokeless. The 3 ordinary and wrinkled yellow symbol papers seemed to contain an infinitely enchanting charm, gathering the gaze of all the primal god powerhouses present. A strange light leapt into the old god sovereign's eyes. Inside, a black vortex seemed to swirl. A beam of black light shot out, lingering atop the pale yellow symbol paper. His eyes contained the power of strange laws. They were able to pierce through stars and gaze through the vastness of space, but upon touching the yellow symbol papers, they only shook a little before calming down. These really are god decrees left behind by ancient celestial god sovereigns. The laws inside can be used to repair the chain of calamity. The old god sovereign smiled, nodding his head. As the other powerhouses of the primal god race saw how powerful these common-looking god decrees were, they let out sighs of relief. The celestial powerhouses had smug expressions crossing their faces. The chain of calamity was a true divinity-level magic tool. After being damaged, the great Tao laws inside would also be harmed. And those great Tao laws were also of the true divinity level. It was basically beyond the capabilities of an Empyrean-level powerhouse to repair it. Even if they used rare materials to bond the chain of calamity, In order to renew the laws within, they would have to use an upper true divinity level God decree to make it whole once more. Repairing the chain of calamity wasn't a simple task. Every step had to be brought to the peak of perfection. First, one had to discern just how many threads of great Tao laws within the chain of calamity were damaged, and then one had to extract the corresponding great Tao laws from the God decrees, fusing them together with the true divinity magic tool to repair it. But in order to achieve perfect synchronization, the fusion process required a massive amount of time and effort. At the least 3 or 4 upper Empyreans would have to work together. In the primal God race, they also had God decrees passed down through their people. But the God decrees in the hands of the primal God race didn't have sufficient laws to repair the chain of calamity. That was unless they used the God decrees left behind by the Azura Road Master himself. But the Azura Road Master's God decrees were the greatest weapons the primal God race had to deter and frighten the saints. How could they possibly use them to repair the chain of calamity? In this sort of situation, the primal God race could only seek help from the Celestials. And it was because of this that the primal God race readily agreed to the terms and gave 2 entry spots for the Azura Forbidden Land to the Celestials. Looking at the God decrees, the God race martial artists nodded together. At this time, the old God Sovereign said, "If there is no problem, then we shall begin repairs now." Tobague hesitated for a moment, not answering. "Oh? Is there some problem?" The old God Sovereign's eyes looked towards Tobague. His eyes seemed as if they could see through everything. "My apologies." Tobague shook his head. The primal God race members were stunned. At this critical moment, could it be that the Celestials planned to renege on their previous agreement? "A situation has arisen within my people. Before coming here, there was a meeting of the high-level figures within my race," Tobague said, sounding a bit chagrined. "Get to the point." The old God Sovereign still had a kindly expression, but his eyes became several points sharper and fiercer, making it so that others didn't dare to look at him. Tobague took a deep breath and frankly said, "Everyone here should be aware just how precious the God decrees are to our ancient races. Using one means there is one less, and they aren't things that can be duplicated. For numerous hundreds of millions of years, whether it is the Celestials or God race, there were many superbly talented individuals who had given everything to research these God decrees. However, even true divinities weren't able to unravel their mysteries, as if something has always been missing. My celestial race has far too few of these God decrees remaining. With the saints invading the primeval universe, because of the bigger picture, we Celestials are willing to take out these 3 God decrees to repair the chain of calamity. This is a great risk to us, so I hope we can obtain another spot to enter the Forbidden Land." Tobague's words seemed as if he were trying to negotiate, and one could even sense an incomparably sincere and friendly tone to them. But from how overwhelming his eyes were, the God race martial artists knew that this matter was something the Celestials had decided far in advance, and they also wouldn't budge on this issue either. For a time, the entire meeting site was stirred into a great uproar. Many primal God race martial artists felt suffocated within their chests, as if their hearts were being set on fire. Just what sort of lucky chance was the Azura Forbidden Land? And there were only 6 spots. Moreover, it was originally a lucky chance that belonged to the primal God race. For them to give the Celestials 2 spots was already showing them extreme favor. But they didn't think that the Celestials would try to take a yard after taking an inch, and would ask for another spot. The conditions have already been decided beforehand, the God race elders angrily said. I understand that, but when the conditions were drawn up, that was in a situation where the main body of the chain of calamity had yet to be found. That is something which concerns the previous generation, and at the time, the great calamity hadn't begun yet. Aren't the God decrees also precious? However, every situation has to be considered on its own merit. Now, the God decrees concern the survival of my people. As for violating the previous agreement, my race will provide sufficient compensation. Moreover, I believe that the juniors of my celestial race will not waste this spot. At least, they will be a far better choice than certain individuals. As Tabague spoke, his eyes glanced towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming frowned. He was perplexed at being suddenly drawn into this mess. But, with his cultivation and also as a human, it was normal for him to be rejected by others again and again. He looked towards the 3 God decrees. Without a doubt, these were divine runic symbols drawn and left behind by ancient true divinities 10 billion years ago that were part of the Azura Road Master's lineage. And according to what Tabague said, these divine runic symbols could not be reproduced. This was because even if there was a true divinity present, none of them had the ability to use the Azura heavenly Tao within the 33 heavens. Extrapolating from what Tabague said, they had always been missing a certain something. Thus, even if they studied the divine runic arts, none of them were able to copy the God decrees. Tabague looked at Lin Ming. Many others also turned to Lin Ming. After the anger that flashed over the God race martial artists disappeared, a complex gloating expression reappeared in their wake. Although the Celestials had broken their promise and slapped the God race in the face, this was a matter that didn't concern them. The one that should be worrying the most was that young human boy. Many people were already unhappy that the old God Sovereign had designated Lin Ming as one of the people to enter. But because they were overwhelmed by the old God Sovereign's pressure, none of them dared to argue this point. Now, with the Celestials exerting their own pressure, if one person had to be removed from the 4 chosen, that person would be Lin Ming. Otherwise, the old God Sovereign's apprentices wouldn't agree with him either. Now, how would the old God Sovereign deal with the situation? Battle Sovereign, your conditions are far too much. The great elder frowned as he spoke, but his tone was quite amiable. If this were before then, he wouldn't have shown such goodwill to the Celestials. But now that the entire primeval universe was facing a great calamity, they really did need to win over the Celestials. With the great calamity descending upon us, the God decrees are also important to my people. If we cannot obtain another spot, then we would rather not enter at all. After all, it is unknown what any of us can obtain from the Forbidden Land. With the God decrees, a single additional one will guarantee the survival of my people that much more. Tabague refuted, leaving no room for compromise. He wasn't joking at all. And besides, Tabague suddenly flicked his fingers and a mote of dazzling light shot out. The mote of light rapidly spun in the air, growing until it became a white jade palace. The front doors of the palace opened and a peerless woman flew out. Her figure was extraordinary and her face was shrouded in mystical light. Countless runes flashed around her like a storm of sand, making one unable to see her clearly. Her wings were shining red like billowing flames. Her entire body exuded an unpredictable rhythm that seemed to beat in harmony with the surrounding world. Her cultivation was at the great world king realm. Celestial Goddess Smokeless greets the seniors of the God race. The woman's voice was like the keening of a phoenix. Every word she spoke seemed to be condensed from the true meaning of the great Tao, floating up and down in the void as they shined with infinite understandings. It was clear she was displaying her strength to its limit. For a great world king to expose their strength in front of a crowd of Empyreans, that was an extremely arrogant and bold move to begin with. But this woman named Smokeless indeed had the capital to do so. At just the great world king realm boundary, she has the momentum of an Empyrean. Moreover, just her words seem to resonate with the laws in this ancient grand hall. This woman is terrifying. If she has enough time, she will become a true divinity. As Lin Ming observed this celestial woman, a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. Whether it was the God race or the Celestials, neither of them had true divinity powerhouses any longer. Otherwise, they wouldn't have remained passively taking the attacks of the saint. If there really was a junior with high hopes of becoming a true divinity, then this was unimaginably valuable to the god race and the Celestials. As the other primal god race powerhouses saw the strength displayed by this woman, their lips began to twitch. What Lin Ming saw, they naturally could see too. The Celestials actually possessed a junior with the talent and potential to become a true divinity in the future. It was no wonder that they requested another spot. It seemed it was all to support this woman named Smokeless. Heaven's son Morin tightly gripped his fists, goosebumps rising all over his body. Without a doubt, this celestial woman, whether it was in strength or talent, was far above him. How hateful! I am already faintly inferior to that Lin Ming, but I've never truly fought him, so I might not necessarily lose. But now, I am an entire level lower than this Smokeless. I just cannot summon the courage to contend with her. Heaven's son Morin hated everything to the extreme. Being the number one junior of the god race sounded glorious, but the old god sovereign hadn't placed him in his eyes. Even the god sovereign mark had been given to the outsider Lin Ming. Smokeless? I remember now. The old god sovereign's voice seemed to echo in the air. The celestial patriarch found you, a little baby girl frozen in ice, within a land of extreme cold. Your origins are strange, and afterwards you went out to adventure, but it was said that you died. I never imagined that when the great calamity arrived, you would return safely and your strength would have risen yet again. The old god sovereign looked at Smokeless and slowly nodded. How rare, after experiencing a catastrophe and not dying, you instead made a breakthrough. Your future achievements are without limit. In all my years, I didn't expect such an outstanding character to appear once more. The old god sovereign's voice was touched with a trace of sadness. The ancient remnant races had indeed declined. In the far-off past, they once ruled the entirety of the 33 heavens. Even if the saints and spiritas were added together, they had still been several of times stronger. But now, they didn't even have a single true divinity. Your Majesty God Sovereign, what do you think of Smokeless? Does she have the qualifications to enter the Azura Forbidden Land? Tobague asked with a smile. Chapter 1876, Lin Ming's Request. Chapter 1876, Lin Ming's Request. Smokeless indeed has the qualifications to enter the Azura Forbidden Land. A faintly happy smile continued to hang on the old god sovereign's face. The invincible glory that billowed from his body hadn't weakened in the slightest. "Ha, many thanks for the praise, Your Majesty God Sovereign." Tobague laughed, and the celestial powerhouses also smugly glanced at each other. The primal god race's old god sovereign had an extraordinarily high level of judgment. It was rare for any youth amongst the god race to be praised by him. But just now he had praised Smokeless twice. This was more than enough for the Celestials to feel proud of her. "Smokeless, hurry and thank His Majesty God Sovereign," Tobague said to Smokeless. He was satisfied with her display of strength just now. Smokeless smiled at the god sovereign and bowed, then returned to the ranks of the Celestials. Looking at Smokeless, the old god sovereign nodded. "Very good." These two words were brief and succinct, each word heavier than gold. However, the old god sovereign changed the topic. "Of those that I chose, the child Lin Ming also possesses the qualifications to enter the Azura Forbidden Land. His talent is almost the highest I have seen in my life." The old god sovereign's words shocked all the martial artists present. Almost the highest he has seen in his entire life. None of them dared to think that the old god sovereign would use such words to describe Lin Ming. Lin Ming was also dumbfounded. In truth, he had never exposed his true strength in front of the old god sovereign, so he didn't know why the old god sovereign had come up with such an estimation. This judgment was just a bit too incredible, right? Your Majesty God Sovereign's assessment is indeed high. Tobague faintly smiled. But he didn't believe in the old god sovereign's words. He felt that the old god sovereign couldn't back down from his words, thus he had forcibly elevated Lin Ming with praise. Between Lin Ming and Smokeless, it was obvious who had the qualifications to enter the Azura Forbidden Land. Ignoring their talent, Smokeless' cultivation was far higher than Lin Ming's. In addition to that, for better or worse, Smokeless was also part of the ancient remnant races and Lin Ming was a human. In terms of bloodline, Lin Ming didn't have any advantage at all. Talent can only be determined through competition, but what a pity, little friend Lin's cultivation doesn't seem too high. There is no way to compare their talent. Tabague's voice was faintly mocking, as if he were deriding Lin Ming's cultivation. If Smokeless was also a middle holy lord, she could fight around with Lin Ming. But currently, Smokeless was a great world king, an entire large boundary higher than Lin Ming. If they fought, wouldn't that just be bullying? Let alone the celestial powerhouses, even the powerhouses of the god race didn't believe the old god sovereign's words. His words seemed completely unfounded. The old god sovereign was left speechless. The current scene had left him in a dilemma. He truly hoped that Lin Ming could obtain one of the spots. This wasn't just because Lin Ming had returned the Chain of Calamity, but because his talent was also extremely high. Moreover, Lin Ming was the successor to Empyrean Primordius and also shared a strand of fate with Heavenly Empress Xianqing. These were all reasons why the old god sovereign favored Lin Ming, but they weren't everyone. Lin Ming was able to obtain the Chain of Calamity and pass through multiple universes to safely arrive at the primal god race, at the time when they needed to open the Azura Forbidden Zone the most. The difficulty to accomplish this, just how great was it? The old god sovereign felt that Lin Ming was fated to enter the Azura Forbidden Land. As if the reason he passed a trillion miles was all in order to enter the Azura Forbidden Land. With such a fate supporting him, it was highly likely that Lin Ming would find his good fortune within the Azura Forbidden Land. But now, the Celestials had hidden their depths and had revealed the miraculous woman known as Smokeless. Smokeless was clearly very young, even younger than the primal god race's heaven's son Morin. Yet, her achievements were higher than his. Her potential was infinite. The calamity has arrived, so how come such youths with unlimited potential haven't appeared within my primal god race? Perhaps the destiny of my god race has really come to its natural end. The old god sovereign silently sighed. Your Majesty God Sovereign, have you made your decision? Will you agree to the request of my people? Tabague aggressively asked. If the old god sovereign didn't agree, then they would have no means to enter the Forbidden Land. The Celestials weren't trying to be threatening, it was also because the god decrees were far too valuable. For a time, the eyes of everyone focused on the old god sovereign. Facing pressure from the Celestials, facing Smokeless infinite potential, and with the invasion of the saints behind all of this, if the old god sovereign continued to choose Lin Ming to enter the Azura Forbidden Land, then he would inevitably have to bear the consequences of doing so. His prestige would suffer a major blow. Seeing the old god sovereign remain silently lost in thought for such a long time, Lin Ming hesitated for a moment and then stood up. Your Majesty God Sovereign, to discuss the spots to enter the Azura Forbidden Zone before repairing the Chain of Calamity, that seems far too early to do so. Wouldn't it be better to repair the Chain of Calamity and then discuss matters again? Lin Ming said in a bass voice, his words thick with sincerity. For a time, everyone in the Grand Hall turned to Lin Ming. Repair the Chain of Calamity first and then discuss the spots? Are you suspecting that even with my race's god decrees, the Chain of Calamity still cannot be repaired? Tabague coldly sneered. If my celestial race helps repair the Chain of Calamity, what will happen to that spot? Your Majesty Battle Sovereign seems to have misunderstood. I am not suspecting whether or not the Celestials have the ability to repair the Chain of Calamity, but am only thinking of other possibilities. Perhaps your repair method might not be the best method. What? Lin Ming's words caused the celestial martial artists to glare at him in rage. The god race martial artists were also left speechless. Could this Lin Ming have gone mad? As a holy lord, he was wondering whether the many celestial empyreans possessed the ability to repair a true divinity spirit treasure. Those that could help to repair a true divinity spirit treasure were all upper or peak empyreans. Moreover, god decrees left by superior true divinities had to be used. How could a mere junior think of questioning the process? Who gave you the courage to dare question us? How ridiculous! Tobague's words became gradually colder. Because the old god sovereign appreciated Lin Ming, he had given several points of respect to Lin Ming. He could feel that there was something unusual with Lin Ming, otherwise how could the respected old god sovereign hold him in such high esteem? But as Tobague heard Lin Ming's current words, he only coldly humphed again and again. This junior was arrogant to the point of stupidity. On the side of the god race, the old god sovereign also faintly frowned. He didn't know what Lin Ming was thinking, but he didn't think that Lin Ming would do something muddle-headed like this. Although your words are stupid to the point that I don't even want to bother arguing with you, since you've said them, I will personally demonstrate the ability of my celestial race. If my people can smoothly repair the chain of calamity, you will give us your spot. As Tobague spoke, he placed the 3 god decrees on the black table. Lin Ming had already seen the celestials' god decrees. These 3 god decrees were indeed left behind by outstanding existences amongst true divinities. True divinity. In the current 33 heavens, only peak races possessed them, and there were only a scant several of them. Even in ancient times 10 billion years ago they were still extremely rare existences. As for outstanding true divinities, they were even rarer. Moreover, only the lineage of the Azura Road Master was able to leave behind god decrees. And with the endless flow of time, in the current age, the god race and celestials had an extremely limited number of god decrees in hand. The 3 god decrees in front of Tobague had been safely preserved for 10 billion years already. No matter how powerful a force field, no matter how powerful the laws, after such a long time it was inevitable that there would be weakening. From 10 billion years ago until now, these god decrees had already fallen by a level. The god decrees created by upper true divinities might only be as strong as those created by ordinary true divinities. Originally, in order to repair the chain of calamity, the truth was that using ordinary true divinity god decrees was more than enough. But as the power of laws within the god decrees slowly faded away, only the god decrees left behind by upper true divinities would work. After carefully observing these 3 god decrees, Lin Ming, who had been standing behind the old god sovereign, suddenly walked forwards. May I look at one of these god decrees? Insolence! The celestial elders were enraged. Human brat, you shouldn't bite off more than you can chew. The god decrees are 10 billion years old, supreme treasures passed down from generation to generation amongst my people. They are incomparably sacred treasures. Moreover, each one has immeasurable influence within the primeval universe. Do you think you can look at one just because you want to? If you damage a single one, not even 1,000 deaths can make up for it. I only want to probe with my divine sense, I won't move it at all. If the god decrees are so fragile that they will explode by being touched by my sense, how could they still be used to face your enemies? I fear that if you took one out when you face the saints, it would already be blown to ashes by the empyreans or true divinities of the saints before you could activate it. Lin Ming's words were slightly mocking. The numerous celestial powerhouses angrily glared at Lin Ming. So many empyreans were present, and yet a mere Holy Lord Realm Boy was brashly talking like this in front of them. Wasn't this too improper? And at this time, Tobague waved his hand, quelling the anger of the celestial powerhouses. He looked at the old god sovereign first and saw that he didn't have any intention to stop Lin Ming, but instead allowed Lin Ming to continue disgracing himself. If so, then he didn't plan on giving the old god sovereign any face either. He sneered and said, "How interesting. If you didn't have one of the spots to enter the Azura Forbidden Land, then I wouldn't be bothering with you to begin with. Since you wish to take a look, then I will let you do so. I would also like to see what sort of mess you will make and just how you'll settle things then." As Tabague spoke, he pressed his hands on the black stone table. The 3 god decrees slowly fluttered in front of Lin Ming, falling 3 feet before him. The power of divinity gathered around the god decrees, slowly forming a black force field. As they agreed, Lin Ming wouldn't be able to touch them, and even if he wanted to, he couldn't pass this force field. "Your Majesty God Emperor, what is he thinking? Our god race will become a laughing stock to the Celestials." The god race powerhouses didn't know what Lin Ming could possibly accomplish, but the old god sovereign seemed to be tacitly allowing his actions. Even the previous god sovereign wasn't able to perceive anything, so what can this human brat do? The many god race Empyreans were left speechless. The god decrees had been passed down for so many years. Not to mention the ancient past, even just 1 billion years ago there had been a god race god sovereign who had broken into the realm of true divinity and had studied the god decrees, but in the end his efforts had come to nothing. And the truth was that he had used a 1,000 years to deduce many of the laws. These laws formed a self-contained system. They seemed perfect, each one mutually complementing others, as if there were endless possibilities in how they could grow. But it was still no use. A perfect set of laws that couldn't be learnt by everyone, that couldn't attack, couldn't defend, and couldn't even be used in alchemy or anything else. What was the use of it? Thus, the god decrees could not be perceived nor could they be copied. They could only be considered one-time use magic tools. Every time one was used, there was one less in existence. Chapter 1877 Repairing the Decree. Chapter 1877 Repairing the Decree. Lin Ming stood before the black stone table, a mere 3 feet away from the god decrees. He stood still, allowing his divine sense to sink into them. The celestial powerhouses all had thoughtful smiles on their faces. As for the primal god race powerhouses, they all had complex moods. They felt as if they were being seen as jokes by the Celestials. "What are you all thinking? This Lin Ming isn't even a part of our god race. Even if he shames himself here, it has nothing to do with our god race." Heaven's son Morin indignantly said. "Let him be. If he loses face, then that is the same as His Majesty God Sovereign losing face, but since His Majesty had consented to this, then there is nothing we can do," the great elder said with finality before composing his mind. And at this time, Lin Ming didn't pay attention to the reactions of the many powerhouses around him. He had already entered into the fused martial intent state, his mind completely focused on the 3 wrinkled yellow god decrees before him. In his eyes, a mystical aura began to gradually flow over from them. He could see the revolution of the Azura heavenly Tao. Faint traces continuously circulated within the god decrees. These 3 god decrees were the work of ancient upper true divinities. They were far beyond normal. With Lin Ming's current level of strength, it was absolutely impossible for him to create imitations of them. But, just comprehending the truths within and polishing some of the flaws might actually be possible. After all, the laws were interlinked and Lin Ming had obtained the true legacy of the Azura Road Master. In particular, after he entered the ancient galactic battlefield within the Akashic Dream World, his comprehension of the Azura Sutra and his ability to utilize the power of the Azura Heavenly Tao laws had reached frightening degrees. Suddenly, a strange light flashed through Lin Ming's face. He could feel his divine sense falling into an endless black hole, as if he were being sucked in by the energy of the god decrees. The Celestials' 3 god decrees have eroded through 10 billion years of time, and sections of the great Tao that formed them have been damaged. Thus, in the lines, there are energy black holes that swallow my divine sense. Understanding what was happening, Lin Ming didn't take back his sense. Instead, he allowed it to revolve around the energy black hole, constantly deducing how to repair it. These are true divinity-level God decrees after all. My ability is lacking, but I should be able to unravel some of the laws. Lin Ming's eyes became increasingly bright. Without noticing it, over an hour had passed. To the martial artists present, this amount of time wasn't anything at all. Since they believed Lin Ming was playing games with them, they started to become impatient. Your Majesty, Battle Sovereign, how long will we continue waiting? Smokeless asked. She wasn't impatient, but she simply felt that for so many powerhouses to surround a junior and watch him play around with treasures and also wait for such a long time, this scene was far too stupid. And at this moment Lin Ming suddenly stopped. He looked towards the old God Sovereign and said, Your Majesty God Sovereign, do you have a God decree drawn up by an ordinary true divinity? I would like to reference it. Lin Ming had made far too many requests, again and again playing trick. Many people felt they were nearing the limits of their endurance. Looking at these 3 God decrees wasn't enough, but now he wanted to play around with the old God Sovereign. The old God Sovereign didn't refuse him, nor did he ask Lin Ming what he wanted to do with an ordinary true divinity God decree. He simply flicked his fingers and with a flash, a God decree flew out from his spatial ring, shooting towards Lin Ming. If a martial artist could break through to the realm of true divinity, that meant their talent was enough to overwhelm all, far surpassing all others in the vastness of space. There were few true divinities as it was, and upper true divinities were even rarer. Even in ancient times this was also true. Thus, there were correspondingly few God decrees left behind by upper true divinities. As for God decrees left behind by ordinary true divinities, there were many more of them. After the old God Sovereign tossed out the ordinary true divinity God decree, Lin Ming grasped it in his hand. He placed it between his middle finger and index finger, probing it with his sense. A God decree left behind by an ordinary true divinity was far simpler. And at the same time, over the last 10 billion years these God decrees had also been eroded by time. The great Tao lines had received minor damages. As for the strength within these God decrees, a great deal had leaked out. However, a true divinity was still a true divinity. Even if the strength had leaked out, the God decrees drawn by a true divinity could not be compared to those drawn by an Empyrean. This was because the height of the laws was completely different. Lin Ming investigated this God decree for another hour. Many of the celestial martial artists had reached the end of their fuse. He's playing so many tricks, someone derided. But, seeing that Tabague was calmly watching without any worry, these people also silently waited. Let him stumble around until he falls over. At that time, I wonder if the God race will still fight for his spot? At that time the God race's old God Sovereign won't have anything to say about it either. Thinking that they would receive the spot from all of this, many of the celestial Empyreans began to warm up with happiness. Of the 3 spots for the Celestials, the Battle Sovereign would take one, and the second would undoubtedly go to Smokeless. But as for the last spot, they all had a chance to obtain it. Such a lucky chance, who wouldn't desire it? As all these people were plotting their strategies, at this time, Lin Ming suddenly stirred. He placed the old God Sovereign's God decree together with the 3 other God decrees. The 4 God decrees were lined up together. At the same time, Lin Ming began to activate the Azura Heavenly Tao diagram within his body. The Tao diagram had been obtained from the Azura Road's final trial and had fused together with his flesh and blood. It was equal to creating a miniature Azura Road world within his body, allowing him to utilize the power of the Azura Heavenly Tao laws as he pleased. And most importantly, this Tao diagram had been personally created by the Azura Road Master, and the laws contained within it were the most primitive and fundamental true meanings of the Azura Heavenly Tao laws. As the Azura Heavenly Array diagram began, Lin Ming's aura started to change, as if the essence of the 33 heavens Heavenly Taos was gathering unto him. Within his skin, his flesh, his bones, infinite Azura Heavenly Tao law runes began to sparkle, releasing limitless mystical strength. This is. In the Grand Hall, whether it was the primal god race or celestials, their ancestors were all from the lineage of the Azura Road Master. Now that Lin Ming suddenly erupted with the aura of the 33 heavens, they were left bewildered. This mysterious aura, as well as these incomparably familiar yet plain-looking runes, how could Lin Ming be able to use them? The most source law runes of the Azura Heavenly Tao flashed, as if they were the peaks of towering mountains. Each peak released endless light and a boundless might, as if a rumbling river of stars was surging into the middle of the God Decree. And the object Lin Ming chose was the God Decree the old God Sovereign had lent to him. As the originally silent and motionless God Decree felt the most primitive power of the Azura Heavenly Tao laws, it began to awaken like a great beast stirring from its deep slumber. With a loud humming sound, light shot out from the yellow God Decree. Each ray of light was as deep as a sea, shaking the world. These beams of light seemed immensely powerful, but as they pierced Lin Ming they went straight through his body without affecting him at all. As this strange scene fell into everyone's eyes, even those that didn't want to admit it couldn't help but acknowledge that Lin Ming had his own peculiar methods. As the power of the God Decree was energized, Lin Ming found an opportunity. His hands traced exquisite arcs in the air, causing a wisp of the Azura Heavenly Tao laws to change paths and flow into the middle of the God Decree. The path of this wisp of light was unpredictable. The power of strange laws surged, heartily wandering within the God Decree. What is he doing? Many people felt that something was wrong. At this time, no one dared to look down on Lin Ming again. They could clearly see that Lin Ming was carving a rune into the God Decree. This was a God Decree left behind by a true divinity? How could a mere holy lord leave a rune atop it? Lin Ming's 10 fingers flashed, his face solemn. Beads of sweat ran down his forehead and temples. As his understandings into the internal structure of the God Decree became more profound, he became increasingly alarmed. A trace of his life essence followed along the ghostly path of the God Decree's Azura Heavenly Tao laws. It was like he was continuously bumping into an endless wall of steel. Here, after a long period of time, he suddenly saw a trace of damage within the interior of the God Decree. In terms of repairing divine runic symbols, Lin Ming could be called a veteran. His fingers slowly swiveled in the air as he formed beautiful runes that constantly marked the area where the law lines were broken. Within each path, an infinite number of changes was possible. To repair these divine runic symbols that had existed for 10 billion years already, Lin Ming didn't even need materials, because the materials were already gathered and readied. They had all been incorporated into the symbol paper. Everything would be fine as long as Lin Ming could rewrite the damaged laws. Lin Ming focused his mind, constantly deducing the Azura Heavenly Tao laws and patching up the damages. However, these were still God Decrees drawn up by true divinities. Even a minor repair not worthy of mention required Lin Ming to use up a tremendous amount of energy. Not only did he need to thoroughly comprehend the laws, but he needed to supplement them with an enormous amount of the power of divinity. To Lin Ming, this was a gigantic use of energy. More and more sweat tumbled down Lin Ming's forehead. But at the same time, he continued to repair. The God Decree emitted a brilliant light, blazing to the eyes and making one unable to look directly at it. Lin Ming's figure was enveloped in this radiance, making him seem blurry. What is he doing? Whether it was the martial artists of the god race or celestials, they were all stunned. Even an Empyrean couldn't understand Lin Ming or the laws he was using. Although they couldn't understand, they were still all people with extremely sharp vision. This light and the charm of these laws were not only mysterious but contained unimaginable truths within. What Lin Ming was doing, none of them could understand. Something's wrong. No, the power within the God decree is increasing. A celestial powerhouse's eyes popped wide open. He could clearly feel that in the blazing light, the God decree beneath Lin Ming's hands was slowly strengthening. That ordinary true divinity God decree was now slowly overtaking the 3 God decrees created by an upper true divinity. How was this possible? Could this boy have referenced our celestial race's God decrees to transform the old God sovereign's God decree and make it stronger? Am I dreaming here? Tabague suddenly thought of this possibility. But this was a completely absurd conclusion, one he couldn't accept at all. Chapter 1878 Anew. Chapter 1878 Anew. The God decrees had existed for so many billions of years, and yet no one had been able to completely understand them, much less improve or copy them. But now, reality was laid out before them. Lin Ming had actually referenced the 3 upper true divinity God decrees to transform an ordinary true divinity God decree. This was simply incredible. Let alone Tabague, even the God race's old God sovereign was utterly shocked. The old God sovereign had lived for innumerable years, and his judgment had reached a nearly omniscient level. He intuitively felt that Lin Ming was extraordinary. But no matter what his intuition told him, he never would have imagined that Lin Ming could repair God decrees. The light bloomed increasingly strongly, completely covering Lin Ming within it. The mysterious Azura law runes danced in the air. Lin Ming's hands raced through the skies, the speed of his movements becoming faster and faster. Beneath the gaze of all present, the energy fluctuations within Lin Ming's God decree also became increasingly strong. In terms of energy, it would soon reach the 3 God decrees brought by Tabague. At this time the celestial powerhouses could no longer sit still. For the ancient remnant races, these God decrees were incomparably precious. Using one meant one less in existence. Yet, they could be transformed by a Holy Lord Jr. The upper true divinity God decrees brought by the Celestials, ones that they were almost unwilling to give up, were now almost similar in energy fluctuations to an ordinary true divinity God decree that had been fiddled around with by Lin Ming. Didn't this mean that their previous protection and worship of these upper true divinity God decrees was nothing but a joke? If a junior could create and improve these God decrees, weren't they just not valuable at all? Your Majesty Battle Sovereign, if that human boy is able to complete the transformation and remake the ordinary God decree with the same level of strength as a peak God decree, then the primal God race won't need us to open the Forbidden Land at all. A celestial elder suddenly said. As Tabague heard this, his expression became far more interesting. The reason that the primal God race would request the help of the Celestials and ally with them was because they only had the strongest God decrees left behind by the Azura Road Master as well as those left behind by ordinary true divinities. They were lacking God decrees left behind by upper and middle true divinities. This was because there were far too few upper true divinities. The primal God race had also inherited God decrees left by upper true divinities, but for various reasons they had used them up. But with Lin Ming, this problem no longer existed. The peak Empyreans of the primal God race would absolutely be able to repair the chain of calamity by themselves. How could this be? I just cannot understand. Tabague felt his thoughts fall into utter chaos. He didn't know how Lin Ming accomplished what he did, but this was the indisputable truth. He originally wanted to blackmail the God race into giving up even another spot, but now, the God race didn't need them at all. They might not even receive a single spot. Everything had been lost. Tabague fell into depression. He madly desired this lucky chance, and Smokeless also needed this opportunity. Smokeless was the hope that would stabilize their celestial race in the future. This boy must have some secret, Tobague said with a voice dripping with hate as he gripped his fist. Even if someone killed him, he would never have believed that Lin Ming's perception was so powerful that he could unravel the God decrees that not even true divinities could understand, and do so in a short 2 hours. In other words, the peerless God sovereigns of the ancient remnant races were nothing but a joke before him. But so what if he had a secret? Seeing how the old God sovereign was supporting Lin Ming would likely become a treasure of the primal God race. To transform an ordinary God decree into a top God decree, he more than deserved such treatment. Perhaps even the entire primal God race would prostrate themselves to this boy. At this time, no matter what anyone else was thinking, Lin Ming paid no attention to any of them. His focus was tense and his forehead was dripping wet. He had underestimated just how terrifying a true divinity-level divine runic symbol was. Even if he thoroughly understood the laws, he still lacked strength. Wanting to completely restore these divine runic symbols that had been eroded over 10 billion years was excruciatingly difficult. Moreover, his physical condition was in a poor state. His body shook. Because he was exhausting himself of his strength, Lin Ming's fingers trembled and the runes nearly exploded around him. If the runes collapsed, then even though the God decree would be fine, most of the work Lin Ming put into repairing it would be destroyed. Lin Ming frightened himself for a moment. And this scene was noticed by the old God sovereign. The old God sovereign was able to clearly feel that Lin Ming, wrapped in the blazing light, had a much weaker aura than before. That's right. Lin Ming was injured before, and he had yet to fully recover. Many people recalled that when Lin Ming first entered the Grand Hall, his blood vitality had been unstable and his meridians and organs had been broken in various places. His injuries were due to Empyrean Primordius. These were deep wounds caused by a peak Empyrean. Even if Lin Ming had prepared himself earlier and had blocked over 95% of the damage, the remaining amount was still no laughing matter. This boy, he can still repair the God decree after being injured? This is... Heaven's Son Morin was speechless. Lin Ming's actions had left him lacking even a little bit of confidence. The difference was too great. At this time, the old God sovereign flung wide his sleeves and a great sun seemed to explode from within his body. Billowing strength rolled towards the old God sovereign before transforming into a gentle divine light that shot into Lin Ming's body. This gentle divine light slowly sank into Lin Ming. Normally speaking, the power of an Empyrean powerhouse was formidable and unruly. If it entered the body of a junior, they simply wouldn't possess the ability to control it. But the power shot out by the old God sovereign was gentle to the extreme, allowing Lin Ming to freely use it as he wished. For a time, Lin Ming felt like his body was a dry field that was suddenly experiencing a revitalizing rain. His strength immediately returned. With the laws guiding the way and with the support of the old God sovereign's power, the repair process of the God decree became extremely smooth. Another 2 hours passed. Lin Ming's repair process was nearing its finale. In that moment within the void, endless azure runes gathered together, forming a giant purple vortex, all of it being slowly sucked into the God decree. For a time, divine light shot into the heavens. The runes of the God decree sparkled, each one resonating with each other. The feeling this scene gave off was as if the God decree had been resurrected. It formed a sharp contrast with the 3 withered yellow God decrees lying down beside it. Those 3 God decrees appeared dark and gloomy, as if they would turn to dust at any moment. Lin Ming. He revived the old God sovereign's God decree. Someone was able to see the essential difference. The God decree that Lin Ming repaired seemed entirely brand new. Compared to the celestial race's 3 God decrees, Lin Ming's repaired God decree had even greater levels of energy. How could this be? A celestial powerhouse cried out. With any reasoning, Lin Ming being able to repair the God decrees should have been a major accomplishment worthy of all the ancient remnant races celebrating. But in this situation, the Celestials weren't able to summon any joy at all. Great! Lin Ming had overdrawn his strength and propped himself up on the black stone table. He passed the God decree to the old God sovereign. As the old God sovereign took the God decree in his hands, his face was full of smiles. As he looked at Lin Ming, his eyes were filled with praise, appreciation, and love. He could feel that the God decree he passed Lin Ming had undergone a massive change. Good. Very good. The old God sovereign loudly acclaimed. At this time, the other God race martial artists also sent out their divine senses together, probing the God decree that Lin Ming had repaired. They were all left dumbfounded. Even the great elder that had criticized Lin Ming before had completely shut up. In the world of martial artists, strength was all. With strength, one naturally obtained respect. This is incredible. My God race has many ordinary true divinity-level God decrees left. If they could be repaired by Lin Ming, just what scene would that be? A God decree drawn up by a true divinity, if brand new, for example the one that Lin Ming had just repaired, if that were activated by a peak Empyrean, then that was the same as the all-out attack of a true divinity-level powerhouse. It could instantly kill a peak Empyrean of the same level. At the very least, their opponent would be severely wounded and lose all combat strength. Then, they could even be captured. The significance of this was far too great. It had to be known that the most threatening enemy to the ancient remnant races was not true divinities like the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign, but peak Empyreans. The truth was that in this war, the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign had never fought at all. This was because the primal God race still had the Azura God decrees left behind by the Azura Road Master. If the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign were to personally come, then the primal God race would be willing to take out all their Azura God decrees and bombard the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign with them. If they could kill the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign using such a method, then the world would be purified. But if a peak Empyrean came, using an Azura God decree on them was a waste, and using other God decrees was useless. This was a worrying situation. However, with the God decrees that Lin Ming repaired, restoring them to a brand new state, none of this was a problem anymore. Chapter 1879, The Celestials' Concessions. Chapter 1879, The Celestials' Concessions. Realizing the function that Lin Ming's ability to repair the God decrees would have for the war situation, every God race Empyrean's eyes began to shine. At this time, even if those like the Great Elder were envious of Lin Ming, they were also excited. This was a monumental matter that concerned the life or death of their race. Compared to the survival of their people, the interests of an individual were secondary. Lin Ming, did repairing the God decree cause any bodily harm to you? The old God sovereign asked. He was worried that doing so had caused Lin Ming to overdraw on his life. Lin Ming shook his head. I've just used up a bit of my energy and soul force. I should be able to fully recover after several days. In the presence of so many people, Lin Ming extended the required recovery time a little. The truth was that he only needed 1 or 2 days to restore himself, and if the old God Sovereign helped him, then the time period needed would be even shorter. Great! Then you can sit in meditation and restore yourself. Afterwards, I will give you another God decree for you to repair. Once we collect 3, we will open the Azura Forbidden Land. This is a great favor that you have done for my God race. We shall never forget this. The old God Sovereign's face lit up. With his usual demeanor, he rarely lost his calm like this. Your Majesty God Sovereign has no need to speak so seriously. The God race's war with the saints originally concerns the fate of my human race. If Junior helps the God race to the full extent of my abilities, that is also helping my own people. It's something that should be done to begin with. Lin Ming's voice was humble and without the least bit of trying to take credit. This point caused many God race powerhouses to develop a favorable impression towards Lin Ming. According to common sense, if Lin Ming were able to repair God decrees for the God race, then he should also be able to propose any condition he wished. This was entirely within reason. Ningqiu, Legion King, Skylift, Daiwahen. The four of you prepare yourselves. After Lin Ming repairs the 3 God decrees, you will then repair the chain of calamity. With the laws contained within the God decrees and the joint energies of your 4, there shouldn't be any problems repairing it. The old God sovereign immediately spat out the names or titles of 4 Empyreans. These 4 Empyreans were the strongest within the entire primal God race, and amongst them, Daiwahen was the strongest but also the youngest. The 4 Empyreans stepped forwards as one, respectfully standing behind the old God sovereign. Amongst the 4 of them, 3 were the old God sovereign's disciples. Seeing this situation, Tobague could no longer remain silent. The worst possible situation had occurred. The old God sovereign was planning to cast aside their celestial race. In terms of inheritance lineage, the truth was that the Celestials were also part of the Azura Road Master's lineage. The difference was that 10 billion years ago, the Celestials were nothing but a vassal race, a minor branch to the God race. If they could enter the Azura Forbidden Land, that was naturally a tremendous advantage to the Celestials. But now, he watched as the God race members busily gathered around Lin Ming, as if the Celestials had nothing to do with this matter. Your Majesty God Sovereign, Tobague anxiously shouted. Oh? What matter does the Battle Sovereign have to say? The old God Sovereign smiled, his expression filled with meaning. The winds and the tides could change at a moment's notice. The Celestials had been aggressively pushing the God race, but now the roles had been overturned. Now it was the Celestials that were struggling to find a foothold. And this ridiculous change was all brought about by a junior. It was simply incredible. Tobague glanced at Lin Ming with a strange complexion. He said, Your Majesty God Sovereign, there is no need for us to play around with words. My celestial race desires 2 spots. Any conditions Your Majesty wishes can be considered. Tobague said, getting straight to the point. He was already prepared for a massive hemorrhage. The truth was that the Celestials and God race were brother races. With the great calamity before them, the two could be said to be dependent on each other. If uniting as one wasn't enough to win the war, if they were to even fight, that would only mean defeat would come that much quicker. It was impossible that the old God Sovereign didn't understand this point. Tobague didn't want to waste his time with idle banter. From looking at the allocation of resources alone, the God race only needed 4 spots. Anyone else entering would be a waste. At the same time, what the Celestials needed the most were 2 spots. For this reason they were willing to pay a deep price. After all, even blood brothers had to settle accounts between themselves. I want 2 of the 3 God decrees, the old God Sovereign said, pointing towards the 3 upper true divinity God decrees laid in a row. He didn't intend to take advantage of someone when they were down. Before, the Celestials had wanted to use these 3 God decrees to exchange for 3 spots, coming out to 1 spot per God decree. Now that the Celestials wanted 2 spots, the old God Sovereign demanded only 2 God decrees. This was a completely justified request. Thank you, Tobague said, feeling ashamed in his heart. His voice lacked energy. He didn't know if Lin Ming had the ability to repair upper true divinity God decrees, but if he did then their power would truly be heaven-defying. After thinking for a little, he said, I would like to ask little friend Lin here to repair the God decrees of my people. I wonder if... Because Lin Ming had exposed a part of his strength, Tobague became increasingly respectful when he spoke of Lin Ming. This is something you can discuss directly with Lin Ming. I have no right to make decisions for him. The old God Sovereign smiled, looking towards Lin Ming. For a time, the eyes of the celestial martial artists turned towards Lin Ming. Little friend Lin. Tobague hesitated. As the number 2 figure within the entire celestial race, he eagerly yet helplessly looked at Lin Ming, as if begging with his eyes. Lin Ming calmly responded, "I can naturally repair God decrees for the Celestials, but if I were to do so I would also have other conditions. We can discuss them in detail when the time comes. Naturally, my celestial race won't have little friend Lin help for nothing." Tobague smiled as he spoke, but as this sight fell in Smokeless' eyes, it made her feel uncomfortable. The Celestials were an ancient race, and they had a once glorious history. Even though they had declined in the present era, the bloodline of the Celestials was still not something that the Spiritas, humans, or saints could hope to compare with. Thus, the Celestials had a pride that belonged to them alone, a pride that was engraved into their bones. But now, Tobague as a peak Empyrean was actually speaking so politely to Lin Ming, a holy lord. And this Lin Ming didn't even seem to be appreciating such kindness. This made Smokeless feel ill to her stomach. This boy. I have no idea what lucky chance he obtained that he is able to repair the God decrees, but he actually reaches for a yard after taking an inch, Smokeless indignantly thought. What a pity that his cultivation is too low. Otherwise, if he and I were at the same cultivation realm I would definitely have challenged him. Currently, Smokeless wasn't convinced by Lin Ming at all. But she didn't reveal her emotions, and instead only icily glared at Lin Ming. At this time, Lin Ming had already moved towards a quiet room. He intended to meditate and restore himself. Several days passed. Lin Ming had repaired 3 God decrees. And on this day, it was time to repair the chain of calamity. The old god sovereign's black pupils sparkled with a mystic power, causing the surrounding palace to tremble in tune with him. The air hummed. The massive pillars that rose up all over the palace emitted massive beams of energy, weaving together to form a pure energy space. From afar, it looked like a giant translucent crystal, isolating out everything with absolute certainty. Repairing the chain of calamity was a monumental event that couldn't receive any disturbances at all. A crystalline enchantment shrouded down, covering the 4 strongest god race and celestial powerhouses, sheltering them from any outside influence. Since the Celestials had decided to join in, the people who would repair the chain of calamity had also changed. With the help of the celestial powerhouses, the chances of success were much higher. Lin Ming stood at the side, his eyes gazing into the spherical energy crystal. The 4 powerhouses stood above the chain of calamity. They held the 3 God decrees that Lin Ming had repaired in their hands. Each God decree contained dense strands of the 33 heavens' great Tao aura. This incomparably pure aura gushed out endlessly, making the hearts of those watching quicken. Bang! A God race Empyrean was the first to move. Blood shot out from the pores of his arms. This was the pure God race bloodline. It contained the aura of endless years, standing testimony to the primal God race's once glorious civilization. The blood bloomed with incandescent light. In the midst of this light, one could hear dragons roaring and phoenixes keening. Even though Lin Ming was standing 100 feet away, he still felt a pressure as heavy as a mountain exude from that blood, making him feel oppressed. This is the pure bloodline strength of the God race, incredible. It far surpasses the bloodline inherited by the saints. Lin Ming's eyes fixated on the blood, unblinking. His soul force surged within him, and the surrounding pressure weakened by a great deal. The bloodline power released by a peak Empyrean was difficult for even an ordinary world king to withstand. The pure drop of God race blood slowly floated in the air, as if it were an ancient and solemn star shining in the skies. It emitted a distant and boundless strength before hurtling into a God decree. After the God decree absorbed the God race Empyrean's blood essence, a crimson glow lit up the world. The mystic power of the Azura heavenly Tao laws within turned into runes that rumbled like massive tumbling mountains. Faintly, one could see towering and hulking God kings appear, sitting on the runes, their pupils shooting out a terrifying light even as their monstrous blood vitality raged within them. The God decree emitted a phantasmal voice that seemed to come from times long past, as if the God decree were coming to life. Soon after, the other powerhouses followed suit. They offered their own bloodline power to blend into the remaining God decrees. The God decrees shined with an increasingly bright light, as if they were exploding stars. The entire grand hall was wrapped up in a blinding luminosity. This was the power of a true divinity spirit treasure. When Empyrean spirit treasures were born, they would often summon heavenly tribulation, much less a true divinity spirit treasure. Light completely blinded Lin Ming for a moment. But Lin Ming didn't need to see with his eyes at all. Rather, he could sense that within the light, a terrifying amount of energy was being formed and destroyed along with all sorts of sparkling runes. This white light shined for an entire day and night before slowly dimming down. As the white light vanished, the energy sphere also faded away. The four god race and celestial powerhouses were pale. Their auras had diminished compared to the start. They all sat on the ground and began meditating, restoring themselves. At this time, a faint sound rang through the air, as if it came from the world itself. It was remote and mysterious. A snow-white lotus flower flowed within these sound waves, blooming in the void. At the furthest edges of the pitch-black skies, a mysterious black road appeared, stretching all the way to the grand hall. At the end of this great road, the chain of calamity glistened with endless power. It was wrapped in a mysterious aura as it suddenly appeared in front of everyone. It was impossible to unravel the mysteries within. A true divinity magic tool has been reborn. An auspicious sign appears. On the old god sovereign's aged face, a happy smile appeared. The chain of calamity had been repaired. Now, all that was left was to open the Azura Forbidden Land. Perhaps the Azura Forbidden Land would offer them a chance to turn the tide in this great calamity. Chapter 1880 Entering the Forbidden Land. Chapter 1880 Entering the Forbidden Land. 10 days later, the Empyreans who helped repair the chain of calamity had fully recovered. Lin Ming had also restored himself to his peak state. Today, the Azura Forbidden Land would be opened. The list of people to enter the Azura Forbidden Land had also been finalized. They were Otobague, Smokeless, Lin Ming, Shunku, Lanlu, and Daiwahen. The last 4 people had been personally chosen by the old god sovereign. Smokeless didn't need to be mentioned. Just the battle sovereign Tobague was faintly the number 1 master of the entire celestial race, but he still had plenty of potential remaining. He was one of the main pillars in resisting this great calamity. The old god sovereign led the way. His right hand was held out in front, the chain of calamity hanging on the end of his index finger. The chain of calamity emitted a misty light that caused the surrounding space to change. Somewhere in the far-off distance, it was as if the end of space and time existed there. Thundering rumbles and vibrating hums continued without end. This sort of shaking was like the ringing of a bell. The fluctuations were like a tide. Everyone could feel the powerful fluctuations. These fluctuations even passed through the void, causing surrounding stars to resonate with it. Within the White Grand Hall, the primal god race and celestial powerhouses were excited upon seeing this. They all peered deep into the endless void. Although they couldn't see anything and could only sense the aging universe and infinite darkness, this couldn't stop their eyes from heating with enthusiasm. After the chain of calamity was repaired, the Azura Forbidden Zone already started to resonate with it. An old god race powerhouse said, "In the history of the god race, the Azura Forbidden Land had been opened less than a handful of times. There were many true divinities who didn't have the good fortune to see it, and those present had never imagined they would be fortunate enough to live during a time when the Azura Forbidden Zone would be opened and personally bear witness to it. The Azura Forbidden Land is the holy land of my people. Unfortunately, This holy land will only appear when the god race stands on the precipice of life or death. In the past, many outstanding god race members that became true divinities weren't lucky enough to enter the Azura Forbidden Land. But now that it has been opened, my race is already declining, and those chosen to enter barely meet the qualifications. The god race powerhouse deeply sighed with emotion. It's time. The old god sovereign's robes whipped about around him. The light projecting from the chain of calamity grew ever bright, wrapping everyone within it. In the next moment, Lin Ming felt the heavens and earth change positions as a spell of dizziness overtook him. As he opened his eyes again, he could see that he had arrived in a mysterious realm. This world was hot to the point where even he found it unbearable. Looking around, the surroundings were empty. Only at the central region was there a surging mass of lava. This lava continued without end, seeming as if it were larger than a great world. Flames occasionally gushed into the air. Each plume of flame was like a burning star that roared into the world. This sight awed the heart. Just what kind of lava is this? How terrifying, even my skin is finding it hard to withstand being baked by the heat. Lin Ming mumbled, shocked, as he looked at the blazing flames. The chain of calamity hovered above this mass of lava, releasing a mystical sound. And the flows of lava also emitted shock waves that stirred up an inexhaustible amount of lava. The sounds echoed into the air, resonating with the sound coming from the chain of calamity. The movements within the flowing lava became increasingly intense. Waves of the Tao appeared like twisting dragons. The great Tao of freezing cold, the great Tao of deep water, the great Tao of the heavens and earth. As these Tao fluctuations appeared, the surrounding lava was frozen, swallowed, or neutralized with some other method. Soon, this area began to rapidly clear. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Slowly, as more Tao fluctuations gushed out, waves of chilling and withering aura shot outwards. At the deepest depths of the lava, a vast mysterious space was revealed. The entrance was dark and deep. Lin Ming could feel something familiar coming from it. The power of the Azura heavenly Tao laws was overflowing from within. The Azura Forbidden Zone, an ancient ruin left behind by the Azura Road Master, had finally been opened. Lin Ming felt increasingly sure that the third Emperor Jade he was searching for was located in this ancient ruin. This feeling, could it be the fate that the Azura Road Master spoke of? If so, then I must obtain this Emperor Jade of Fate no matter what. Lin Ming gripped his fist. To him, the most valuable treasure within the Azura Forbidden Zone was the Emperor Jade of Fate. It was something that involved the complete inheritance of the Azura Road Master. And with the complete inheritance of the Azura Road Master, Lin Ming could become that much stronger to fight the invasion of the Saints. Enter! The old god sovereign's profound eyes touched over everyone's faces. He waved his sleeves and an enormous strength caught hold of everyone. Lin Ming and the others were immediately sent tumbling into that vast space. After entering the Azura Forbidden Land, the moment that Lin Ming felt solid ground, he couldn't help but be surprised. After all, he had gone to the Azura Road. That world could be considered as overflowing with life, countless existences freely wandering about. But in the world he was in now, there was only a pale yellow star above him that emitted a faint glow. The surrounding light was dim. Dark gray clouds piled up high in the skies, locking out the light and casting the world into an eternal twilight. This was a dead world. The feeling it gave off was that of a great world having reached the end of its existence, soon to collapse into nothing. In everyone's eyes they could see giant obelisks rise into the heavens like towering mountains. The tomb of the left King Longya, the tomb of Heaven's son Yangun, the tomb of God King Loho. Left King Longya was a peerless genius from almost 10 billion years ago. Afterwards he disappeared without a trace, but he actually died here. Heaven's son Yangun was rumored to have been the strongest peerless genius of my race in ancient times. He had high hopes of following the Azura Road Master's steps. The celestial and primal god race powerhouses were stirred to emotion as they looked upon these graces in front of them. Those that died here were all once world-shaking existences of the primal god race. It had to be known that they existed billions or even 10 billion years ago. Even through the unimaginably long river of time, they were still recorded here as before. It was obvious from this how strong they had been in life. As a martial artist walked upon their own road, traveling their own journeys, they would often regard the great existences of the past as their own goal. Now that they saw these once fabled characters quietly turn to grave soil in front of them, fading from the world, they felt 10,000 different emotions cross their hearts. The passing of the years was the most terrifying weapon of all. The tombstones that marked the graves were ominous, like mountains that pressed upon the hearts of those present. It was as if these tombstones were trying to show them that the destiny of the god race and celestials had already reached its natural end. Strong winds howled, as sharp and grating as knives as they grinded against the rocks on the ground. Although these strange winds wouldn't injure these people, it still made them intuitively feel that this land was far bleaker and more dangerous than they had thought. However, those that could enter here were all individuals with great wisdom and courage. Their hearts of martial arts were as solid as stone, almost without the slightest flaw. Although this scene was depressing, it couldn't shake their confidence. Suddenly, from deep within the earth, an icy cold strength quietly spread out. The sandy and rocky earth began to frost over at a speed visible to the eyes. "Be careful," Battle Sovereign Tubague said. A giant figure suddenly leapt out, its body was miles long. It hurtled into the group of people. Lin Ming's eyes shined with a sharp light as he immediately discerned what it was. This monster that leapt out was similar to a vicious beast, but it was invisible and intangible, nothing but a mass of shadows. And in the shadows were two glowing red eyes, making it seem bizarre and horrifying. Its strength was majestic and razor-sharp. As soon as it appeared it lashed out, causing a shockingly deep fissure to be torn through the ground. This sort of dreadful momentum that seemed as if it could split apart everything left everyone feeling chilled. Within the group of people, a slim figure rushed out. Her hair flapped behind her like a black waterfall, and her two eyes were like brilliant moons, emitting a dazzling coldness. Her fingers flickered as she produced several seals. Red wings flashed behind her, breaking open the void as she collided with the shadow beast. Bang! A powerful shockwave blasted out and black blood spewed into the skies. Even though the Celestial's proud elite Smokeless seemed delicate, she was able to erupt with an astonishing degree of strength. She was like a god-king that descended to the world. Her skin, flesh, and blood exuded a blinding brilliance. Her fists struck out so hard that even the air in front of her shook, as if she were some invincible being. The horrifying shadow beast that seemed as if it could tear apart all actually cracked apart beneath her fists. It began to wail as its body disintegrated. The shadows exploded at once. The many dark moon-shaped runes that covered its body dispersed into the air, even as they began to break apart beneath the furious strength. With a loud bang, the massive shadow beast had been dissolved into countless runes that scattered into the world. This monster was originally a being formed by a law force field. Seeing this, Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up. He had clearly seen that Smokeless had used her body, in particular her fists, to commune with the world. She saved up a tremendous amount of the Great Tao's primal power in order to make such an earth-shaking blow. The intensity of her mortal body left one flabbergasted. And the Celestials were similar to the god race in that their essence, energy, and divine were all powerful. If Smokeless' mortal body had been cultivated to such a degree, what heights did her energy and divine reach? As Lin Ming observed Smokeless, he faintly felt that what she excelled in the most was not bodily strength but perhaps energy or divine. If she only used her mortal body to fight, then she was simply trying to hide her true talents. truly worthy of being the ally of the primal god race. The celestials are also the favored children of the heavens and earth. Lin Ming exclaimed in his mind. But at this time, after the strange shadow was eliminated, Smokeless lightning's sharp gaze swept over Lin Ming, a light provocation within it. Lin Ming's mind stirred. He could see a slight smile on Smokeless' lips. Before repairing the chain of calamity, Lin Ming had stepped into the limelight by displaying his skills. Afterwards, even the Celestial's battle sovereign Tabague had to speak to Lin Ming in a humble tone. This had left Smokeless feeling ill in her heart. But now she was able to give vent to these feelings. This was because in the Azura Forbidden Land, one's progress clearly depended on one's martial strength. And in terms of her own strength, Smokeless was absolutely confident in herself. By depending on her mortal body alone, she was able to erupt with such strength. If she exhausted all of her hidden cards, then with her great World King cultivation she would be able to protect herself and flee against the weakest of Empyreans. No wonder the battle sovereign was willing to pay such a deep price to bring Smokeless into the Azura Forbidden Land. Daiwahen nodded from beside Tabague. His status wasn't much different from Tabague's. Smokeless' strength is far beyond this, let's slowly watch. If this road isn't too dangerous, then let's not help. Allow the younger generation to clear the way. Tabague folded his arms across his chest, a smile on his face. As he spoke, his gaze, either by design or accident, swept over Lin Ming. In truth, there were only two of the so-called younger generation, here Smokeless and Lin Ming. Chapter 1881 A Trick. Chapter 1881 A Trick. The god race and celestials were brother races, but at the same time they also competed with each other. Previously, the celestials had been humbled and paid a sufficient price to barely obtain 2 spots to enter the Azura Forbidden Land. Naturally, they were tamping down the grievances in their heart. After entering the Azura Forbidden Land with great difficulty, Tabague hoped that his celestial race would be able to have proud results here. Tabague weighed his own strength and felt that he wasn't much stronger than the god race's Daiwahen, thus he placed his hopes on Smokeless instead. He hoped that Smokeless would be able to rely on her extraordinary talent to dazzle the world within the Azura Forbidden Land and obtain the greatest lucky chance here. As for juniors, there was only Smokeless and Lin Ming. These two people naturally had to be compared with each other. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. From all directions, a number of shadow birds flew forth, blocking out the world. They rumbled towards the group like endless bolts of black lightning. Now, it wasn't just Smokeless that acted. Tabague also moved, however. He didn't kill these shadow birds but instead casually cut open space and split them up. His intention was to help temper Smokeless. Isolating some of the shadow birds away was to prevent Smokeless from being surrounded on all sides and suffering too many dangers. Ca. Divine light surged out. Smokeless displayed her mighty supernatural powers. The power of divinity erupted from her body as her 2 slender palms emitted a brilliant light. Her palms contained an inconceivable strength, as if they were the sharpest weapons in the world. With a slice of her palm, a massive tract of the void was torn apart like paper, causing an entire part of the sky to be cleared out. The overwhelming shadow birds were sundered by a single strike of Smokeless palms, disintegrating into countless runes. The god race Empyreans didn't help, instead allowing Smokeless to do as she pleased. Her attacks were a work of art. It was hard to imagine that such a formidable strength was contained within her delicate body. Kacha! 3 shadow birds were cut apart. Smokeless eyes shined with the light of 6 stars, as heavy as crashing mountains. All threats were completely blocked and broken by her. During this process, Lin Ming simply watched from the side, carefully analyzing the law runes that constituted the shadow birds even as he simultaneously appraised Smokeless' strength. Smokeless indeed had the capital to attack the true divinity realm. Chi. With a light sound, the last shadow bird was shattered into runes. Smokeless drew back her powers, taking a light breath and remaining in high spirits as before. She walked away from the battlefield. As she passed Lin Ming, she glanced at him. A beautiful voice suddenly wafted into Lin Ming's ears. This Azura Forbidden Land is a place to gain experience and temper yourself. Will you only look and not do anything? Then isn't your trip here in vain? Smokeless loftily said. Lin Ming faintly smiled. Very well. When I watched Miss Smokeless fight those shadow birds, I was also able to deduce some combat method. Lin Ming's words left the Empyrean surprised. Smokeless was also a little stunned. In all fairness, Lin Ming's cultivation was slightly low. For him to fight these shadow creatures was likely a bit too difficult. Smokeless had intended to only taunt Lin Ming a little, but she didn't think that he would agree. To have him fight these shadow creatures was a tad unfair. There's no need to be brave. You might end up injuring yourself, Smokeless said. Although it seemed as if she were mocking him again, the truth was that there wasn't any malice behind her words. Lin Ming smiled in response. He fiddled with a symbol paper in his hands. After those shadow creatures had exploded, he had gathered their runes. In the end, these shadow creatures were nothing but spontaneous manifestations of energy released from the array formation of the Azura Forbidden Land. They were not worth fearing at all. As everyone moved on, many of them looked forwards to how Lin Ming's performance would be. Daiwahen kept his mind locked onto Lin Ming at all times. Taking care of him was an important mission that the old god sovereign had personally handed down to him. Of everyone present, Lin Ming was the weakest and the Azura Forbidden Land still contained perilous dangers. As someone able to repair god decrees, Daiwahen couldn't allow Lin Ming to fall into any danger. As the group walked several miles forwards, dangers appeared once more. This time it was no longer birds, but a massive demon wolf. From the aura of this demon wolf, it was clearly far beyond the birds from before. Its blood-red eyes stared at Lin Ming and the others, overflowing with killing intent. Be careful, Daiwahen cautioned. The one to deal with this demon wolf should have been Lin Ming, but he felt that Lin Ming might find this task difficult, so he reminded him. Roar! The demon wolf howled and rushed forwards like lightning. In this instant, the battle sovereign and Smokeless pupils both shrank as they stared at Lin Ming. By any reasoning, this demon wolf's power and momentum was not something a Holy Lord Realm genius could deal with. Smokeless believed that if she were at Lin Ming's boundary, she wouldn't be a match for this demon wolf. This was the disparity brought by absolute strength. If Lin Ming didn't fight, he was well within his rights. Smokeless was already prepared to help. But the demon wolf was too fast. As it hurtled forwards, Lin Ming had already stepped up, standing in front of the group. Lin Ming! Daiwahen erupted with energy. If Lin Ming wasn't a match for this demon wolf, then he would immediately rescue him. But in this brief instant, Lin Ming suddenly pressed out his palm and patted down on the demon wolf's head. What? Everyone was shocked. Lin Ming didn't take out a weapon but instead planned to use his bare hand to deal with the demon wolf. Even Smokeless rarely frontally collided with enemies when using her palm. Rather, she attacked from the sides. But in that moment, Daiwahen discovered that Lin Ming's hand was shining with a pale golden light. Was that the light of laws? Clang! For a time, the deafening ring of a bell thundered outwards. Above Lin Ming's palm, a massive golden light erupted, followed by the energy of countless laws. It formed a giant wall of sacred writings that blocked him off against the demon wolf. Bang! The demon wolf crashed into the golden wall of sacred writings and emitted a pained howl. God decree? Daiwahen, the battle sovereign, Smokeless, and the others were all shocked. So Lin Ming had been holding a symbol paper in his hands. The moment that this symbol paper was shot out of Lin Ming's palm, it exploded, forming a golden wall of mantras that blocked the demon wolf. This symbol paper is the one Lin Ming was holding just a moment ago. Daiwahen remembered. When Smokeless killed off a massive number of shadow creatures, the others had been watching from the side. Lin Ming was no exception. The only difference was that he held a symbol paper in his hands and collected the scattered runes released by the exploded shadow creatures. From the start, no one cared. They only thought that Lin Ming was collecting these runes to do some research when he returned. But they never thought that after an incense stick of time, the runes Lin Ming gathered could display such a terrifying strength. As the demon wolf struck the golden wall of sacred writings, it also suffered severe injuries and was dazed for a moment. Lin Ming was quick of hand and eye. He quickly stepped forwards, the law runes shining in his hands as he repeatedly slapped the demon wolf. Each one of his attacks hit the weak point in the laws of the demon wolf's body. The demon wolf was originally a spontaneous manifestation of laws and energy that had seeped out from the Azura Forbidden Zone's Great Array formation. This demon wolf and its body of laws couldn't be called solid and could even be said to be filled with holes. Simply put, there was no need for a melee of any sort. As long as he could break apart the rough law structures, then it would wither away and die by itself. Purring. With an explosive sound, the demon wolf blew apart, its body scattering into runes. Lin Ming gripped a new symbol paper and waved his hand, gathering up all of the runes and sealing them into the symbol paper. This is... Seeing this, the martial artists present were left speechless. The demon wolf had been destroyed this easily. To them, this demon wolf wasn't considered anything at all. But to a Holy Lord Realm martial artist, it was a terrifying existence. But Lin Ming didn't seem to use any energy at all to kill the demon wolf. Moreover, he gathered the runes from when it died and exploded so that he could use them again. This was just merciless. He absorbed the runes into the symbol paper and turned it into a god decree. An Empyrean said with disbelief. The powerhouses of the god race and celestials all had amazing eyesight. Although they didn't understand the Azura laws, they were able to see that Lin Ming didn't frontally defeat the demon wolf by himself, but had relied on certain tricks to do so. This couldn't be considered Lin Ming's true strength. Just where did you learn the inheritance of God decrees? Will you only use God decrees? You cannot rely on your own strength to fight? Smokeless said with a flushed face, her words lacking some energy. When this demon wolf appeared, she didn't expect Lin Ming to fulfill his words. In fact, she was a great world king, and her competing like this with a middle Holy Lord Realm martial artist was just senseless. Smokeless only wanted Lin Ming to suffer a little loss once and consider it done, but she didn't think he would display his skills once again and steal the limelight. Naturally, Smokeless felt suffocated once again. If I have a way to easily handle my enemies, why would I choose a method that requires more work? Lin Ming rhetorically asked. Smokeless felt as if something had lodged in her throat. She could only keep her mouth shut. Daiwahen smiled. Little brother Lin, you obtained the true legacy of the God decrees? Then in this Azura Forbidden Zone, you should be like a fish in water. There are many dangers here you can use the power of laws to avoid, right? Daiwahen's thoughts were what the other Empyreans were thinking. If so, then Lin Ming had profited greatly. Lin Ming shook his head. Senior Wuhan must be joking with me. How could it be so easy? What I've studied is only the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the Azura laws. Only at certain times can they display miraculous effects. Whether it was the shadow creatures or demon wolf that just appeared, they are all formed from energy that has leaked out from the Azura Forbidden Land's Great Array formation and then spontaneously evolved into monsters. Their law structures are simple and filled with hundreds of flaws. If I break open the laws within their bodies, I can naturally kill them. But, if I faced the true Azura Array formation, my superficial skills would be of no use at all. I can only honestly continue forwards as the Azura Road Master intended, without skipping any steps. Lin Ming's words caused the Empyreans to bow. Indeed, if they faced the complete array formation laid down by the Azura Road Master, then everything Lin Ming showed so far would be of no use. If Lin Ming followed them, he would also have to accept the test of the array formation in a fair manner. Chapter 1882, Cold Ice Mirror. Chapter 1882, Cold Ice Mirror. The Azura Forbidden Land was an isolated world, incomparably huge. The group continued forwards. After half an incense stick of time, they encountered more dangers. These dangers were all monsters that were spontaneously evolved from energy which had leaked out from the Azura Forbidden Zone's array formation. They had no solid form to begin with and weren't too threatening. Lin Ming was able to use the Azura Heavenly Tao laws to easily kill them. The Empyreans didn't help, instead watching Lin Ming and Smokeless fight. However, no matter how magnificent Smokeless' attacks were, and how beautifully artistic her abilities were, she also seemed a bit clumsy and crude in front of the simple movements of Lin Ming, who looked as if he were taking apart blocks of wood. Although there was clearly an easy method, when it came to her, she had to consume countless times more energy. Smokeless hoped that they could quickly clear off all these non-threatening monsters and enter the true array formation. As long as they could enter the true array formation, Lin Ming's little tricks would be of no use and she would be able to display her true talent and amaze everyone. Slowly, the group ventured further and further in. The surrounding temperature began to drop. On the ground beneath their feet, snow and ice started to appear. As they entered this region, Lin Ming tried to use the Azura Heavenly Tao laws to commune with the Azura Forbidden Zone and find out what was occurring. But he discovered that the power of the Azura Heavenly Tao in this region had closed up, without the smallest gap for him to peek through. Although he could still sense the Azura Heavenly Tao, it didn't resonate with the Azura Heavenly Array diagram within his body as before. This caused Lin Ming to immediately put up his guard. From this point on, the road might not be so easy. Finding no shortcut, Lin Ming could only honestly follow the four Empyreans and slowly search. Wind and clouds began to gather in the skies. Snow and ice billowed on the ground. Gradually, the cold energy became increasingly dense. The power of laws condensed here, forming a thick plain of ice beneath their feet. Lin Ming could faintly feel that they had already walked into the array formation laid down by the Azura Road Master. Even after 10 billion years passed, even if the array formation had leaked out a considerable amount of energy, even forming numerous shadow creatures on the periphery, the array formation laid down by the Azura Road Master still left one feeling fearful and apprehensive. Perhaps even if this array formation were to exist for several dozen billion more years, it still wouldn't disappear. This was because the array formation itself might draw in energy from the universe to sustain itself and continue revolving. Be careful! Tobague and Daiwahen shouted together. They were unable to predict how the Grand Azura array formation would revolve, but by relying on their sharp senses as peak Empyreans they were able to feel anomalies occurring here, even without Lin Ming warning them. Everyone immediately stepped back. At this time, the icy ground tore open. Ka. As massive chunks of ice shattered, a 10,000-foot-long ice valley appeared in front of everyone. One couldn't see the bottom of this valley. Invisible cold energy rushed out from it and into the skies, as if it could freeze the soul. Rumble, rumble, rumble! The earth roared. From within the icy rift, something seemed to be rising. The group of 6 slowly retreated, all of them shocked. They saw an incomparably smooth ice mirror rise up from the valley, reflecting the entire world. This mirror was so large it seemed to have no edges. The surface seemed fathomlessly deep. An inexplicably vast aura surged out from within it. Rosy clouds floated within and the air was filled with a dense fog, beautiful and fascinating. Everything inside was obscured in a dim haze, making it impossible to distinctly see what was occurring within. Lin Ming stood before the mirror. He could feel a gargantuan attractive force pulling on him, as if countless small hands held fast to his divine soul and wanted to drag him in, the feeling swaying the mind. Even if he cultivated the Asura Sutra and inherited a great deal of the Asura Road Master's power of laws, the power released by the icy mirror still made him feel strange. This ice mirror was clearly formed by the power of the Asura Heavenly Tao laws. But it was an infinitely marvelous and unique combination that was vast and complex beyond imagination. Could this be? Daiwahen furrowed his eyebrows. You know what this is? Tobague asked with surprise. Since ancient times, the Asura Forbidden Zone hadn't even been opened a handful of times, and each time it opened there was a different situation within, so the land itself was still a mystery. I've only heard some rumors. This seems to be a magic tool that Heavenly God Asura used in the past and left behind in our race's forbidden land, where it turned into the giant cold ice mirror. As for what it actually is or what it does, I have no idea. 10 billion years was far too distant a time. A great deal of history had become blurred. There seems to be a world within. I feel as if it is summoning us forwards. If I'm not wrong, then all of us must enter. Smokeless solemnly said. Although she felt a deep awe towards the Asura Road Master's array formation, deep in her heart she still felt excitement and anticipation. She wanted to see just what sort of test the Asura Road Master had left behind. She couldn't help but glance at Lin Ming. We must enter together. Should we go in first? Smokeless asked without fear. This was the arrogance possessed by a genius. Because they had confidence in their own talent, they didn't fear dangerous risks. The Asura Road Master wouldn't establish an absolute death trap. As long as it wasn't a death trap, she had confidence she could pass it. If we must enter, then let's enter, Lin Ming readily replied, leaving Smokeless a little surprised. After all, only Daiwahen had heard traces of some long ago rumors. Just what was this thing? What would be the result of entering? No one knew. But at this time Daiwahen shouted, "Stop messing around! If anyone is going in first, it will be us." Whether it was Smokeless or Lin Ming, they were vitally important to the ancient races. In particular Lin Ming, who was able to repair God decrees. Daiwahen would not allow any harm to come to Lin Ming. This is an unknown danger zone. Me and Brother Wuhan have the highest cultivations of us all, so we'll lead the way, Tobague said, taking a step forwards. At this moment, his mind shook. This was because on the smooth surface of the cold ice mirror, he could see a dim figure appear. This person wore archaic war armor that seemed to have experienced a gloriously long time, as it exuded the endless aura of passing years. When combined with the history of the cold ice mirror, no one doubted that the character reflected in the mirror was the projection of a martial artist from 10 billion years ago. Ancient martial artist. Everyone realized, bewildered. It was long ago decided that the era of 10 billion years ago was when the martial arts civilization was at its most glorious golden age. At that time, the ancient races had countless geniuses with formidable talent, and their inheritances were richer than in the present. Thus, many outstanding individuals had been born. Now they had to fight with these ancient martial artists. Defeat your opponent or last for 1,000 breaths. Either path is victory, Tobague suddenly said. This was the information he just received in his mind. Who? The figure in the cold ice mirror sat cross-legged in space, his body emitting bursts of blazing flames. These flames were not ordinary flames, but shot out from this figure's skin, flesh, and blood. It even contained the infinite true meanings of the great Tao of heavenly fire. The fire runes brought with them the sounds of the great Tao. As they spun around the figure's body, they released a dazzling brilliance. Beneath the light of the winding flames, the person's appearance became clear. This person resembled a middle-aged man. He had a pair of light wings behind him, and he was a body formed from pure energy. Ancient Empyrean, and his cultivation is lower than mine, Tobague said, clearly shocked. This person's cultivation was that of an upper Empyrean. Compared to him, this ancient martial artist was slightly lower. But at this time, more figures appeared in the cold ice mirror. In front of each person, a figure appeared. This is... Smokeless looked at the woman who appeared in the mirror. This other person was also a woman, but her race and looks were different. Only her amazing figure was similar to her own. This woman wore a veil and her aura was swift and sharp. Her cultivation was slightly lower. It was at the peak of the ordinary world king realm. Similarly, a youth also appeared before Lin Ming. The youth's aura was gloomy and dark. He gripped a heavy sword. As he faced Lin Ming, his body surged with black flames that carried a terrifying demonic energy. Lin Ming could see that this youth's pupils were as bright as fresh blood, shining with bursts of killing intent. This youth's cultivation was also lower than Lin Ming's, at the peak of the early Holy Lord realm. So that's how it is, I have to fight him, of us 6, we each have to fight a virtual opponent, and their cultivation is also slightly lower than our own. Lin Ming immediately understood. The energy bodies in the mirror should be virtual characters created by the Azura Road Master using array formations. But the standard used must have deferred to the standard of peerless geniuses from the ancient era. This was because Lin Ming could already feel that the auras these characters possessed were all terrifying. Chapter 1883 Ancient Geniuses. Chapter 1883 Ancient Geniuses. Peerless geniuses from the ancient era, what kind of characters would they be? It was far too distant a time, and they could no longer be judged. In the various ancient books, it was widely recognized that the ancient era was when the martial arts civilization was at its most glorious. The quality and quantity of geniuses that existed back then far outstripped the present era. Thus, Lin Ming increasingly anticipated this battle. I never thought that I would be able to step into the array formation laid down by the Azura Road Master and cross over 10 billion years to fight geniuses from the ancient past. And my opponent's cultivation is actually lower than mine, at the early Holy Lord realm. Lin Ming looked at the youth who gripped a heavy sword within the cold ice mirror, a strange feeling in his heart. The cold ice mirror determined the cultivation of this virtual opponent based upon the intruder's cultivation. Over the years, although Lin Ming had fought those at a lower boundary than him, it had usually been as one-sided massacres. It had never been as today, where he faced a single opponent who had a lower cultivation than him, who he considered a worthy opponent that could even arouse his interest. So these are ancient geniuses from 10 billion years ago, and their cultivations are even lower than ours. This cold ice mirror doesn't seem to think much of us. Tobague crossed his arms against his chest. As he stared at his opponent in the mirror, his aura began to surge and he gathered his potential. Although his words seemed casual, the truth was that Tobague didn't dare to lower his guard in the slightest. Ancient geniuses, huh? I've long been wanting to experience them. Today is perfect to do so. Daiwahen's eyes flashed with excitement. After all, even if these ancient geniuses were a small boundary lower than them, they were more than enough to arouse their fighting spirit. Let me take the lead. At this time, a god race Empyrean stepped forth. Shinku. Daiwahen's eyes glittered. Shinku waved his hand, laughing as he said, I will explore the way. Let me take a good look at just what sort of strength these ancient geniuses have compared to us. As Shinku spoke, he tightly gripped his fists, explosive crackling sounds emitting from them. In the group of 6, his talent was the lowest. However, he was still an outstanding character amongst Empyreans. He had a confidence that was his alone. Shinku stepped into the cold ice mirror. The mirror gently shivered before swallowing in Shinku. Shinku's opponent was a black-caped youth. His cultivation was a lower Empyrean. Although this virtual opponent appeared as a youth, If they were a real person, they would definitely be at least 10,000 years old. Normally speaking, a young Empyrean would appear youthful because their cultivation rapidly advanced. Who? In the cold ice mirror, Shunku and the black-caped youth both spouted out countless flames from their flesh and blood. The aura of the true fire Great Tao flowed out from them, sweeping across the world. The two of them were both fire attribute martial artists. Moreover, they used the power of divinity. The so-called power of divinity was a fusion of astral essence, true essence, and spirit essence, three different kinds of origin energy. The fire that was catalyzed by the power of divinity could burn down the void. Bang! The two figures were surrounded by raging flames. Two brilliant suns smashed into each other. In the world within the mirror's surface, no matter how terrifying the fighting was, it wouldn't affect the outside world. Moreover, the mirror's surface world was boundless beyond compare. It was more than enough for a powerhouse to display the full extent of their strength. Inside the deep surface, Lin Ming saw flames erupt everywhere, fists and feet blazing about. Every collision could pierce through a world and scatter the nebulous clouds. Energy waves swept out in all directions like raging tsunamis, wreaking havoc wherever they went. The fight was intense. Within the cold ice mirror, Shunku gradually paled. Purple flames suddenly spouted out from his nose. As they appeared, even the void was pierced through. The surface of the cold ice mirror also faintly distorted. Every wisp of purple flame turned into a massive purple bird that cut through space, hurtling towards the virtual opponent together. Unexpectedly, the black-caped youth also spouted out purple flames from his nose. The power of these flames was faintly higher than those released by Shunku. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Another fierce round of combat began. Shunku was forced back again and again. His physical strength was slowly being consumed, but as for that black-caped youth, the more he fought the more savage he became. The youth's body burned like a sun and the power behind his strikes became increasingly wild and brutal. Ha! Shunku roared. Flames erupted from his body. He shot towards the black-caped youth like a meteor. In the surging explosions, the black-caped youth was forced back dozens of miles. His body fluttered backwards like a piece of paper until he finally stabilized himself. However, upon seeing this, Daiwahen, Tobague, and the others all fell silent. In that strike just now, Shunku had held the upper hand. But the truth was that he had used the mightiest supernatural power that his bloodline could give him. This move could only be used a single time, and it also consumed a tremendous amount of life force. Even so, he hadn't been able to injure his opponent but had only sent him flying away. The opponent's inner energy flow wasn't disturbed at all. His blood vitality was still vibrant and there was the feeling that he could still fight as intensely as he did. In comparison, Shunku had used up 60 to 70% of his strength, unable to continue for much longer. The disparity was clear. Whoosh! The black-caped youth attacked once more. Shunku barely resisted the attack. This time, the true fire that surged from his bloodline had dimmed by a great deal. His figure paused in the air. The flames around Shunku turned into wisps that resembled strange-looking tentacles that wanted to pierce through the virtual opponent. However, as the youth saw this, a sly smile appeared on his face, as if he had a mind of his own. From the youth's flesh and blood runes shined bright, forming a brilliant curtain of light that blocked out all the flames. Pung! With an explosive ring, Shunku gave a stuffy cough as his body was sent blasting away, directly ejected from the mirror world where he fell onto the floor. Shunku defeated. Daiwahen had been quietly counting the time in his mind. That battle just now had only lasted for 20 to 30 breaths. But the requirements to pass the Mirror World's test were to defeat the opponent or last for 1,000 breaths of time. 20 to 30 breaths of time to 1,000 breaths of time, this disparity was a little too great. So difficult! Daiwahen's complexion was ugly. As for Shinku, he had a bitter and rueful look on his face. His opponent's cultivation boundary had even been lower than his own. The truth was he had already expected that this black-caped youth wouldn't be easy to deal with. He wouldn't be surprised even if he lost. But he hadn't expected that he would lose so miserably. The others also felt awed in their hearts. The geniuses of ancient times were truly terrifying. "Are you all right?" Daiwahen asked with concern. Shinku shook his head, saying, "This place is for gaining experience. There shouldn't be any life-threatening dangers." After being kicked out from the cold ice mirror, Shinku didn't immerse himself in the emotions of his loss. If he was able to enter here, that also meant he was one of the chosen prides of heaven. His heart of martial arts was as solid as a rock. He didn't say a word. Instead, he swallowed down a pill that overflowed with medicinal fragrance, then sat down and began to meditate to restore his wounds. The cold ice mirror's surface began to surge like a flowing river. The virtual opponent that matched Shinku gradually faded away, leaving behind 5 other virtual opponents. The people standing outside were momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Ming's eyes twinkled. He had deduced the entire fight just now again and again, recording every minute detail of the battle just then. This cold ice mirror is indeed amazing. The virtual opponents it produces actually possess their own thoughts and wisdom. After a moment of thought, from the faction of the primal god race powerhouses, a slim figure flashed out. The one fighting this time was Lanlu. Her pupils were like stars and her skin was pale like snow. Her slim and slender figure stood in the dim light of the mirror's surface. Across from her, reflected within the constantly changing water-bright surface of the cold ice mirror, another peerless woman appeared. This woman wore blue clothes that were in a very simple and plain style. From within her body the atmosphere of 10 billion years flowed out. Lanlu's talent was higher than Shinku's, but no one thought she was a match for her virtual opponent. Lanlu! Daiwahen wanted to stop her, but he was too late. Lanlu had already flown into the cold ice mirror. Her fingers twisted in the sign of an orchid, her thumb touching her middle finger. Where they touched, light began to shine. One after another, runes began to bloom around her like fresh flowers. These flowers were flowers of the great Tao. They emitted beams of light that surged with a mystic strength, forming a solid defense of flower petals. From the start she had been in a defensive stance. She had no intentions of going on the offensive. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lanlu's form divided into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8, with more and more appearing until over 1,000 copies were there. Lanlu was actually someone skilled in illusions, and her attainments in this field were extremely high. Smart choice. Lin Ming nodded. From the information they were told, one only needed to last within the cold ice mirror for 1,000 breaths of time. They didn't necessarily need to defeat their opponents. Lanlu judged her own strength and knew she wasn't a match for her opponent. Then, her decision was to delay for as long as possible. Thus, when facing this unfathomably deep ancient genius, going on the defensive was undoubtedly the best way to preserve the most strength as well as last as long as possible. Within the cold ice mirror, ripples appeared. A mysterious rhythm of the great Tao appeared. The blue-clothed woman stepped forwards. An ice lotus appeared on her fingertip. The attribute she cultivated was the same as Lanlu. Ca. The ice lotus instantly expanded. In a moment, the great Tao flower blocked out the skies, covering one part of the world. Countless ice crystals shot out, carrying with them a horrifying power of laws. They pierced through the void, striking Lanlu's illusions and crushing them to pieces. Purring. Lanlu's true self managed to block the ice crystals, but at the same time she exposed her position. The ice lotus revolved and came suppressing down on Lanlu. A blinding blue light instantly flooded everyone's vision. In the following battle, Lanlu didn't attack at all. She used all sorts of clever tricks and resourceful defensive techniques and methods to resist the unending onslaught of her opponent. However, the absolute disparity in their strengths was still there. In just 200 breaths of time, Lanlu exhausted her energy. She flew away, tumbling out of the cold ice mirror in an embarrassing state. Lanlu had also been defeated. Although she lasted for a longer period, it was still far too distant from 1,000 breaths of time. She had chosen not to attack, but rather rely on her illusion skills to stand on the defensive and delay for time. Even so, she failed. What a terrifying opponent! This is the strength of an ancient genius! Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Lanlu's opponent had a lower cultivation boundary and Lanlu had clearly been trying to delay for time. Even so, she had been defeated. Even illusions don't work. Breaking through Lanlu's illusions requires a great deal of strength, and to destroy Lanlu's 1,000 illusions, there has to be at least 1,000 attacks. If it were an ordinary martial artist, the first salvo of attacks would have drained most of their strength. But the virtual opponent didn't seem affected at all, and continued to launch a wild barrage of attacks afterwards. The enemy is too strong. This is going to be difficult for us to do. Chapter 1884, The Past versus the Present. Chapter 1884, The Past versus the Present. After Shunku and Lanlu suffered continuous defeats, there were only 4 people left who had yet to take the challenge. But in Tobague's eyes, of these 4 people, Smokeless had the highest hopes of success. His right hand fell on Daiwahen's shoulder. "I must ask Brother Wuhan, do you think you can win?" Daiwahen wryly smiled and shook his head. "My talent isn't much better than Lanlu's, and my cultivation method is primarily focused on being on the offensive. This virtual opponent in the cold ice mirror doesn't seem as if my attack method will work on it. The chances of me winning are near zero. But your bloodline power is quite special perhaps. If you bet it all, perhaps you might be able to last for 1,000 breaths of time?" As Daiwahen spoke, Tobague's complexion also turned earnest. His chances weren't high, but what he wanted was to further explore the road ahead so that Smokeless would have more time to prepare herself. "Brother Wuhan, if all of us fail, then what will happen? Will we have come to the Forbidden Land in vain?" Tobague said, voicing his worries. They had come to the Azura Forbidden Land to struggle for lucky chances. But more importantly, they wanted to find a path for the primal god race and celestials in the Great Calamity. If they were to fail advancing forwards because of the cold ice mirror and were forced back with nothing in hand, then they would become the eternal sinners of the ancient races for the rest of time, shaming all of their ancestors. Daiwahen said, "It shouldn't be like that. When the Azura Forbidden Zone was opened in the past, there had always been 2 types of things able to be obtained in the Forbidden Land. One was a method to rescue our people, and another was an individual lucky chance. As long as we enter the Azura Forbidden Land, even if we cannot pass the test set down by Heavenly God Azura, we should still be able to find a way for our races to survive. But if we can pass Heavenly God Azura's test, then we will each obtain our own lucky chances. In other words, they will be the inheritances that Heavenly God Azura left behind in the past as rewards." "I see." Tobague let out a breath of relief. "That's good. Even if we cannot pass the cold ice mirror, it will only be our own loss. It won't be something that affects our races." Speaking here, Tobague could only force a smile. He laughed. Heavenly God Azura shouldn't have thought that 10 billion years later, his descendants would be reduced to our standard. Tobague shook his head, mocking himself. Then, he headed towards the cold ice mirror. "Senior apprentice brother," Smokeless called out to Tobague. Although there was a giant age gap between them, they were actually fellow apprentice brother and sister. Tobague turned and smiled at Smokeless, saying, "If I am defeated, then you will be the only celestial left." Watch my battle carefully and make sure you come up with some good countermeasures. Your talent far surpasses all others amongst the Celestials. You should be able to win." As Tobague spoke, he stepped into the cold ice mirror. Tobague's opponent was a middle-aged man. This man wore a plain set of war armor and had a pair of light wings floating behind him. His entire body was wrapped in flames, and these flames contained runes of the great Tao that emitted light through the world. In that moment Tobague's aura changed, as if a god-beast were awakening within him. He had been renowned amongst the Celestials as the battle sovereign for a long time already. As a peak Empyrean, his background was as deep as a sea and impossible to discern. Too strong, the battle sovereign, how could he be so strong? Shinku gasped in surprise, his eyes filled with shock. As a middle Empyrean, the difference in strength between him and a peak Empyrean wasn't considered too far. He could feel just how strong Tobague was. He had seen Daiwahen in his peak state before, and he felt that even Daiwahen was much weaker than Tobague was. Daiwahen said, "What Tobague is using is the power of the Sovereign Sun bloodline. His bloodline can light up like a sun and for a short time stimulate all of his hidden potential. But after using this ability, his strength will rapidly disappear, and even his boundary will temporarily drop. It will be hard to restore himself even with 10 days of time. This is an all-out method that can only be used in desperate times. Normally speaking, Tobague won't use it, because once the period passes in which his full potential is released, he will have no further way to defeat his enemy and can only allow himself to be destroyed." Daiwahen explained to Shinku. Shinku said, "So that's how it is. The Sovereign Sun bloodline. This sort of bloodline is indeed suited for using within the cold ice mirror. As long as he can last for 1,000 breaths of time, then he'll be fine. Whether or not Tobague's boundary drops afterwards doesn't matter." As Shinku spoke, Tobague had already stopped before his opponent. He was like a towering mountain, his strength boundless. His snow-white light wings were as taut as swords, projecting an incomparable sharpness that seemed as if they could cut apart light. He advanced forwards a step at a time, his footsteps meandering with a strange rhythm. The entire cold ice mirror seemed as if it would shatter, and the light within twisted and rippled. The two pupils of the two opponents each clearly reflected each other. In the next moment, a sharp light flashed in their pupils as they both cried out. They rushed forwards at an incredibly fast speed, carrying with them a dreadful momentum that seemed as if it could trample down everything as they collided together. With a rise of their hands, their attacks were like violent storms clashing. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Within the cold ice mirror, splendid sparks of light shot out. Violent strength boiled over, crashing forth like tides. Countless arcs of thunder twined on their fists as they collided again and again. This incredible supernatural might of thunder turned into a torrential rainstorm that fell unto the earth. The entirety of space seemed to be filled with an endless cloud of blinding white lightning. As if the apocalypse had arrived. Senior apprentice brother going all out is really strong. Smokeless held her hands together. Because of Tobague's arrogant and fierce stance, she was infected by his zeal, her fighting spirit seething within her blood. Indomitable, fierce, and not fearing death, this was Tobague's martial arts. He wouldn't delay for time. Rather, he would use the strength granted by burning his bloodline to brutally fight for 1,000 breaths of time. The Celestial's battle sovereign is really formidable. The several god race martial artists couldn't help but exclaim as they looked on at the battle. Bang! A terrifying power of divinity exploded. Even the void was torn apart by Tobague's astonishing attack, with cracks appearing everywhere. The space here was unexpectedly like glass, cracking upon breaking. However, these spatial cracks soon regenerated, as if they had never existed at all. 400 breaths of time. Tobague's attack just then had wounded the virtual opponent for the first time. A little bit of blood leaked out from the virtual opponent's chest. From the first battle until now, this was the first time that the virtual phantom of an ancient genius had been injured. "He has the upper hand," Smokeless shouted, her thoughts tightening. There were still 600 breaths of time left, but Tobague hadn't shown any trend of slowing down at all. As long as the Sovereign Sun bloodline could last for the full 1,000 breaths of time, then he really might be able to pass. At that time, the virtual opponent changed. The man stood up, his body carrying a deeper, more indistinct aura. In that instant, it was as if he had changed. His body was covered with dense runes and electric lights shot out from his eyes. His aura became as deep as the Nine Nether Abyss, impossible to predict. Tobague's pupils shrank. Within his opponent's eyes, he could feel a horrifying killing intent. Whoosh! The virtual phantom attacked. Its speed was far faster, nearly impossible to respond to. Endless supernatural powers turned into all kinds of great Tao laws that tore through the void. Behind the blurry man's figure, the phantom of a war god appeared, 1,000 feet high. This war god was pitch black and it emitted boundless mystic strength, bathed in a mysterious halo of light. The war god phantom wielded a massive axe that came smashing down at Tobague. Bang! The void cracked like glass once more. Tobague spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent tumbling away. Horror and panic filled his eyes. His body and mind shook. This virtual opponent was only an upper Empyrean, someone with an inferior cultivation to his own, and yet he was so strong. After suffering a single wound, this virtual opponent had erupted with an even greater strength to directly and heavily wound Tobague. Tobague had seen countless proud children of heaven before, and yet none of them were able to stand side by side to the phantom of this ancient genius. After burning his bloodline strength, he had still been heavily wounded by his opponent. It was then that Tobague realized he had been defeated, utterly defeated. In the past, he had once been defeated after burning his Sovereign Sun bloodline. But that was only when his bloodline strength had vanished and he had been extremely weakened. He had never experienced a moment like today, where he would be defeated by someone else even when he burned his bloodline and was in his most powerful state. Tobague gloomily left the cold ice mirror. His Sovereign Sun bloodline had already dissipated and his entire body felt feeble. He knew that his trip into the Azura Forbidden Zone had ended. It was impossible for him to go any further. Just this cold ice mirror was so difficult. Or perhaps they were just that bad. Don't be disheartened. These virtual phantoms should be almost the strongest geniuses from the ancient era, according to the standards of that time. If this phantom were a real person, they would easily become a true divinity in the future. It's not surprising that we cannot compete with it. Daiwahen patted Tobague's shoulder. He felt that he shouldn't even try to enter. Tobague had resorted to using his bloodline strength, but even then he had been defeated at his peak state, much less Daiwahen. Lin Ming, my god race only has you left. Daiwahen ruefully smiled. Lin Ming's talent had been recognized and strongly approved of by the old god sovereign. He might be able to create a miracle here. Will the laws you understand be of use here? Lin Ming shook his head. Not a bit. Lin Ming's answer was already expected. Before this cold ice mirror, one could only depend on their true ability. It was impossible to take any shortcuts. Daiwahen lightly sighed. Their group had been chosen after such a ruckus, and they had paid a considerable price in order to enter the Azura Forbidden Land. If they were only barely able to obtain the method to save their people but returned with nothing else, the resources would really be wasted. Smokeless. Tobague looked towards Smokeless. I understand. Smokeless nodded. I won't lose. Smokeless' voice was confident. Good. Tobague took a deep breath. He knew that Smokeless would only say this if she were sure of herself. She wasn't someone to joke around during such times. At this time, Smokeless had already moved towards the cold ice mirror. She turned and glanced at Lin Ming, a strange expression on her face. Then, she lifted her foot and stepped into the surface of the cold ice mirror. Ripples spread out as if on the surface of a still lake. Within the world of the cold ice mirror, Smokeless faced her opponent, another peerless woman who was of similar age. This woman wore a veil and her aura was swift and sharp. Even if you are an ancient genius that will become a true divinity, your cultivation is still lower than mine. I don't believe that you will defeat me. As Smokeless spoke, she took out a 4-foot-long sword from her spatial ring. This sword blade glimmered, seeming as if it could pierce through the hearts of those watching. Who? Smokeless' aura erupted. A blue tornado appeared around her. Although this tornado seemed gentle, it contained a dreadful strength. It could tear down a person's flesh and blood and blow apart their bones. Finally, she shows her true skills. Lin Ming watched closely. When Smokeless had fought those monsters formed from energy and law runes, she had only used the strength of her mortal body to fight them. But now, Smokeless used the full strength of her power of divinity. Chapter 1885, True Divinity, Spirit Treasure. Chapter 1885, True Divinity, Spirit Treasure. Smokeless isn't planning to passively defend, but to go on the offensive, Lanlu commented. In her opinion, delaying for time was a slightly safer choice. After all, victory was there as long as they could pass 1,000 breaths of time. Tobague remained silent. Lin Ming quietly said, "Delaying for time seems like the safer choice, but the truth is that before the battle has begun, it is the same as already acquiescing that you are weaker than your opponent. That means the battle is already half lost." Lin Ming's words left Lanlu surprised. She reddened a little with shame. Indeed, to a peak genius, drawing out time would only end in their defeat. For them, what they should do was use their peak strength to confront these ancient geniuses. However, this was based upon believing in one's own strength. Otherwise it would be the same as trying to break a rock with an egg. At that time, Smokeless' opponent stood tall, her face blurry and her body burning with blue-white flames. These flames didn't emit any heat at all, but rather exuded a chilling cold that made the surrounding void freeze over. This was a duel between a great world king and a peak ordinary world king. Smokeless was the first to move. Her aura suddenly soared once more and her black waterfall-like hair danced in the wind. A blue drop of blood leaked down from her finger, merging into the tornado around her. The wind in front of Smokeless began to gather, condensing into a lance made of wild winds. Heavenly God Lance! Lanlu was stunned. This was the legendary weapon left behind by the #1 powerhouse of the Celestials during the ancient era. But this Heavenly God Lance had never been passed down. According to rumors, the Heavenly God Lance had laws carved in it by the #1 powerhouse of the Celestials. And the chart of these laws was left behind to the Celestials. Now, Smokeless should have been using the chart left behind to the Celestials to summon a phantom of the Heavenly God Lance. Although this was only a phantom, it had the Tao rhythm of the laws from the past #1 celestial powerhouse. Its might was no trifling matter. Whoosh! Smokeless grabbed the Heavenly God's spear and shot forward. Her body was like a meteor that tore through the clear skies. And then, Smokeless' opponent also moved. The blue-white flames on her body suddenly blazed upwards. From the flame a blue bird flew out, bringing with it an endless freezing cold energy. The bird flapped its wings, rushing towards Smokeless. Smokeless' complexion was cold and decisive. She thrust out towards the bird's chest. The spirit bird emitted a shrill cry as its body was pierced through, as if it had suffered a tremendous attack. However, upon seeing this, the blue-clothed female phantom tauntingly smiled, thinking little of it. In that moment, blue light sparkled around her and blue war armor covered her body. Her skin was like transparent crystal. As her hair fluttered upwards, she looked like an unrivaled goddess. In her hands was another black sword. As this sword appeared, it emitted a keening cry and absorbed all the laws in the surrounding space. For a time, the icy flames tangling around the woman burned even brighter. They expanded outwards, forming a domain. It wasn't strange for such a peerless genius to possess a domain, but the domain this blue-clothed woman used was beyond ordinary. The laws unified within it had reached a mind-bogglingly high boundary, even putting an ordinary Empyrean to shame. This ice-flame domain wildly swallowed up Smokeless. Smokeless grit her teeth. Behind her, blue wind gathered into wings, making her speed reach the limit. Ha! Winds whipped up in all directions. Law runes recklessly swirled around Smokeless. The ice flames were torn apart. Smokeless had opened her own domain. Cold Wind Domain and Ice Flame Domain, these two great domains brutally smashed into each other. For a time, the world within the mirror was flooded with endless blue light. The skies changed color and icy flames tumbled about. Cold winds dashed through the world like a gorgeous scene of art. These two domains interwove. Smokeless gripped the war lance formed from the wind laws and began to fiercely battle the blue-clothed woman. Two peerless women fought. One real, one virtual. They began to engage in a crazy melee within the twin domains. This was a world-shaking battle. Outside the cold ice mirror, the celestial and god race powerhouses were all left speechless. In particular, to Bague. He had watched with his own eyes as Smokeless returned to the Celestials after disappearing for so many years and then revealing her formidable strength. Amongst the juniors of the Celestials, no one could stand on par with her. It could even be said that they were all left far behind. Even so, Smokeless was only barely able to draw equal to an ancient genius that had a lower cultivation than she did. The geniuses of the ancient era, just how much stronger were they? Bague deeply sighed. It had to be known that most of these ancient geniuses came from the god race, and only a small minority came from the Celestials. The two races once had an incomparably glorious history in the past, but they had slowly declined over the eons. It was said that the heavenly Tao simply didn't abide their existence any longer. She's even burnt her blue-silver blood. Smokeless is giving this everything she has. Smokeless blood was different from other normal celestial martial artists. Her blood was dark blue and formed ice crystals in the air. This sort of bloodline was a variation bloodline amongst the Celestials. A single drop could freeze a raging river. If Smokeless could rise to become a peak Empyrean, then her blood alone could leave an entire world trapped in ice. But now, even when Smokeless used her bloodline strength, she was only able to barely fight to a draw with this ancient genius. The combat became increasingly intense. Smokeless hair flew upwards like a war goddess. But across from her, the blue-clothed woman released a blinding blue light from all over her body burning with flames as she almost transformed into a phoenix. She was using her phoenix body to wildly fight with Smokeless. The flames on her body, after being cut apart by Smokeless, turned into small spirit birds in the sky that continued to attack Smokeless. These flames each seemed to have a mind of their own and carried with them an attribute of endlessness. Smokeless soon fell into a siege of flames. This endlessly growing flame is too difficult to deal with. If she cannot extinguish them, then there will only be more and more. Lin Ming saw through what was happening. The flames emitted by the ancient genius were in a way similar to the Holy Scripture creator's concept of life. If one could cultivate this concept to large success, that would be incredible. Flames turbulently surged. Smokeless also realized the danger she was in. If this continued, she would be thoroughly swallowed up by the flames. She grit her teeth, relying on her willpower to erupt with the strength of her bloodline once more. Chila! Thick ice flames were cut apart. Surrounded by whistling winds, Smokeless launched her icy blue wind-attribute wings outwards, impacting into the blue skies. The blue-clothed woman frowned. She hurtled upwards, chasing after Smokeless. However, in that moment, a mystical black light covered the blue-clothed woman. Countless azure runes danced within that black light. As the blue-clothed woman was shrouded, her body shook. Then, beneath the eyes of those watching, she turned into a wisp of blue smoke that scattered into the wind, vanishing without a trace left behind. All that was left over was Smokeless flying alone in the air, watching with a stunned expression. What happened? Shunku was startled. The blue-clothed woman was clearly winning, and yet she had suddenly vanished. The time was reached 1,000 breaths. Standing beside Shunku, Tobague finally relaxed. Although the others hadn't been counting, Tobague had been keeping track of every single second in his heart, hoping that the time limit would quickly be reached. Although they had barely won, they had still won in the end. A smile appeared on Tobague's face. "Smokeless, good job!" Tobague shouted. "Truly terrifying. It's hard to find anyone in my god race that can compare with Smokeless' talent," Daiwahen praised in his heart. However, completely different from the excited Daiwahen and Tobague, as Smokeless came fluttering down from the skies, her expression was a bit depressed, and even unhappy. She was well aware that if the time limit didn't exist, her chances of winning didn't surpass 20%. Ultimately, she was a loser. She had lost to an opponent of a lower cultivation boundary. As Smokeless grew up, she had always been the one jumping ranks to fight others. Today was the only time when someone else had jumped ranks to suppress her. She had only been able to win by utilizing favorable rules. Such a victory naturally couldn't make her happy. Tobague was able to see Smokeless' thoughts. He said, "You still won. Out of all of us, you're the only one to have won. Isn't that enough?" Tobague was able to say from a different perspective. "Smokeless, don't be so harsh on yourself. During the ancient era, the martial arts civilization was much more prosperous than it is now. Their inheritances were far more powerful, and it was a time when countless heroic rivals rose up together. In an environment with so many geniuses fighting together, that would also affect their rate of growth. It's not something that the conditions of the current era can compare with. If you were born in ancient times, you would certainly be no worse than that woman you faced in the mirror." The civilization of martial arts had its rises and declines. The essential reason for such a cycle was because the inheritance of martial arts was easy to sever. This was because it was impossible to easily copy cultivation method jade slips. For instance, take true divinity cultivation methods as an example. These mostly existed as singularly unique copies left behind by their creators. If their descendants wanted to copy it, then they would have to fully comprehend and train in the true divinity cultivation method. In other words, this was equal to asking someone to cultivate all the way to a true divinity. The conditions for copying a jade slip of this level were simply too harsh. In this situation, if a true divinity died in battle without passing down a jade slip, it was possible for the line of their inheritance to be broken. In 10 billion years, for all sorts of different reasons, there were many broken inheritances. It was also because of this reason that some peerless powerhouses would spend a tremendous amount of effort to construct a land of inheritance before their death. This was so they could choose an appropriate successor and permanently preserve their legacy. As Tobague comforted Smokeless, the cold ice mirror trembled once more. A stream of light flashed. This stream of light flew out from the cold ice mirror's profound surface and into Smokeless' hand. This is? Everyone was shocked. They quickly looked over. They could see the light slowly converging into Smokeless' hand, forming into a circle-shaped object. This was a bracelet. Seeing this, Tobague already guessed what it was. His breathing quickened. "This is something left behind by heavenly god Azura. Incredible!" The god race martial artists all widened their eyes, their complexions changing. A treasure left behind by heavenly god Azura, that was serious. What is it? Everyone circled around Smokeless. Tobague excitedly caught Smokeless' hand. Let us see. Within Smokeless' hand was a strangely shaped bracelet. This bracelet was like two snakes twisted together. It was dark gold in color and flooded with a mysterious aura. True divinity spirit treasure. Daiwahen sucked in a deep breath, a look of envy crossing his face. Smokeless victory had been rewarded with a true divinity spirit treasure. Chapter 1886 Lin Ming Fights. Chapter 1886 Lin Ming Fight. True divinity spirit treasures were also divided into grades. The true divinity spirit treasures left behind by lower true divinities were naturally ordinary. But for some outstanding true divinities, for instance upper true divinities, or those that had surpassed true divinity such as the Azura Road Master and the creator of the Holy Scripture, the true divinity spirit treasures they left behind would be of a completely different level. This bracelet in front of everyone was such an example. As something that came from the Azura Forbidden Land's cold ice mirror, any rewards here would have come from the Azura Roadmaster. It must be something extraordinary. The functions behind this true divinity spirit treasure had yet to be revealed, but without a doubt it would prove a great boost to Smokeless in the great calamity. It should be a treasure that heavenly god Azura left behind in the past. Any true divinity spirit treasures were long since useless to him. He must have placed these treasures in the cold ice mirror for his descendants. Those that can last 1,000 breaths of time against their opponent can obtain a true divinity spirit treasure. Then what if they killed their opponent? What then? Daiwahen and Tobague asked, filled with anticipation. But unfortunately, they could only fantasize about the possibilities. Wanting to find out the truth was far too difficult. Daiwahen shook his head. He looked at Lin Ming and said, Lin Ming, everything is up to you now. You are someone who His Majesty God Sovereign favors. I believe you will be able to create your own miracle. Daiwahen was only able to sigh in admiration as he saw Smokeless last 1,000 breaths of time within the mirror. He also had high hopes for Lin Ming. This was because the old God Sovereign had said that Lin Ming might be the most talented individual he had ever seen in his life. Daiwahen had absolute faith in the judgments of his master. He was sure that Lin Ming's performance would be no worse than Smokeless. As long as Lin Ming could last for 1,000 breaths of time, their god race could also obtain a true divinity spirit treasure on their side. Otherwise, if only the Celestials obtained a treasure and the god race were to return empty-handed, that would be far too ugly a sight. Don't feel pressured. It's fine as long as you try your best. Daiwahen slapped Lin Ming's shoulder. Lin Ming nodded and moved towards the cold ice mirror. He passed by Smokeless. Smokeless' eyes moved from her true divinity bracelet that she wore on her right wrist to Lin Ming's face. This time you don't have the support of the laws and the difference in our boundaries is also wiped away. This is a fair competition for the both of us. Since the god race's God Sovereign has given you such a high estimation, I am also looking forwards to seeing your strength. A smile hung on Smokeless' lips. In her eyes, everything about Lin Ming was a puzzle. She didn't know where Lin Ming had obtained an inheritance concerning God decrees, nor how he managed to learn it. His opportunities and his luck left one seething with envy. But besides luck, Smokeless believed that this human youth must have some remarkable aspect to him. But as to what that was, she had no idea. Now was the time when she could see his true strength. Lin Ming glanced at Smokeless and faintly smiled. Without responding, he calmly stepped into the cold ice mirror, as if he were simply crossing through a door. Lin Ming's opponent was a youth wielding a heavy sword, his eyes filled with a gloomy chill and his aura restrained. The feeling this youth gave off was like that of a cheetah ready to burst into action. Once prey appeared, this youth would ferociously pounce forwards, striking down his enemy. Without a doubt, this was a peerless genius. Ca. The black dragon spear appeared. The pitch-black divine spear shimmered with an icy cold godly light. Presently, Lin Ming was able to use the black dragon spear with skill and relative ease. Although he couldn't display the true potential of the black dragon spear, he also wouldn't be drained of strength after using it several times. Seeing the black dragon spear appear, the god race and celestial powerhouses were startled. This was also a true divinity spirit treasure. Moreover, this didn't seem like an ordinary true divinity spirit treasure at all. This boy, he has so many lucky chances! Shunku cried in alarm. Tobague said with some envy, his luck is too good. But, good luck is only one of the conditions to become a peerless powerhouse. Besides that, you also have to look at one's true abilities. Otherwise, no matter how many lucky chances you have, they will all be wasted. As Tobague spoke, Lin Ming rushed forwards. The black dragon spear was pointed straight towards the heavy sword-wielding youth's chest. Behind Lin Ming, 9 stars floated in the skies, the vast power of stars pouring into Lin Ming like an endless waterfall. The strength within his mortal body instantly climbed to unbelievable heights. Ka. Space shattered. In front of Lin Ming, that heavy sword youth also stepped forwards, his face still gloomy and his eyes filled with killing intent. The pure black heavy sword was like the scythe of a death god, cutting down all life. The two people hurtled towards each other like meteors. As they collided, spear and sword clashed. For a time, a terrifying strength erupted in front of Lin Ming and the heavy sword youth. In that instant, Lin Ming opened the heretical god force. The power of thunder and fire wildly erupted from his body, and a terrifying vortex of energy fell down from the clouds, swallowing everything. Pung! The heavy sword flew away. The black-clothed youth's right palm cracked open, blood gushing out. Lin Ming's gigantic strength had forcefully knocked the heavy sword from the youth's hand. This was the disparity of absolute strength. The moment the heavy sword was sent tumbling away, the black-clothed youth's sword light also weakened a tremendous amount. With a light cracking sound, Lin Ming's spear light had already invaded the youth's protective power of divinity. The black-clothed youth's complexion changed. He rapidly drew back, wanting to escape from Lin Ming's attack range. However, it was too late. Lin Ming stepped forwards, his movements containing unbelievable laws. The grand mist force field erupted, locking down the surrounding space. Immediately, the black-clothed youth was shackled by this formidable strength. The black-clothed youth was only able to stare helplessly on as the black dragon spear thrust towards him. Puff! With a faint sound, the black-clothed youth's protective power of divinity tore apart like paper. The long spear thrust towards him. The black-clothed youth wanted to summon a shield, but the black dragon spear's momentum was too fast, too great. The black-clothed youth's body had been tempered for a long time, but even so, before the sharp black dragon spear it had no ability to resist at all. Blood shot out. The black dragon spear broke into the black-clothed youth's chest, piercing right through him. The black-clothed youth hurtled backwards with Lin Ming. Beneath the incredible impulse of Lin Ming's strike, both of them went hurtling downwards like a meteor. With an explosion, the two people soared through the wide skies until they smashed into a 100,000-foot-high glacier. A turbulent strength erupted, crazily blowing into the glacier. With a crackling rumble, the 100,000-foot-high glacier began to collapse. The earth trembled. Massive chunks of ice fell to the floor. Countless pieces of ice, mist and dust soared into the air, blocking out the skies. The black-clothed youth vomited a mouthful of blood. His body had been torn open and his organs broken. He had been buried in the endless slurry of ice, his body long since lost deep within it. Pung! With a loud crack the black-clothed youth's body exploded beneath the ice, turning into countless runes that scattered in the air. Lin Ming grasped the black dragon's spear and floated high in the skies. Beneath his feet, an endless river of ice wildly raged. Like this, the battle ended. Outside the cold ice mirror, Tobague, Daiwahen, Shunku, Lanlu, and Smokeless were utterly shocked. Smokeless' eyes were as wide as moons and filled with disbelief. Everything had been like a dream. Lin Ming's opponent was an ancient genius. Before this, she had also personally experienced how terrifying an ancient genius was. Even though their opponents had been at a lower cultivation, they still weren't able to slay them. But in front of Lin Ming, a similar ancient genius had been instantly cut down. The entire fight had lasted less than 2 breaths of time. Lin Ming himself had barely made 2 attacks. In fact, he had only summoned his true essence. One could even consider that just one move. What is this? Tobague's jaw fell down. He turned and asked Daiwahen. Daiwahen was also lost in a daze. He had heard the old god sovereign say that Lin Ming's talent was beyond ordinary, and because of his faith and trust in the old god sovereign, he also believed Lin Ming was special. But this beyond ordinary was a bit too beyond the ordinary. The one he killed just now, was that really a similar opponent to ours? A woman's voice asked, filled with hesitation and uncertainty. Smokeless was simply unable to believe her eyes. When the 4 previous people entered the cold ice mirror, they had all faced inconceivably formidable opponents. Their strength seemed endless, their defensive capabilities extraordinary, and no matter what ultimate moves were used, these opponents blocked them all. But Lin Ming's opponent was like a piece of mud, dead upon touch. The disparity was far too great. If their opponents were really the same, then Smokeless felt that she was nothing but a joke. Tobague took a deep breath and looked deeply at Lin Ming in the cold ice mirror. He forced a smile and said, "When Heavenly God Azura laid down this array formation, he certainly made it impartial towards anyone that entered. It's true that Lin Ming's opponent was strong, and we also felt that. But Lin Ming was simply stronger. He has already surpassed the standard of an ancient genius. In such a situation, for someone with a lower cultivation boundary to challenge him is simply asking to be instantly killed." Tobague sighed as he spoke. For such a genius like Lin Ming, if an opponent of a lower cultivation boundary were to fight him, that was simply the same as tossing vegetables in his face. It was nothing more than committing suicide. This was the same even for ancient geniuses. This was because Lin Ming might be described as the most amazing genius to appear within the 33 heavens for the last several billions of years. Surpassed the standard of ancient geniuses. Smokeless' heart shook. She felt that the current her was far worse than the ancient geniuses, but Lin Ming had already surpassed them. The disparity was far too great. At this time, Lin Ming had already flown towards the entrance of the cold ice mirror. He put away the black dragon's spear and stepped out from the cold ice mirror. As the 5 others waiting outside looked at Lin Ming, their eyes looked as if they were staring at a monster. This Lin Ming, it was far too simple to describe him as someone sure to become a true divinity in the future. Even though they were both geniuses, the evaluation that the Celestials and God race had given Smokeless was someone that had a chance of becoming a true divinity in the future. Let alone becoming a true divinity, he will not be a normal true divinity. Even when the good fortune Saint Sovereign was young, he absolutely wasn't Lin Ming's match. Daiwahen thought. He increasingly felt that Lin Ming would play an unimaginable role in this great calamity. Perhaps, he might be able to shoulder the task of reversing the fate of the God race. Of course, this was all under the premise that Lin Ming was willing to shoulder such a heavy burden. As everyone was lost in their own thoughts, Lin Ming looked towards the cold ice mirror, waiting for his reward. Smokeless had lasted for a full 1,000 breaths of time. Although she wasn't a match for the ancient genius, she had still obtained a true divinity spirit treasure left behind by the Azura Road Master as a reward. Then what would he obtain? Lin Ming waited, but the cold ice mirror remained quiet, not sending out any reward. Instead, Lin Ming could faintly feel a trace of unusual aura percolating within the cold ice mirror. Chapter 1887, Another Battle. Chapter 1887, Another Battle. Reward? How come there's no movement? There should at least be a true divinity spirit treasure, and it should also be of a higher grade. Shunku asked, a bit puzzled. This was because the cold ice mirror remained quiet for far too long. The situation isn't as simple as it seems. I feel that the laws within the cold ice mirror are throbbing. Daiwahen said. Lin Ming was a bit startled. He had discovered something strange with the cold ice mirror, but that was because he was extremely sensitive to the Azura laws. But Daiwahen didn't understand the Azura laws at all, yet he was still able to feel the palpitations within the cold ice mirror. This was likely the so-called intuition that masters had. Once someone reached the level of a peak Empyrean, even if their talent wasn't considered too high by Lin Ming's standards, they still had amazing experience and intuition. Lin Ming traced his ring and moved towards the cold ice mirror. Lin Ming? Daiwahen asked. At this time, countless Azura runes danced in the air in the world of the cold ice mirror, gathering in the skies to form a runic tornado. From these runes, a youth ran out. Black lightning curled around his body, and he grasped a saber as he stepped on the wind. This saber had a ghost head carved into the hilt, and beneath this ghost head were 2 words, Evil God. These 2 words were written in the language of the ancient god race. The strokes were long and winding, revealing a mystical aura. The 2 words joined along with the youth's blood-red pupils. A pair of black wings flashed out from his back. He was like a true evil god that had flown out from the depths of hell. This is... Everyone was stunned. There was another opponent. Lin Ming stepped into the world of the cold ice mirror, grasping the black dragon's spear, and facing this new enemy. This new opponent's cultivation was at the late Holy Lord realm. A small boundary higher than Lin Ming. From the early Holy Lord heavy sword youth to this current evil god with his saber, there was a sudden increase of 2 small boundaries, completely passing over the middle Holy Lord realm. This scene left the Empyreans watching, staring at each other in blank dismay. They originally that after defeating the opponent in the cold ice mirror, that would be considered as passing the test. They didn't think that after killing their opponent, a stronger opponent would appear, emerging without end. So that's how it is. Before Lin Ming's reward is handed out, he has to fight more opponents. According to his success, that will decide what his final reward will be? Daiwahen guessed. This guess was highly reasonable. If so, then Lin Ming's reward would truly be extraordinary. It would absolutely not be something that an ordinary true divinity spirit treasure could compare with. Lin Ming's strength should have been assessed by the Azura laws. If he is facing a late Holy Lord realm martial artist, that means the laws here have determined that Lin Ming's talent has surpassed the standard of ancient geniuses. Tobague uttered, his heart filled with shock. Currently, Lin Ming was jumping ranks to fight ancient geniuses. It had to be said that these ancient genius phantoms were all manifested from the standard of a true divinity. If Lin Ming could jump ranks to fight these people, what sort of future achievements would he have? Perhaps he might become an extreme true divinity. Or even, as Tobague thought to hear, his mind shivered. He didn't dare to continue with this line of thinking. Above extreme true divinity existed those like the Azura Road Master and the creator of the Holy Scripture. The strength of those 2 individuals was impossible to estimate, as they had already surpassed the scope of his understanding. At this time, within the mirror world, black thunder surged without end around the evil god youth. Even from a distance, one could feel a strange eeriness from this black thunder, as if it could scorch away one's marrow. Evil God and thunder! Lin Ming chuckled, a brilliant fighting spirit leaping into his eyes. When I was in the lower realms in the past, I once obtained the title of Evil God. And today, it's a coincidence that you are also called Evil God and use thunder. To cross 10 billion years and for us to fight here, this could be considered fate. Lin Ming felt that these martial artist phantoms within the cold ice mirror weren't purely virtual creations. Rather, the Azura Road Master had used some ancient geniuses as templates and adjusted their various strength levels and laws. 10 billion years ago, these phantoms were likely real people, but they weren't necessarily so outstanding. Lin Ming stepped on the void, moving forwards one step at a time. Then, suddenly, he attacked. Spear light erupted. Within the void of the mirror, faint cracks appeared and regenerated. Lin Ming's speed rapidly drew to the extreme. But at the same time, in front of Lin Ming, the evil god youth's eyes also flashed with a brilliant divine light. The saber in his hands chopped down. A dreadful saber intent wrapped around the saber blade. A saber strike that seemed as if it could sunder the skies smashed into Lin Ming's spear light. Bang! The terrifying collision caused energy to wildly shoot outwards. As for Lin Ming and the evil god youth, neither of them were forced a single step back. That brief exchange, just now, had only been a probing strike. Lin Ming discovered that the thunder which twined around the evil god youth had merged into the surrounding space. The faint aura of the Azura heavenly Tao laws gathered along with the thunder, all of it pouring into the evil god youth's body to slowly supplement his strength. Thunder law's concept of life. Thunder could grow endlessly and even form life. In the legends, in the most primeval of times when the world was just born and everything was in chaos, it was a bolt of thunder striking the ancient seas that caused life to be born. If one understood the concepts of thunder, then a martial artist with extremely high attainments in the laws could derive energy from thunder to restore themselves. This wasn't strange at all. However, this caused Lin Ming to frown. He didn't want to waste too much energy on this youth. So, he intended to cut off this youth's ability to communicate with the surrounding heaven and earth origin energy. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ming instantly made a decision. The Azura heavenly array diagram within his body rose like crystal columns, the tinkling sound sweeping out in all directions. On these crystal columns, the endless power of the Azura laws flooded outwards, wrapped in the melody of the great Tao. Amongst the sparkling light, the Azura heavenly array diagram wrapped around Lin Ming and the evil god youth. 1. The array diagram emitted a boundless mystic strength, pressing down on the power of thunder. The Azura heavenly array diagram within Lin Ming had been personally carved by the Azura Road Master, and the heights of the laws within had reached the peak of possibility. The two strengths constantly collided, at the same time isolating the evil god youth from his connection with the mirror world. This sudden change caused a look of surprise to cross the youth's face. Although his communication with the world had been severed, he still fearlessly threw himself towards Lin Ming. The saber in his hands surged with black thunder, sweeping through the world. This thunder wove together, forming endless numbers of black lotus flowers within. Lotuses were born in the sea of thunder. This was the substantialization of the thunder laws. Lin Ming knew that in terms of thunder laws alone, this youth's attainments were higher than his own. Up to now, Lin Ming had placed the entirety of his efforts on cultivating the Azura laws and Holy Scripture laws, thus he had temporarily postponed his advancement in the thunder and fire laws as well as the space and time laws. This was because he felt that the Azura Sutra and the Holy Scripture were the foundation of all laws within the world. One representing the outer universe, one representing the inner universe. The two great laws covered nearly all the learnings of martial arts, encompassing everything. As for the thunder and fire laws, space and time laws, they were simply branches. To lay down the foundation was the most important objective of all. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Each black lotus flower emitted a terrifying aura, as if they were stars. Even Lin Ming's heart shook. He knew that his opponent was uncommon. All the black lotus flowers shook together, releasing great Tao runes that billowed with ghastly black flames, all of them sweeping towards Lin Ming. Just from facing this, Lin Ming felt a tremendous pressure. It was as if an endless river of stars was violently impacting towards him, continuously striking his flesh and blood. The black lotuses bloomed with thunder. Their strength was incomparably strange. Not only did they attack his flesh and blood, they also struck at his divine soul. In that moment, within Lin Ming's spiritual sea, thunder recklessly blazed through even as black flames ignited everywhere. Each arc of thunder, each black flame, constantly wore down his soul force. However, when Lin Ming had cultivated in the soul world, he had experienced a transformation near rebirth several times. His soul force was as fathomless as a sea. It was impossible for a normal divine soul attack to wound him. Although he had been restrained, Lin Ming didn't panic at all. Waves of soul force gushed out from his spiritual sea. Wild waves rose up, resisting those black flames. Without hesitation, Lin Ming opened the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. The black dragon spear fused with the power of the 9 stars. A spear thrust out, smashing through space with an overwhelming momentum. Shwa! 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 Countless black lotus flowers were smashed apart by the black dragon spear. The black dragon spear carried with it a tremendous blood vitality, forcefully pushing out the thunder that eroded Lin Ming's divine soul. The two intensely collided in the skies. Lin Ming constantly battled with the phantom youth. The brutal battle scene caused the celestial and god race martial artists to cry out in surprise. They found it hard to imagine that humanity could produce a genius that reached such a degree of talent. They had no idea what Lin Ming cultivated, how his background was so deep, or why his strength seemed endless. Even the strongest talent born in the last 10 billion years within the god race and celestial race would have to be inferior to Lin Ming. At this time, the phantom youth's saber thrust into a black lotus within the sea of thunder. Countless black runes scattered out, all of them pouring into the black lotus. All of the lotuses hummed, quickly transforming into a singular massive black lotus. It was like a crashing world, rapidly suppressing Lin Ming. As those outside watched this sudden reversal, they were left stunned. And then, they noticed that the boundless black lotus flower experienced another change. Dazzling black light emerged from within the lotus flower. A black spear tore through it like a fierce dragon, forcefully breaking it apart. The black lotus flower exploded. Endless runes dimmed and were destroyed, dissipating in droves. The phantom youth's complexion changed. He rapidly retreated. But it was too late. A bolt of black lightning slammed into his body, screaming and shooting out with endless power. The phantom youth was shocked. His body violently trembled and black blood sprayed out from his chest. His skin and inner organs began to rapidly collapse. The phantom youth had suffered grievous wounds. Using the last of his strength, he gathered all of the thunder laws within his body. For a time, a wave of even more powerful black thunder hurtled towards Lin Ming, bringing with it the pressure of the Azura heavenly Tao laws. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Behind Lin Ming, a giant Azura war god phantom appeared. It held 2 great wheels, blocking the entirety of this attack. This impact continued for several breaths of time. Behind Lin Ming, the Azura phantom was like a peerless demon god, blocking everything. Pung! The phantom youth could no longer persist. His heavily wounded body had finally been completely exhausted of all energy. His body began to disintegrate, turning into countless Azura runes that faded into the skies. Chapter 1888 Enigma. Chapter 1888 Enigma. He won again. His opponent had a higher cultivation boundary, but in the end even he was killed. Moreover, he was an ancient genius. The god race and celestial powerhouses looked at each other in stark shock. To jump ranks to cut down an ancient genius, that was far too heaven-defying. Smokeless remained silent. She didn't know just what to say. Could there be more? Smokeless muttered to herself. But as she spoke, her words caused everyone's minds to shake. Smokeless was naturally speaking of Lin Ming's next opponent. Lin Ming had instantly killed a martial artist of a lower boundary, and had even killed a martial artist of a higher boundary. But now, it seemed that perhaps this was not the end. Tobague looked into the world of the cold ice mirror. He could feel the laws of the world palpitating. Could there really be a third opponent? If so, could this new opponent's cultivation be at the peak Holy Lord realm? At this moment, Lin Ming grasped the black dragon spear. He still didn't leave the mirror world, but waited within. There was no need for him to suspect anything. He had already determined that the ancient genius he just cut down wouldn't be the end of this. According to Lin Ming's speculations, if he killed his opponent, another match would appear. If he could drag out the battle to 1,000 breaths of time without killing his opponent, then that would still be considered victory, but the battles would come to an end. At this time, the Azura laws reflected in Lin Ming's eyes danced in the air. Motes of divine light gathered, forming a sphere of light above Lin Ming. This sphere of light was incomparably mystical, carrying with it an ancient and terrifying aura. What is that? Lin Ming's pupils shrank. He could faintly feel that whatever was in that sphere of light was a treasure. Moreover, it had to be something truly incredible. As Lin Ming looked at this sphere of light, he could feel all the blood in his body be drawn in by it, as if his blood would howl out of his body. Supreme treasure! Lin Ming's eyes flashed with light. That thing might be his reward. At this time, it wasn't just Lin Ming who saw this treasure floating high in the air. Even the peak Empyreans felt their hearts shake as they saw this treasure. What could it be? Daiwahen asked with bated breath. Just from the aura alone, his emotions quivered and surged. Smokeless had obtained a true divinity spirit treasure before this. But Daiwahen could feel that the value of this treasure was at least 10 times that of Smokeless. Lin Ming stepped through the void, slowly flying towards the treasure. But at this moment, ahead of Lin Ming, there was a distortion in space. A woman appeared in front of him like a ghost. This woman was slender. Her back was towards Lin Ming and her rosy bare feet floated high in the black starry skies. She wore a long black robe and a thick black cloak fell down behind her. On the thick cloak, dark black metal spaulders were mounted. The feeling she gave off was one of mystery and power, as if this woman had fused together the heroic spirit of a war goddess and the slaughter intent of a demon goddess. Cold wind flapped through the air. The woman's black hair recklessly flew upwards. Her black cloak fluttered in the air. From head to toes, she seemed to melt into the dark night around her. Lin Ming raised his guard as high as he could. This was a terrifying woman. He didn't know why, but he faintly felt that this woman's aura was somewhat familiar. This person is... Lin Ming stepped backwards. He grasped the black dragon spear. His blazing eyes locked onto her. Lin Ming felt that this other person had already completely manifested, and there wasn't the slightest feeling of any virtual illusion to her. Lin Ming could even feel her potent blood energy and her raging fires of life. As if the woman standing in front of him wasn't a virtual simulation created by the array formation at all, but a real person. Lin Ming believed that if he didn't know she was condensed from the laws at the start, then by investigating her with his own divine sense, he would have never realized she was just a virtual phantom. Her cultivation is late Holy Lord, similar to the person I just killed. Such a cultivation left Lin Ming surprised. According to his previous thoughts, his opponent's cultivation should rise more and more each time. But the reality was different. However, Lin Ming believed that the test would inevitably become more and more difficult. In other words, this woman before him might only have a late Holy Lord realm cultivation, but she would actually be far, far stronger than the youth he had just cut down. A greatest genius from the ancient era. This thought blazed through Lin Ming's mind. But then, the woman turned around. Her two limpid eyes seemed to cross the river of 10 billion years to stare at Lin Ming. However, the moment the woman's two eyes met his own, Lin Ming felt a shock pass through his entire body. These eyes seemed to contain the galaxies from space, containing endless mysteries. But Lin Ming was startled not because of this, but because these eyes were very familiar. These eyes are. Lin Ming was shocked beyond comprehension. Images flickered through his mind, finally stopping on the sight of a certain beautiful face. Yes, these are her eyes. Her gaze is just like that of the woman in front of me. Xing Mei. Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath. He had seen Xing Mei multiple times before. Xing Mei's eyes, her gaze, they were things that could not be simulated by others. Perhaps even in a vast sea of people, divided by endless crowds of people, Lin Ming could still immediately distinguish Xing Mei's eyes from a group of millions. However, as he looked at this woman's face, her appearance was actually covered by a black veil. It was impossible to see what she looked like. Laws covered her veil, making it so that Lin Ming couldn't see through it. On the woman's jade-smooth forehead, Lin Ming saw a bright red flower mark. This flower mark was drawn with cinnabar dot. There were 9 flower petals, but the final flower petal was small, as if it hadn't fully stretched out. Is this really Xing Mei? Lin Ming felt this unbelievable. This woman in front of him should be someone from 10 billion years ago, so why would her eyes look so similar to Xing Mei's? In this world, could there truly be such an impossibly marvelous woman? Smokeless muttered from outside the cold ice mirror. She was already stunned. She only felt that before this woman, she was nothing but a pale firefly in front of the bright moon, completely eclipsed. Of course, what caused her to pale was not her appearance. In fact, when it came to martial artists, when the beauty of one's appearance reached an extreme, the disparity between them wouldn't be too great. For instance, Smokeless herself was as beautiful as the moon, and even if she was inferior in appearance to this woman, the difference wasn't too significant. What Smokeless truly lost in was aura and temperament. She felt that this peerless woman in the mirror was a true goddess, the source of all laws in the universe, the beginning of the heavens and earth. She made all others feel inferior. And at this time, standing beside Smokeless, Daiwahen, Tobague, Lanlu, and Shunku were similarly stunned. For a long time they were frozen where they were. Their hearts raced with thoughts. This peerless woman, she once existed in history. It seemed that there had never been any record of her. Daiwahen and Tobague looked at each other. Tobague shook his head, indicating that in the records of the Celestials, there had never been anything about this black-clothed woman. Otherwise, he should at least be able to find several similarly amazing women to compare her to. But, 10 billion years ago, most ancient true divinities had been male. Even if there were female true divinities, none of them were able to compare to the aura of this peerless woman. Such an impossibly perfect woman, how could there not have been legends left behind about her? Her unrivaled elegance and talent, how could something so extraordinary be covered by a river of 10 billion years? Could it be she died midway? If she wasn't able to break into true divinity, then no matter how peerlessly talented or graceful she was, it would be impossible for her legends to be recorded in history. This was well within reason. As everyone was lost in their thoughts, a clarion voice echoed out, like a lilting immortal tune rising from the 9 nether abyss, causing everyone, including Lin Ming, to be dazed. Defeat me, and you will obtain the object behind me. The woman's cherry-red lips parted as she spoke. Her faint smile was enchanting, leaving one intoxicated. You can speak. Lin Ming was astonished. He could feel that this woman in front of him was just far too similar. "Who are you?" Lin Ming asked the question in his heart. He really wished to know just why this person would have eyes so similar to Xing Mei's. Crossing 10 billion years of time, Lin Ming wouldn't believe that Xing Mei was this person's reincarnation or that they were somehow blood-related. After all, far too long a time had passed. The woman simply didn't reply to Lin Ming's words. Or rather, she replied with actions. She stretched out her right hand, casually stroking the air, and ripping open a space crack, revealing a pitch-black void. From the void, she took out a sword that was black all over. On the sword blade, the image of a demon god was carved. Chapter 1889, Mysterious Woman. Chapter 1889, Mysterious Woman. The mysterious woman who extracted the black sword from the void floated in the air, overflowing with peerless grace and measure. What surprised Lin Ming was that the black sword in the woman's hand was clearly a supreme divine weapon, but as she held it, she didn't exude the least bit aura of fierceness, nor did she emit any killing intent. Even her aura began to turn ethereal, becoming one with the heavens and earth. If Lin Ming closed his eyes, he might have thought that there wasn't anyone in front of him at all. With sword in hand, the woman simply raised her arm and slashed it straight down at Lin Ming. Shwa! The sword broke through space. For a time, all the starlight in the skies was swallowed up by this sword. The sword light contracted together, forming a thin line no thicker than a baby's finger. But within this thin line was infinite strength. This strength twisted space and time, killing straight forwards. The strength contained within this sword light was no longer purely the power of divinity, but also contained the sword master's killing intent, combined with the will of the heavenly Tao. A single gesture, a single command, a raise of the hand to summon the great Tao of the world. When the opponent was heaven, when the opponent was the Tao, then fighting her was the same as fighting against the world. Facing this strike, Lin Ming's pupils shrank. He rapidly drew backwards. He was unable to understand how an ethereal being without the slightest killing intent he could sense could emit such a disastrously terrifying attack. He didn't use his spear to resist this attack, but instead traced his ring. In front of him, a massive gate made of chaos stones appeared. This was the Primordius Gate. Chi. The thin sword light thrust into the Primordius Gate, causing it to violently shake. Although this woman held unparalleled talent and elegance, her cultivation was simply far too low. She was unable to pierce through the Primordius Gate. But at this moment something bizarre occurred. The sword light that she shot out scattered as it struck the Primordius Gate, spreading out like a spider web as it covered the entire gate and passed around it, gathering and reforming behind the gate. Whoosh! The sword light separated from the Primordius Gate and continued slashing towards Lin Ming. What? Lin Ming's eyes widened. The celestial and god race powerhouses were also panic-stricken. This sword light seemed to have a mind of its own. This woman could actually control her sword light to such a degree. You are not my match. Although your talent could even dominate the rivals of the ancient past, the laws you cultivate are far too vast. With your boundary, you are unable to control them. With such shallow comprehensions, you cannot compete against me. My comprehensions of the laws are far deeper than yours. I have the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. You fighting me is the same as you fighting against the vastness of the universe. You will lose here. The woman's sound transmission instantly reached Lin Ming's mind. And at this time, the sword light also reached him. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. At that moment, an Azura war god phantom appeared behind him. This Azura war god was grand and majestic, an indomitable being. It stood tall, gripping a massive black wheel that crushed all before it. This black wheel was the fusion of the myriad demon karmic wheel and the myriad essence reincarnation wheel. Zhi. A fierce collision sounded in the air. As the sword light stabbed into the black wheel, it emitted an eye-piercing sound that made one's teeth ache. Lin Ming's eyes were solemn. Behind him, 9 stars emerged from thin air, emitting endless starlight that covered him. He immediately opened 4 Tao palaces from the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. His muscles bulged out and the power of his bloodline billowed from his body, impacting straight into the deep skies. Ka. Under the support of this formidable power, the 2 fused wheels forcefully obliterated the woman's sword light. Seeing this, the mysterious woman was startled. A terrifying bloodline and a dreadful mortal bodily strength. With them you can actually surpass the boundaries of your laws and block my strike. Still, what I said remains true. The laws you cultivate are too grand and you cannot control them. Facing the incarnation of the heavenly Tao, you will still lose to me. The mysterious woman caressed the black sword's blade. The black sword emitted a bass howl like a dragon. In the next moment, she slashed out her sword once more. Sword light tore through the void. This time it was no longer a thin line but a 10-foot wide column of divine light. This divine light of the great Tao ripped open the void, pouring downwards. It was clear that this sword light was far stronger than the condensed finger-thin sword light from before. Lin Ming gripped the black dragon spear, staring right at the sword light. A brilliant divine light burst from his eyes like a crackle of thunder. He sneered. So what if you're the incarnation of the heavenly Tao? Defying the will of the heavens, it's not as if this is my first or second time. In that instant, Lin Ming cried out loud. His muscles rapidly grew and his joints emitted explosive crackling sound. His body grew taller as black scales began appearing all over him. His hair grew longer, turning blood-red. Above his 2 hands, the phantom of a true dragon and true phoenix appeared. Behind him the Azura war god holding the black wheel appeared. Lin Ming had activated the power of the Azura blood. For a time, the Azura laws shook, affecting the entire mirror world. After all, the heaven and earth origin energy within this mirror world was all controlled by the Azura laws. Now that Lin Ming galvanized the Azura blood within him, it caused the surrounding laws to resonate with him. Bang! With a terrifying explosion, Lin Ming grasped the black dragon's spear and smashed it onto the mysterious woman's sword light. The brilliant sword light was sundered in half by Lin Ming's strike. A storm of energy wildly swept outwards. What? This is... Outside of the cold ice mirror, everyone watching was bewildered. The aura that Lin Ming released just then was similar to their ancestors. Impossible, isn't he a human? How come the feeling he gives off is a bloodline at least 100 times purer than our god races? Daiwa Hen's voice trembled as he spoke. After becoming an extreme Empyrean, there was little that could shake his composure like this. But now, with the great calamity before them and the life or death of his people on the line, in the darkness when they couldn't find the path to take, they had discovered that Lin Ming had an aura similar to their ancestors. How could they not be excited? This was because the bloodline of their primal god race had been at its most magnificent 10 billion years ago, when their ancestors ruled all. From that point on, they had slowly declined as their reproductive abilities grew worse and worse. If the current primal god race could recover their bloodline from 10 billion years ago, they might also be able to recover their glory from 10 billion years ago. Incredible, how could this be? Tobague was also left shell-shocked. Their celestial race originated from the Azura lineage, and in the past he had gone to the land of inheritance for those of the Azura lineage. The inheritance totem in that land was similar to the present Lin Ming. And what was even more inconceivable was that the aura on Lin Ming's body seemed even purer than the inheritance totem, making them want to kneel and prostrate themselves before him. This Lin Ming, just what is he? Everyone glanced at each other. Lin Ming was simply a box of riddles. He was the first to understand the Azura heavenly Tao and have the ability to repair God decrees. Then, he had displayed a combat strength far surpassing his boundary. Now he revealed his Azura bloodline. Before this, even when Lin Ming was able to repair God decrees, Smokeless was still able to maintain a faint arrogance in front of him. This was because she was part of the ancient races and she was proud of her bloodline. Even though her race's bloodline had already declined from the past, it still wasn't something that other races like the humans, saints, or spiritas could compare with. Her people could naturally use the power of divinity, and they had a superior talent for cultivation. They were a proud race. But now, facing Lin Ming's Azura blood, Smokeless felt that her own bloodline was nothing but a little firefly in front of the brilliant moon, simply not worthy of mentioning at all. All of her previous pride and ego had been crushed. She was thoroughly ashamed of herself. As everyone was shocked, Lin Ming hurtled forwards. He opened the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, the heretical god force erupting to its limits. Fighting intent fused onto the black dragon spear. Lin Ming became one with his spear, shooting towards the mysterious woman like a blazing meteor. The mysterious woman grasped her peerless black sword, a light leaping into her watery eyes. A thin layer of divine light covered her body. She wielded her sword and thrust it towards Lin Ming's black dragon spear. Bang! Spear and sword crossed. The void shattered, breaking open like an endlessly growing spider web. The mysterious woman was forced backwards. Her hair flew up and her cloak fluttered about her. She finally stabilized herself after drawing back several hundred feet. As she held her black sword, a wisp of blood flowed out from between her slender jade fingers. This wisp of blood was like a red plum blossom blooming in stark white snow, containing a monstrously alluring beauty. "I didn't think you'd have such strength." The mysterious woman's expression finally changed. As she looked at Lin Ming, a strange light appeared in her eyes. "The blood of Azura. It seems you have already obtained a part of his true legacy." The mysterious woman had used the word his. The his she referred to was naturally the Azura Road Master. But this term caused Lin Ming to feel confused. The Azura Road Master, just how was he related to this woman before him? Chapter 1890 Veil. Chapter 1890 Veil. Lin Ming could confirm that this mysterious woman before him really did exist 10 billion years ago. She was a phantom, an illusion left behind by an ancient genius. Rather, perhaps it could be said that her strength and her laws hadn't been adjusted by the array formation but completely reflected her past state. Such a peerless character, just what was her identity? Her eyes were so similar to Xing Mei's. If so, then beneath that veil, would her face also be the same as Xing Mei's? Lin Ming's eyes were brilliant as he looked at the woman, as if his gaze and sense could pierce through her concealment. Unfortunately, no matter how he tried, he couldn't see past the laws that covered her veil. After being stared at so impolitely by Lin Ming, the mysterious woman didn't seem to care at all. She raised the black sword in her hand and wiped the sliver of blood that had leaked from her jade-like hands onto it. This caused Lin Ming to be startled. However, when the blood was smeared across the sword's blade, another shocking incident occurred. The black sword absorbed it like a sponge absorbing water, and in the next moment, the sword blade changed color, from black to red. The sword glowed blood red, as if it had been soaking in a blood pond for thousands of years. The sword blade revolved with the aura of the great Tao. A bass rumbling sound echoed in it, as if wild demons were roaring out from within. In that moment, the mysterious woman's aura changed once more. It was no longer ethereal, but now it was filled with killing intent. Her vision turned sharp and fierce, piercing through the void. As her eyes locked onto Lin Ming, the mysterious woman said, "Azura's legacy, are you his descendant? Good, I have waited in the cold ice mirror for so many years, and I've long been wanting to experience your strength." Let me see just what sort of character the lineage of Azura is like. This mysterious woman's voice held a light, taunting tone. Her words left Lin Ming shocked. Let me see just what sort of character the lineage of Azura is like. These words were clearly dripping with disdain. It seemed that this mysterious woman had a grudge with the lineage of Azura. It wasn't just Lin Ming, but Daiwahen, Tobague, and the others outside were all bewildered. They originally believed that this mysterious woman had some significant relation to the Azura Roadmaster, perhaps even his wife, concubine, daughter, true lineage disciple, or something similar to that. Otherwise, how could she possibly be so mind-numbingly strong? But now it seemed that she was opposed to the Azura Roadmaster. If they were opposed, how would she appear in the cold ice mirror? Before they could think of a possibility, the mysterious woman had already lashed out. After being dyed with her fresh blood, her blade had reached incomprehensible levels of speed. This sword strike didn't bloom with any sword light. But that bright red sword blade seemed to come to life, as if a blood pond from hell was sealed within it, containing infinite killing intent. Facing this sword, Lin Ming felt as if his life force would be cut apart by the blade. This would be impossible to survive. This is death. Lin Ming was alarmed. The move that the mysterious woman displayed contained inherent laws that didn't come from the Azura Road Master, but came from the Holy Scripture. Holy Scripture, a death book? Lin Ming was panic-stricken. Still, even though he was shocked, his movements didn't slow down. The black dragon spear howled, carrying with it the supernatural might of the Azura blood. Laws gathered upon it, violently clashing with the mysterious woman. His cultivation was lower than hers, but by relying on the great power of his bloodline and his mortal bodily strength, he didn't fall behind at all. The woman's sword cut apart life force, but Lin Ming's blood vitality was like a fiercely blazing sun. It simply could not be cut in half, could not be extinguished. However, the longer the battle continued, the more startled Lin Ming became. The mysterious woman's understandings of the Holy Scripture's life and death concepts had already completely surpassed Lin Ming's imagination, reaching unbelievable heights. Although the mysterious woman had said he would be defeated no matter what, Lin Ming had thought little of it. But there was one point she was right about. That was that the laws Lin Ming cultivated were far too vast. He cultivated essence, energy, and divine, and the inner and outer universes. It could be said that Lin Ming was dabbling with every great Tao in the world. In this sort of situation, with Lin Ming's low cultivation, it was impossible for him to have deep attainments. From either the Heavenly Sutra or Holy Scripture, Lin Ming had only comprehended the tip of the iceberg. If he wanted to fuse the two of them any time soon, that would be impossible. If so, then facing this mysterious woman who only cultivated the inner universe, when it came to laws, Lin Ming certainly fell into a disadvantage. Bang! A terrifying explosion rang through the world. Lin Ming and the mysterious woman clashed once more. The two of them drew backwards. The entire surrounding sky had been devastated, as if a hammer had been smashing onto a pane of glass, splitting the skies open again and again. The mysterious woman's complexion was flushed with blood. The wound on her hand grew, with more and more blood streaming out. As for Lin Ming, scales had broken all over his body and his inner aura was in disorder. This was a brutal battle. On both sides, one was an ancient genius and one was a modern genius. Moreover, they were evenly matched. Outside the cold ice mirror, Smokeless was long since unable to express the shock she felt. Just the mysterious woman's titanic strength left her crying out in praise. But what was even more incredible was that in the current era of martial arts that had long since declined, how could a miracle like Lin Ming be born in the 33 heavens? This was really a battle between Holy Lord Realm opponents. Your laws are lower than mine, and your cultivation is lower than mine, yet you can fight to a draw with me. I believe this is because you utilize the power of the Azura blood, but soon you will exhaust your strength. I don't think your blood vitality can remain so potent for much longer. Your life force is exuberant, so you have lasted until now, but you don't seem as if you can drag things out to a 1,000 breaths of time? There was still a long time until 1,000 breaths of time passed, and as the mysterious woman said, because Lin Ming had used the Azura blood and erupted with so much power, he consumed his strength that much more quickly. Even though he had a terrifying endurance ability, it would be difficult for him to continue this battle much longer. If things continue like this, then you can last for another 100 breaths of time before my attacks wear down the rest of your strength. If so, then I will have won by default. However, I don't wish for this to happen. I want to defeat you while you are still propped up by the power of the Azura blood and defeat you at your full strength. As the mysterious woman spoke, her black hair fluttered upwards and a Tao pagoda appeared behind her. This Tao pagoda had 6 levels, and the pagoda seemed to be suppressing countless races, gods and even demons. After the Tao pagoda appeared, the mysterious woman's aura rapidly climbed to an astonishing height. Moreover, this time it was no longer just the concept of life or just the concept of death, but a fusion of them both. The mysterious woman had never attacked with the fused power of life and death, but now she was going to attack with the entirety of her strength. In fact, with her present cultivation, it was incredibly difficult for her to perfectly fuse together the concepts of life and death, but once she did, then with her profound attainments in the laws, the power behind this strike could be imagined. Facing this strike, Lin Ming's complexion was solemn. 2 figures rushed out from his inner world, standing beside him. These were his avatars. With the appearance of these 2 avatars, the mysterious woman was left stunned. Essence, energy, soul, 3 embryonic bodies, of them, you have 2 to think your Azura heavenly Tao was originally already cultivated to such a degree. I suppose your next step will be to fuse together the laws of the 33 heavens. Really, you have surprised me. However, that is as far as you go. You cannot block my final strike. You have already consumed more than half of your strength, but I am still gathering my potential to strike you with everything I have. No matter what the mysterious woman said, it didn't affect her attack. The majestic Tao pagoda carried with it the ancient and boundless will of the great Tao as it came hurtling down at Lin Ming. Life and death samsara. The mysterious woman brought her hands down. Like a star crashing to earth, the vastness of space seemed to fall down with it. For a time, the surrounding void was completely fixed in place. The entire mirror world seemed to have solidified, making it impossible to struggle. In that moment, Lin Ming moved. He knew just how dreadful this woman's attack was, and he didn't plan to avoid it in the least. He grasped the black dragon's spear and hurtled towards it. The mysterious woman had spoken correctly. Even if Lin Ming displayed his full strength and burned his blood essence, he still wouldn't be a match for this strike. Whether it was the Holy Scripture or Heavenly Sutra, the degree to which Lin Ming cultivated them was far inferior to the mysterious woman. With the great disparity between their laws as well as the massive amount of strength he had already used up, he would lose without a doubt. Then, in that moment, Lin Ming made a decision. He planned to simultaneously use the Holy Scripture and Heavenly Sutra laws. But, to simultaneously use 2 laws, that was the same as unifying the Heavenly Sutra and Holy Scripture. Wasn't that easier said than done? With Lin Ming's current cultivation and his comprehension of laws, it was impossible for him to achieve this. However, he had another method. He didn't need to completely fuse together the 2 great laws. Rather, he only needed to temporarily join them together for use. He himself couldn't use the 2 laws at the same time, but he had his avatars. At that instant Lin Ming moved. He burned his blood essence. His blood vitality boiled over, growing without end, and then in the next moment, it returned to a deathly silence. These were the concepts of life and death. They rushed through his body along with the 10 golden pages and the laws he had grasped atop the shrine platform at the fallen god mountain range. Everything ran through his heart like a raging river. And at the same time, on both sides, his 2 avatars revolved their energies accordingly. The myriad demon karmic wheel and myriad essence reincarnation wheel revolved in their hands. With his true self as the inner universe and his 2 avatars as the outer universe, together they simultaneously utilized the 2 laws. Like this, all of Lin Ming's strengths erupted to their limits. This was also the strongest attack that Lin Ming could use. Whoosh! The black dragon spear howled, guiding the 2 great laws and Lin Ming's martial arts will to fire towards the mysterious woman. What? Not only do you understand the Holy Scripture but you've cultivated it to such a degree? The mysterious woman was startled. She never thought Lin Ming, who had fallen into a perilous state and would lose without a doubt, during his final moments would actually use the Holy Scripture laws and fuse them together with the Azura Heavenly Tao laws to emit such a terrifying strike. Lin Ming's laws were inferior to her own, but by combining these 2 laws together, he was able to make up for the disparity. At this time, the mysterious woman had no time to think about how Lin Ming, as the descendant to the Azura legacy, would have managed to cultivate the Holy Scripture to such a degree, nor did she have time to discern whose attack was stronger. At this moment all she could do was attack with everything she had, striking out with the god-demon Samsara Pagoda. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The Samsara Pagoda howled, crushing the world. But facing this titanic force, Lin Ming showed no fear. Holding the black dragon spear, he broke into the pagoda. The Samsara Pagoda violently shook. Countless runes broke apart, disintegrating. As for the gods, demons, and intelligent lives sealed within the pagoda, they were also killed off by the terrifying spear light. Laws danced in the air. Energy howled. Lin Ming's mortal body forcefully withstood with dreadful energy storm. The black scales that covered his body splintered off, dripping with blood. But by relying on his will alone, he courageously moved forwards, unstoppable. Pung! 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 Floor after floor of the god-demon Samsara Pagoda was pierced through by Lin Ming. In that intense collision, Lin Ming's arms were left covered with blood. The bones of his arms nearly revealed themselves beneath his wounds. But he grit his teeth, recklessly rushing forth. "Open for me!" Lin Ming roared. The roof of the Samsara Pagoda violently exploded open and Lin Ming broke out like an unsealed dragon, soaring into the air. Gripping the black dragon spear, his momentum was like a ray of light, thrusting straight towards the mysterious woman's throat. His speed reached the extreme. With the Samsara Pagoda broken and her attack just used, the mysterious woman couldn't summon any new energy. It was impossible for her to defend. Seeing Lin Ming's disheveled hair and his entire body stained with blood, he rushed forwards like an ominous Azura war god. The mysterious woman's complexion paled. Even with the absolute disparity between the depths of their laws, Lin Ming had actually managed to break through her life and death samsara. His terrifying conviction and momentum left her bewildered. The black dragon spear's spear point was already less than 10 feet away from her jade-white neck. She could already feel the chilling cold of the spear point in the air. In the next thousandth of the moment, her protective power of divinity would be relentlessly torn open by the black dragon's spear and her throat would be pierced through. Even if she had far more strength remaining than Lin Ming, even if her background was far deeper than Lin Ming's, facing this spear light, none of that was useful. Pung! With an explosive sound, the mysterious woman's protective power of divinity shattered open. The black dragon's spear continued unabated. Her face paled. But she didn't cry out in alarm, she simply closed her eyes. Yet in that last moment, Lin Ming veered the angle of his spear point, changing the trajectory so that the spear instead scratched the mysterious woman's cheek. The mysterious woman simply felt a cool feeling pass her face. Startled, she subconsciously traced her cheek. She discovered that her veil had been torn away by the black dragon's spear. A trace of blood flowed down her cheek. And at this time, Lin Ming had already rushed past the mysterious woman like a bolt of lightning. The veil had been torn to pieces by the black dragon's spear's terrifying spear light. Lin Ming himself continued for another 1,000 feet before he came to a stop in the void. He fell to his knees, nearly every drop of his strength used up. He was no longer able to maintain the power of the Azura blood. The shattered scales on Lin Ming's body slowly faded back into him. With a deep breath, he turned around and looked towards the mysterious woman. The mysterious woman's back was to him. Her cloak was ripped apart and there were many tears in her clothes. But she didn't look distressed or embarrassed at all. Rather, she gave off a chilling and poignant atmosphere. The mysterious woman slowly turned around and looked at Lin Ming. Lin Ming's final act of mercy had allowed her to live. Although Lin Ming no longer had the strength to fight back, she knew that she had been defeated. "You are truly incredible. Even though your strength is beneath mine, you were actually the one to win." As the woman spoke, Lin Ming also saw her face. Her appearance was as perfect as a bright moon, almost completely similar to Xing Mei's. Chapter 1891 Reward. Chapter 1891 Reward. Just who are you? Lin Ming looked at the mysterious woman. After tearing off her veil with the black dragon spear, he was able to confirm the guess he had all along. Her appearance was almost an exact copy of Xing Mei's, and it was impossible for such a coincidence to occur. This woman had some unknown connection to Xing Mei. Was Xing Mei also someone from the god race? As this thought crossed through Lin Ming's mind, he immediately thought it impossible. In his impression, Xing Mei cultivated spirit essence as well as the cultivation methods of the Spiritas. If she was someone from the god race, she would have cultivated the power of divinity. This would have made her even stronger. The mysterious woman looked to Lin Ming and faintly smiled. "You asked who I am. Is there a meaning to that? You and I are divided by the endless river of time, we have never crossed paths." As the woman spoke, she turned to leave. But at this time, Lin Ming said, "I have seen a woman. Her appearance is exactly the same as yours. And she is someone from my era." Lin Ming's words caused the woman to pause. She turned around and stared at Lin Ming with surprise. "Is that so?" The woman's voice was light and airy, without any hint of what she was thinking in her heart. She stepped upon the wind and vanished into the boundless mirror world, melting into the world and disappearing without a trace. Lin Ming watched as the mysterious woman left. For a long time he remained silent. The mysterious woman's appearance was a mystery left behind in Lin Ming's heart. Xing Mei's life, just what had she gone through? Lin Ming recalled that after he finished cultivating in the ancient galactic battlefield of the Akashic Dream universe, he had run into the Soul Emperor, and then afterwards he had met Xing Mei. Xing Mei asked him whether or not he was willing to abandon humanity and leave alone with her, going to some distant place for 100 million years. At that time, Xing Mei seemed to have things she couldn't bring up. But Lin Ming also had things he couldn't lay down. Thus, he chose to refuse her. Now, in this Azura Forbidden Land, Lin Ming recalled all the words that Xing Mei had said to him and had various thoughts in his heart. All these complicated ideas gathered together, and Lin Ming didn't know where the truth lay. As for Xing Mei, he didn't know when they would next be able to meet, or whether he would be able to ask her all the questions he had. "Lin Ming, are you okay?" Outside of the cold ice mirror, Daiwahen and the others rushed over, all of them unable to calm their mood. In particular, the God Race martial artists. They understood that the primal God Race had really picked up a treasure this time. Lin Ming took the Saints as his enemy. His appearance had brought a tremendously favorable turn for the God Race. "That last spear strike, does it have a name?" Smokeless asked. Before that final strike she had thought Lin Ming was likely to lose. But in the final showdown, the battle had experienced a sudden reversal. That spear strike was simply stunning. Lin Ming shook his head. At this time, he felt something. He looked up into the skies. Within the skies of the mirror world, the floating sphere of light was falling down towards Lin Ming. For a time, everyone held their breath. They knew that this sphere of light was Lin Ming's reward. People didn't know what this reward was, but they could feel the terrifying aura of a true emperor rolling off from it. As if the grade of this treasure already surpassed the true divinity level. Could this be an ultimate weapon used by the Azura Road Master? Everyone thought, their eyes earnest and curious. Although this was Lin Ming's treasure and wasn't too related to them, they were still all excited at the chance of being able to experience such a divine object. The sphere of light slowly fell into Lin Ming's palm, gradually manifesting into reality. Everyone looked closely. All they saw was that the space in Lin Ming's palm seemed to have collapsed. Infinite energy wrapped around Lin Ming's palm, as if he were holding a universe within his grasp. And in the center of this universe was a black vortex that sucked in all light as well as isolated out everyone's senses. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't see what was within. However, Lin Ming had a faint feeling of what it was. The energy in his palm caused him to feel a summoning from the laws. If it was said that he was grasping a universe in his palm, that wasn't wrong. Yet this was no ordinary universe, but a self-made inner universe. Contained within was the inherent aura of the laws. These were the existence laws. It was like countless lives were born and then extinguished in this universe, life and death spinning round and round. In a flash, all the aura of the laws converged. Lin Ming finally realized that the truth was the object in his palm was a drop of blood. This was the blood drop of a great emperor. It exuded an endlessly terrifying aura, floating up and down like a star. Within it was the deep meaning of the life and death laws as well as the dreadful will of a great emperor. The aura of this blood drop was extremely familiar to Lin Ming. And this familiarity caused his mind to shake. In the Akashic Dream universe, from the golden pages that Lin Ming had obtained, the aura within those pages was the exact same as that exuding from this drop of blood. If he wasn't wrong, then this drop of blood was left behind by the creator of the Holy Scripture. It's not Azura blood, but blood of the Holy Scripture creator. This left Lin Ming extremely shocked. Why would blood from the creator of the Holy Scripture be left in the Azura Road Master's forbidden land? Lin Ming couldn't help but recall the grand battle he had witnessed in the ancient galactic battlefield between the Azura Road Master and the creator of the Holy Scripture. In that battle, the creator of the Holy Scripture had been wounded by the Azura Road Master. The Holy Scripture had shattered, and he had lost a great deal of his divine blood. Could it be that the Azura Road Master collected the divine blood from the Holy Scripture creator and sealed it away in his own forbidden land so that his successors could take it as their lucky chance? Lin Ming stared at this drop of blood. This was no ordinary drop of blood, but was the essence congealed from a tremendous amount of blood. After 10 billion years, not only had the essence energy within it not diminished, but because of the laws of life and death, it actually grew stronger and stronger like an aged wine. The more time passed, the more precious it would become. I have already absorbed the Azura blood. If I absorbed a drop of blood from the creator of the Holy Scripture, what would happen then? Lin Ming hesitated for a moment. The drop of blood fell onto his palm and melted into his body without the slightest ripple. He planned to absorb and refine this drop of blood here. By doing so, he would be stronger in case there's something else he needed to face in this Azura forbidden land. As for Daiwahen and the others, since their interests were so closely intertwined with his own, they would naturally serve as his protectors. Lin Ming sat cross-legged in the void, calmly composing himself. He felt the great currents of energy within his body. At this time, within his spiritual sea, dreadful waves were rising up into the air. In that moment it was like he hadn't fused with a drop of blood, but had fused with a vast and profound universe. This drop of blood seemed to have numerous trembling galaxies, trillions of stars glistening together. Each star was a complex and exhausting character. With the countless stars gathered together, they formed an endless scripture. On this ancient scripture there was a dim figure sitting above it all. Just by sitting there, he seemed to be sitting in the infinite past, sitting at the end of all time. It was like he had died without the least bit of life vitality. Around him, the limitless void began to shake and collapse. Death energy lingered around him without end. Massive galaxies were annihilated beneath his feet, decaying to tatters, turned into ashes that scattered in the icy cold of space. At this time, the ancient scripture gently shivered and began to emit a gentle, luminous light. At the end of this universe, standing in hazy opposition, there was another silhouette. This figure was that of a woman. Compared to the man that seemed dead, this woman was as bright as a moon. Her body exuded a magnificent brilliance. Each wisp of brilliance that she released seemed to have a small figure sitting within it, chanting holy texts and filling the air with life. Her light swept through the galaxies, illuminating the pitch-black cosmos. Covered by the curtain of her light, many dim and gloomy stars began to shine with a potent life force. Many of the dead stars began to experience a wondrous change. Grass filled with life burst out from the ground and towering trees drilled up from the rock. Birds flew through the wide skies and beasts galloped through the fields. Leviathans swam through the waters, submerging and stretching out without end. A single drop of blood contained the two different mystic strengths and boundaries of life and death. They oppose each other, but coexist in the same universe. Lin Ming began to enlighten himself on this ancient sutra, his mind seeming to have risen above the mortal coil. This blood contained the deep meanings behind the Holy Scripture. Compared to the golden pages, it was even more precious. This was an extraordinary lucky chance. The advantages that this had for Lin Ming comprehending the laws of the inner universe were unimaginable. Before this, I've only looked at the life section of the Holy Scripture. In other words, the golden pages. But I've never looked at the death pages. Yet this drop of blood has not only deepened my understanding of the life pages but also allowed me to faintly extrapolate what is contained in the death pages, obtaining a deeper meaning of death. Lin Ming had once grasped the principles upon the shrine platform at the Phantom God Spirit Cliff. He had resonated with the world and had seen many different sceneries of time. His comprehensions of the Holy Scripture were no trifling matter. Now, within his spiritual sea, some of those golden page texts that he hadn't yet comprehended began to rumble, resonating with the mysterious and vibrant power within the blood he had absorbed. Lin Ming knew to take advantage of this chance. The Davik I Dao Palace opened and a dazzling light shot out, bringing with it a power that could pierce through all mysteries, shining upon the ancient scriptures. Some obscure and unknown texts began to shine. The mists that shrouded them retreated, revealing a cold and weak light beneath it all. This cold light was bizarre. Although it was weak, it continued without end, like an eternal flame that would never extinguish. It shot through the endless darkness, slowly breaking through time and space until it reached the soul world and then delved into the Akashic Dream universe. As the mysterious Akashic Dream universe was shot through with this cold light, from all parts of the Akashic Dream universe, wisps of incomparably pure and boundless mystic power shot back out, following the path of the cold light and gathering into Lin Ming's mind. Bang! Lin Ming's entire body shook. From his flesh and blood, light began to emit, resonating with the ancient scriptures all around him, completely enveloping him. This strange light was black on one side and white on the other, like a yin-yang diagram. It contained the true meanings of life and death as it wrapped around Lin Ming. Gradually, the laws turned into a black and white cocoon of light. Nestled within, Lin Ming would beat with life from time to time, and other times he would be deathly still. Chapter 1892, Peak Holy Lord. Chapter 1892, Peak Holy Lord. Within the cocoon, Lin Ming experienced a long, long dream. In this dream, he witnessed a great calamity sweep through cosmos. The scale of this great calamity was far more terrifying than the invasion of God race by the saints. It was one that affected nearly every race in every universe. He saw demons rampaging. He saw countless lives perishing, trillions of quadrillions of miles of space being wiped clean of life as great worlds were destroyed one after another. This horror of this calamity even changed the rules of the heavenly Tao. It caused some universes within the 33 heavens to be annihilated of civilization, turned to wilderness. And this era was the era in which the Azura Road Master and the creator of the Holy Scripture lived. Lin Ming seemed to pass through 10 billion years of time to witness all of this. There were blurred fragments, but the scenes within left Lin Ming shocked beyond comprehension. Those dreadful devils overwhelmed the skies. The worst amongst them were holy lords, and there were countless additional World King and Great World King demons. Not just that, but there were numerous Empyrean level and true divinity level demons. The greatest powerhouses of the ancient races fiercely warred with these demons, exhausting all of their energy. Many races were completely exterminated. But for humans, saints, and spiritas, during this time they were still small races. Through virtue of their weakness they survived and multiplied, slowly seizing the 33 heavens and developing their own martial arts civilization. The accumulated wisdom of the universe declined, but rose again and began to vigorously flourish. This process was like the alternating pattern of life and death. Glory was life, destruction was death. Lin Ming felt that without a doubt, the scenes he saw were memories within the drop of blood. These demons, are they the so-called abyssal devils? The primeval realm that stands separate from the 33 heavens, could it be the entrance connecting the abyss and the 33 heavens? This explanation was the most reasonable. The primeval realm was likely to be the entrance to the abyss, thus it wasn't able to be destroyed. This was why it remained for 10 billion years, eventually becoming a ruin. The boundless universe, all lives in the cosmos, the civilization of martial arts in this world, nothing can escape the samsara of life and death. Life and death laws are the most common laws in the universe. They are everywhere. If so, then can the law of eternal life really exist? All sorts of thoughts flashed through Lin Ming's mind. Unconsciously, he saw his mortal body slowly fuse together with the blood cocoon, gradually transforming. On the surface of the blood cocoon, innumerable runes appeared. They faintly circulated with a bright light, emitting a dense rosy glow. This scene continued for an unknown period of time. At a certain moment, the Azura laws within the mirror world began to gather together. These law fragments formed a giant vortex that funneled into the blood cocoon. At the same time, in the blood cocoon, the Azura blood within Lin Ming began to resonate with the Azura heavenly Tao laws. Hum! A dreadful sound reverberated outwards. From time to time, black scales appeared on Lin Ming's body, and then hid themselves again. His joints emitted crackling explosive sounds, as if the Azura blood within him was violently clashing with the blood of the Holy Scripture creator. The two different bloodlines waged war with each other, nearly taking Lin Ming's body as their battlefield. An agonizing pain echoed through Lin Ming like a tide. His flesh and blood tore apart again and again, collapsing and disintegrating. A massive amount of blood leaked out, flowing into the cocoon. At that moment, it was like Lin Ming's body was soaked within a blood pond. However, even watching his body being ruined, Lin Ming's heart was as still as placid water, without any panic at all. This was similar to the deep meanings of the life and death laws. To break something down and then reform it, Without experiencing destruction, how could one experience new life? As for those endless waves of pain, Lin Ming relied on his willpower to endure every last bit of it. Thus, even in such a situation, he was able to remain in an ethereal condition. His cultivation rapidly rose. He instantly broke past the barrier of the late Holy Lord realm. But, his cultivation continued to dramatically increase. His mortal body continued to break down, until even white bone was exposed. Lin Ming only staunchly defended his inner world and spiritual sea, allowing his mortal body to undergo all of these transformations and allowing the two surging energies within him to continue washing away his meridians. He believed that these two strengths within him would inevitably fuse together. Otherwise, wouldn't the Azura Road Master have left behind a death trap in his forbidden land instead of a reward? If his successor who inherited the Azura Heavenly Tao legacy was to obtain this drop of blood from the creator of the Holy Scripture, would it really be poison? The pain of fusion continued for a long time. Lin Ming's flesh and blood, and even the black scales, slowly rotted away, scorched black until they finally fell off. But beneath this ruined flesh and blood was new flesh and blood, crystalline and pure white like warm jade. 10 days passed. The Azura Heavenly Tao laws had completely gathered into the blood cocoon. And at this time, with a snapping sound, a visible crack presented itself on the surface of the blood cocoon. Daiwahen and the others had been constantly keeping watch over the surroundings. As they noticed this change, they all turned to look. Lin Ming was emerging. The blood cocoon split a little at a time until it completely tore open. Within, Lin Ming was sitting down, drenched in blood and mucus. Feeling the aura of the outside laws, Lin Ming opened his eyes and slowly stood up. His clothing had already been completely destroyed, but his body was wrapped in the light of the great Tao laws. He looked like a blazing sun, making one unable to see him clearly. "Has he already refined the blood?" Daiwahen muttered. "He should have. It's really enough for anyone to feel envy." A complex look flashed into Bagui's eyes. While he didn't know which ancient peerless character had left behind this drop of blood, in terms of quality it had already completely surpassed the limits of his understanding. Such a lucky chance, how could he not envy it? At this time, the light of the great Tao condensed, forming into new clothes that draped over Lin Ming. Lin Ming's cultivation had unexpectedly risen to the peak Holy Lord realm. The blood of two existences that were beyond divinity had violently clashed within his body, the fallout causing Lin Ming's cultivation to rise to the late Holy Lord realm and break past it into the peak Holy Lord realm. Such a rapid pace of cultivation had never been experienced even by Lin Ming. Daiwahen, Smokeless, Bagui, and the others were all left incomparably shocked. "Peak Holy Lord. This is too fast. Even a genius often needs several hundred years to rise from the middle Holy Lord to peak Holy Lord realm. But to surpass two small boundaries all of a sudden, would that make his foundation unstable?" Everyone wondered, worried. No matter which race, their geniuses always suppressed their cultivations to temper their comprehension of laws. Otherwise, if one's cultivation rose too quickly but their laws couldn't follow them, then the gains simply weren't worth the losses. For instance, take a martial artist that cultivated the fire laws. If they entered into the Holy Lord realm after comprehending the 6th level concept of fire as opposed to entering the Holy Lord realm after comprehending the 7th level concept of fire, the effects of entering the Holy Lord realm would naturally be completely different between the two. This was especially true for Lin Ming. The laws he cultivated were far too vast and his understandings into them weren't profound enough. If he couldn't gain a deep comprehension of these laws and made cultivation breakthroughs rapidly and randomly, that would inevitably affect his future achievements. Towards all of this, Lin Ming remained silent. Indeed, his cultivation boundary had risen far too fast. From the early Holy Lord realm to the peak Holy Lord realm, he had only used a mere several dozen years. compared to other geniuses, he was at least 10 times faster. He would have to make up for the consequences of having his cultivation progress so rapidly. In other words, Lin Ming would have to spend a long, long time at the peak Holy Lord realm before he broke into the World King realm. Breaking into the World King realm would be an important step in Lin Ming's road of martial art. He couldn't be even the least bit careless about it. Then, Lin Ming examined his body. He discovered his inner world had expanded yet again. The size of his inner world was actually much broader than many World King-level powerhouses' inner world. Even so, Lin Ming could feel that within his body, the two strengths which belonged to the Azura Road Master and Holy Scripture Creator still stood opposite to each other like water and oil, unable to fuse. They each occupied a part of Lin Ming's body, faintly opposing each other with equal force. Indeed, wanting to fuse these two strengths together is far, far too hard. Lin Ming sighed. The road he wanted to walk down was one that no one had ever walked down even in 10 billion years. To many geniuses, if they could only cultivate their inner or outer universe and bring it to the limit, that was already an unimaginable achievement. And wanting to fuse the two together, that was just the wishful thinking of a crazed idiot. Lin Ming had a faint premonition that these two strengths were lying in ambush deep within his body. If he couldn't fuse them together, then they would slowly develop with time. For himself, this might be an extremely dangerous matter. To fuse together two laws that were beyond divinity, as well as to consolidate his foundation and break into the World King realm. These two brutally difficult missions were like two large mountains that lay in front of Lin Ming's road of martial arts. To cross over them one at a time, that was easier said than done. At the very least, it will take 100 years to consolidate my foundation and break into the World King realm. But 100 years from now, just what sort of situation will the divine realm be in? Lin Ming silently thought to himself, gripping his fists. Chapter 1893-6 Supreme Treasures. Chapter 1893-6 Supreme Treasures. After Lin Ming absorbed the blood essence from the Holy Scripture Creator, the earth began to shake. The massive cold ice mirror that stood tall in the world started to descend, falling back into the earth. And at the same time, in front of Lin Ming and the others' eyes, a blue stone road appeared. This blue stone road rose into the skies, and at the end, a shrine emerged. This shrine was old, emitting the aura of endless years. It had floated in the skies for an unimaginable span of time. Around the shrine was a giant array formation. This array formation contained a terrifying energy. Thick chains wrapped around the shrine like black dragons, fixing the shrine in the skies. The shrine should have already existed here, but it was covered by the cold ice mirror before. Everyone glanced at each other. Just what was in this shrine? This is the final road. If I'm not wrong, then this is the Azura shrine recorded in the ancient texts of my god race. If there is a path to salvation in the Azura Forbidden Land, then it should be sealed within that Azura shrine. Daiwahen suddenly said, his voice quivering. With the end so close, he couldn't contain his excitement. He felt a deep anticipation but also a deep fear. He anticipated that there was something within the Azura shrine which could turn the tide of war. But he also feared that this was nothing but a one-sided wish from their side. He was afraid that there was no way to save their primal god race. This blue stone road, can we go up? Smokeless frowned. She felt that only Lin Ming had managed to pass the test of the cold ice mirror, and she had barely been able to mix herself into the pool of victors. As for the others, they weren't close at all. In this situation, did they have the qualifications to step into the final shrine? Smokeless words caused Daiwahen to hesitate for a moment. He paused at the blue stone road and then carefully said, "The ancestors are merciful. Even if I have lost honor for the god race, I am still their flesh and blood descendant. With the destruction of our race arriving, Even if we are useless trash, the ancestors still shouldn't be indifferent towards us and let us perish. As he spoke, Daiwahen raised his robes and knelt on the floor, deeply bowing towards the shrine. Behind Daiwahen, Shunku, Lanlu, and the others also knelt, all of them deeply bowing towards the shrine. After kneeling for 10 breaths of time, they stood up. Then, Daiwahen took a slow and careful step forwards and stepped onto the blue stone road. Finally, he discovered that he wasn't forced back by the array formation. Daiwahen was overjoyed. He stepped forwards, allowing the others to step onto the blue stone road. "We can go." On this road, Daiwahen was covered with a strange feeling. It was like his entire being had become ethereal, as if he were withstanding a baptism of the endless laws of the universe. Shunku, Lanlu, and the others also followed up on the blue stone road. Then there was Lin Ming. He looked at the blue stone road, finding it similar to the blue stone road he had encountered in the Azura Road's final trial, within the planet-sized heavenly palace. The blue stone there had also contained the aura of laws. Everyone carefully moved towards the Azura shrine. The road didn't seem too long, but everyone walked for an entire day. They walked extremely slowly, allowing themselves to become aware of the laws here as much as possible. Finally, the 6 people neared the shrine. Lifting their eyes, they saw the entire temple shrouded in blue light. There was a formidable energy contained within that grew endlessly, not seeming like it had experienced 10 billion years at all. The great doors of the shrine were shut tight. But as the group neared, the doors swung open. Daiwahen and Tobague walked at the front, cautiously leading the way into the Azura shrine. There were no dangers within the shrine. Lin Ming could feel that the laws here were peaceful. Most of them were defensive array formations. As long as no one tried to destroy the shrine, then there wouldn't be any killing intent. The passage leading into the shrine wasn't too long. The 6 stepped in, their feet walking on tiles that had been untouched for countless hundreds of millions of years. Light pattering sounds echoed within. At the end of the passage was a vast grand hall. This grand hall was over 1,000 feet long and wide, similar to a city square. The light of the laws illuminated this hall, making the entire hall shine as if it were daytime within. As the 6 people entered the grand hall, they could see an altar at the center. This altar was only several dozen feet high, but had a stairway of 9 steps. Each step was carved with beautiful images with faint, multi-hued lights sparkling from them, bursting with auspicious sights. But at this time, no one bothered with the stairs. Instead, all of their eyes were focused on the skies above the altar. There, floating in the air, were 6 items, each one of them completely different from the others. Standing outside the altar, because of the light of the laws and their shadows, it was hard for people to immediately discern what these 6 items were. What a powerful aura! These were left behind by the Azura Road Master. Lin Ming could confirm that these 6 items were not ordinary treasures at all. Beside Lin Ming, Shunku, Tobague, and the others were all panting loudly. Because of these precious treasures, it was hard for them to suppress their mood. These were supreme treasures from 10 billion years ago. Any one of them was countless times more precious than a true divinity spirit treasure. There are words here, Smokeless suddenly said. Everyone followed her gaze to see that somewhere on the altar there were words of the primal god race carved onto it. No one present had a problem understanding the primal god race language. They soon understood what it meant. It was the division of treasure. Of the 6 treasures, only 3 could be chosen. Of these 3, 1 belonged to them all. But as for 2 others, they belonged solely to the person who had passed the cold ice mirror. In other words, they belonged to Lin Ming. Seeing the rules of assignment, everyone glanced at Lin Ming with envy. To choose 3 treasures and for 2 of them to go to Lin Ming, this was truly enough to arouse one's envy. Of course, because of the protection of laws in the Azura Forbidden Land, as well as the old god sovereign's support of Lin Ming, and also the immeasurable function that Lin Ming had in helping the ancient races survive this great calamity. No matter how much anyone envied Lin Ming, none of them would think about plotting against him. Choosing treasures. Dai Wuhen sucked in a deep breath, his voice shaking. The reason they came to the Azura Forbidden Land was for this moment. Whether or not they could see a ray of hope in the dark, all of that would depend on what these treasures were. The group slowly flew towards the altar. They could feel the vast power of laws swell towards them like a wave. The first treasure was facing the group. It was a large furnace. This furnace was 30 feet high and had a simple and plain design. There were runes carved onto it, with a Tao-Tai diagram and all sorts of other flowers and birds. These carvings didn't seem exquisite at all. In fact, they appeared rather rough. Looking at the furnace, there didn't seem to be anything special about it, as if it were some common bronze antique found within the mortal world. However, for this furnace to be placed here, everyone knew that it had to be some uncommon treasure. Without a doubt, it was likely some supreme magic tool that the Azura Road Master carried with him in the past. "There are markings within the furnace," Smokeless suddenly said. Everyone looked in to see that within the furnace, there were dense, small writings. These writings were in the language of the primal god race, each word flooded with the power of mystical law runes. They were faint, seemingly covered with fog, making one unable to see them clearly. "This furnace is a beyond divinity level supreme treasure." A brilliant light flashed in Lin Ming's eyes. This furnace, he wanted it. Not to mention the terrifying strength of the furnace itself, just the runes and writings within the furnace left him blinded with desire. If he could perceive them, then the advantages would be unimaginable. "What an excellent furnace!" Dai Wuhen sighed in praise. But he only looked. This furnace was precious, but it wasn't enough to save their god race. Not to mention anything else, just its terrifying grade of beyond divinity meant that it wasn't something the average person could operate. Perhaps even an extreme Empyrean might only be able to display a few % of the furnace's power. How could anyone think of killing the good fortune Saint Sovereign with this alone? The group continued to look. On the side of the furnace was a pillbox. The pillbox was completely sealed, as if there was a separate universe within. Lin Ming didn't know what pill it was, nor could he smell the medicinal fragrance. Everything had been blocked out. But Lin Ming could faintly feel that there seemed to be the rhythm of a heartbeat echoing from the pillbox, exuding an incredible life force, as if there was some spiritual existence being bred within. "The pill has manifested spirituality. The Azura Road Master has left behind a pill that had been enshrined on this altar for 10 billion years. Just what would it be like now? This pill had likely become an existence similar to the essence spirit embryo stone. Upon opening this pillbox, the pill might fly out into the skies, developing its own mind and intelligence, even being able to cultivate on its own. Such a pill left everyone shocked. Shunku and Lanlu even wondered whether they would be able to keep the pill from running with their current level of strength after opening the box. Wanting to prevent it from escaping wouldn't be easy, and as for swallowing it, the difficulty of that task could be imagined. A pill on this level, would swallowing it cause the body to explode with energy? As Tobague spoke, he looked at Dai Wuhen. Dai Wuhen shook his head, indicating that he wouldn't choose this pill, because the pill wasn't enough to save their people. Dai Wuhen looked at Lin Ming. Lin Ming was silent. He alone could choose 2 items, so he wasn't in a hurry. The third item was a black symbol paper. This symbol paper had dense and complex runes drawn across it. This was a divine runic symbol, as well as a so-called God decree. This was different from the God decrees Lin Ming had seen before that had already turned yellow. This God decree contained an incomparably horrifying strength. The power of laws within hadn't faded in the slightest even after 10 billion years, and instead faintly enhanced. This God decree. Lin Ming's eyes brightened. He looked at the lines atop the God decree, slowly analyzing its function. The fourth supreme treasure was a small green bottle. This bottle exuded a halo of light. As Lin Ming probed it with his sense, he felt a familiar aura. He had felt an aura like this before, in the planet-sized heavenly palace at the Azura Road's final trial. He would absolutely not mistake what this was. It was the aura of Azura blood. This green bottle contained a drop of Azura blood, and from the aura it exuded, it was even beyond that of the drop of blood within the planet-sized heavenly palace. This doesn't seem like an object of salvation either. As Daiwahen spoke, he felt his heart tighten. In this Azura forbidden land, would there not be anything that could save their people? Chapter 1894 A Lin Ming's Choice. Chapter 1894 A Lin Ming's Choice. Out of these 4 items Lin Ming had seen so far, he had difficulty deciding which to choose. Each one would be useful to him, so which should he select in the end? At this time, Lin Ming's gaze swept towards the 5th supreme treasure. This treasure was the most unusual. It was a jade ship the size of a palm. The jade ship was covered with array formations and emitted a deep blue divine light all over it. Although this divine light was bright, it was gentle, without glaring in the least. This palm-sized jade ship was undoubtedly a beyond divinity level supreme treasure. But after clearly seeing this jade ship, it wasn't just Daiwahen, but Tabague also began to sweat. Of these 5 treasures, none of them seemed able to force back the saints. Jade ship, should we have all the people of our races take refuge in this jade ship? Smokeless muttered. Daiwahen shook his head. It's useless. Even if this is a beyond divinity level treasure ship, it will be difficult for us to display its strength. Once we are surrounded by a true divinity, that means we will be intercepted. At that time we would be nothing but a turtle in a jar. Even if the good fortune Saint Sovereign could not break apart this treasure ship quickly, he could easily kill us once this treasure ship exhausts itself of energy. What Daiwahen had described was something Lin Ming had personally experienced for himself. Before, he had used Primordius' heavenly palace to flee from Tianmingzi and had ended up in such a situation. Although Tianmingzi wasn't able to break apart Primordius' heavenly palace, he was actually able to slowly exhaust the energy within it. Once that time came, he would have died. Then, there was the last treasure. This last treasure was the smallest. It was shrouded in divine light, making it difficult to see what it was. Everyone focused their senses into threads and slowly probed this light before verifying what the supreme treasure appeared to be. It was a piece of jade the size of a baby's palm. The jade was carved with numerous mystical runes. Besides that, it didn't seem particularly special at all. This. Daiwahen's voice shivered. He looked at this jade piece and was unable to discover anything strange about it, nor did he understand its function. By relying on this, could they defeat the saints? Daiwahen, Tabague, and the others felt as if they were drowning in despair. Of these 6 treasures, could any of them be the salvation their people needed? However, at this time, as Lin Ming looked at the 6th and final supreme treasure, his heart began to race with excitement. The Emperor Jade of Fate. It was impossible for him to be mistaken. This 6th supreme treasure was the Emperor Jade of Fate he had been searching for all this time. Those with fate would encounter it eventually, those without fate would never meet it. This was the final mysterious key needed to open the last level of the Azura Road's final trial. Unfortunately, it wasn't time for the final trial to open, otherwise Lin Ming would have wanted to re-enter the Azura Road and use the 2 other Emperor Jades he had with this one to open the final divine treasure trove. Lin Ming's change in state of mind was undetected by anyone else. They were all stuck making a difficult choice. This choice was just far too important. Daiwahen said, "Choose, but be careful. These 6 treasures concern the future of not only the ancient remnant races, but even the future of the entire 33 heavens. They are something that will change the result of the great calamity. In choosing the treasure, we must consider the choice carefully and make sure we unravel and understand the functions of each supreme treasure. As Daiwahen spoke, the truth was that he was speaking to Lin Ming. He knew Lin Ming was proficient in the Azura laws, and only he could easily see through the functions of these supreme treasures. Of these 6 supreme treasures, they were the Jade Ship, Emperor Jade, God Decree, Furnace, Pill, and Azura Blood. For Tobague and Daiwahen, it was far too difficult to differentiate just which supreme treasure would be the most valuable. Or maybe, Daiwahen looked at the God Decree. If he had to choose from the 6 items, he would think that the God Decree, of which they currently hadn't discovered the function, would most likely be the treasure of salvation. If they could rely on it to kill the good fortune Saint Sovereign. Little brother Lin, look at the God Decree. Its function is. Tobague asked Lin Ming, hope thick in his voice. Lin Ming's eyes moved to the God Decree. In truth, he had been paying attention to the God Decree for a long time already. It was impossible for him to repair or to duplicate a divine runic symbol personally drawn up by the Azura Road Master. But to simply discover its function, that was within the realm of possibility. Slowly, he began to discern the lines atop the divine runic symbol, gradually extrapolating just what its use was. Everyone impatiently huddled around Lin Ming, waiting for him to finish. Choose this. After an hour of silence, Lin Ming slowly and clearly said, Oh, this is. Tobague and Daiwahen's eyes shined. These past days they had gotten to understand Lin Ming's character. They knew that if he said such things, he naturally had a reasonable explanation. Perhaps they might be able to find a favorable turn in this great calamity. This God Decree, can it kill the good fortune Saint Sovereign? Daiwahen couldn't help but ask. Yet Lin Ming shook his head. No, it has no striking power, and it is not an offensive God Decree. What? Daiwahen staggered backwards. That is. Lin Ming thought for a moment and then said, If I'm not wrong, then this God Decree can be used multiple times. And its function is to shuttle through the 33 heavens. In other words, to pierce through the God-lamenting wall. Lin Ming's words were shocking. Everyone was stunned. Pierce through the God-lamenting wall. The path to salvation, then, wasn't it, to flee? Daiwahen and Tobague looked to each other. They knew that in the universes of the 33 heavens, there were some heavens that were complete wildernesses. These universes had no smoke of the mortal world, and there were few intelligent life forms. But this didn't mean that they were completely unsuited for survival, it was just that the God-lamenting wall separating these wild universes was too strong, and they were isolated far away from other universes. If they could flee to these universes, then it was possible for them to contend with the saints. This was because even for the good fortune Saint Sovereign, if he wished to pierce through the God-lamenting wall, he would have to pay a deep price. To run away. Daiwahen didn't know what taste was on his tongue. He muttered these words again and again. This is the only choice. Tobague bitterly sighed and patted Daiwahen's shoulder. To have them leave the primeval universe like this, to leave the homeland that their races had lived in for 10 billion years, it was inevitable that they would be moved by this. However, for them, this universe had become a dead end. The heavens bless my God race. Daiwahen meditated in his heart. In the air, he bowed deeply once more, and then reached out with his hands to take the God Decree. Under the protective rules, the array formation around the God Decree didn't stop Daiwahen. Like this, he smoothly took the God Decree into his hands. The soft silky feeling caused Daiwahen's hands to quiver. What he held in his hands was the future of the ancient remnant races. Little brother Lin, we have already made our choice. What about yours? Tobague asked. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment. From the 5 remaining items, choosing 2 of them wasn't easy at all. After pondering over the choices for 10 breaths of time, Lin Ming bowed and then reached out his hands. First, he took the Emperor Jade of Fate. No matter what, he had to obtain this item. He believed that deep in the Azura Road's final trial, that was where the Azura Road Master had left behind his most core inheritance. Seeing Lin Ming receive the Emperor Jade, they were all surprised. Smokeless frowned. She looked at Lin Ming, confused. The first item that Lin Ming chose should be the one that he thought was the most precious. However, in Smokeless' opinion, of the 5 remaining treasures, the most valuable one was the mysterious pill. The other items were all external items, but a pill could directly enhance a martial artist's strength. Its value was naturally the greatest. She couldn't understand Lin Ming's choice. Could this Emperor Jade be some extraordinary thing? Did Lin Ming see just how precious it was? There's still one more. Lin Ming's eyes swept over the 4 remaining items, one at a time. The Azura blood. The Azura blood was definitely good, but Lin Ming had already absorbed it once. If he absorbed this Azura blood a second time, the effects would be greatly diminished. Moreover, Lin Ming had already obtained the blood of the Holy Scripture creator. Lin Ming's plan was to fuse the 2 different strengths within him through cultivating. Considering this, it would be far easier fusing together the 2 different powers if they were balanced. Thus, Lin Ming first gave up on the Azura blood. Then there was the furnace, mysterious pill, and jade ship. Lin Ming considered his choices again and again. Finally, he grit his teeth and reached out for the jade ship. This jade ship was the size of his palm. As it fell into Lin Ming's hand, it spun around, its entire body white and emitting a soft atmosphere. Thus, Lin Ming finished making his choices. He had chosen the Emperor Jade as well as the jade ship. Chapter 1895. The God Sovereign's Decision. Chapter 1895. The God Sovereign's Decision. Lin Ming's second choice was the jade ship. Seeing this, Tobague, Smokeless, Daiwahen, and the others were all left stunned. This jade ship should have once been the personal transportation of the Azura Road Master, a beyond divinity level spirit treasure spirit ship. Creating a spirit ship was far more difficult than forging a weapon or refining a pill. Moreover, the materials required for the construction were also far higher. But to Lin Ming, the furnace with the law runes engraved within or the pill would have been much more useful for his cultivation. To him, this spirit ship wasn't too meaningful. Lin Ming, you chose this spirit ship for? Daiwahen had already guessed why Lin Ming made this choice, but he didn't dare to randomly assume. Thus, he asked Lin Ming this question. To escape, otherwise, even with the God decree, none of you will be able to escape the Chaos Star Ocean. Without reaching the edge of the primeval universe, there will be no way to break through the God-lamenting wall. Currently, the primal God race and the Celestials were under a deep siege by the Saint. They had only managed to delay for time by relying on the endless black holes and space-time vortexes within the Chaos Star Ocean. In this situation, wanting to break through the ranks of the Saints was unlikely. Daiwahen and Tobague were at a loss for how to respond to Lin Ming's words. Lin Ming had used one of his chances to choose a supreme treasure to pick the spirit ship, all in order to allow the ancient remnant races a slim ray of hope. This benevolence was far too heavy. Lin Ming shook his head. You do not need to thank me. First, the old God Sovereign has treated me well, and second, I am also doing this for my own people. I think that the ancient remnant races can break through the space barrier to fly to the divine realm, and then use this spirit ship to carry away a part of the divine realm's people to break through the God-lamenting wall once more and fly to a wild universe together. The great calamity lay before them. Lin Ming was well aware that just by relying on himself as well as the Empyreans of humanity, it would be impossible to resist the Saints. It was inevitable that the divine realm would be captured by their enemies. The divine realm had quadrillions of trillions of people, as well as millions of worlds. The total number of humans was incalculable. Moreover, they were widely dispersed throughout the vast divine realm, so wanting to exterminate them all was a nigh impossible task. Even if the saints used crowds of Empyreans and world kings to search through each world and kill all humans they could find, they might not be able to finish the job even with 100 million years. But the truth was that the saints didn't need to totally annihilate humanity. Rather, they simply needed to destroy the inheritances of humanity. As long as they destroyed all the human holy lands and large influences, humanity would lose their foundation. They would devolve into the humans that lived in the soul world, becoming nothing but a race of slaves that were ruled by others. After that they would slowly decline until they were finally destroyed. Thus, the elites of humanity could not be allowed to die. Divine Dream, Emperor Sakya, Dragon Fong, June Blue Moon, Hang Chi, as well as the many Empyreans, world kings, Empyrean descendants, the peerless proud children of heaven. These people were all the future of humanity. They represented the greatest achievements in martial arts that humanity had developed. In order for the inheritances of humanity's martial arts to continue onwards, these people were all needed. With a short 100 years, this was all Lin Ming could do. In fact, this could be said to be the only choice possible in a situation where they were cornered and without a path out. Pass into the divine realm and join together with the human race. Daiwa Hen was thoughtful. The ancient remnant races allying with humanity was perhaps a good decision. Since they both had the goal of destroying the saints, this was a union of interests. Of course, such a significant prospect had to be reported to the old god sovereign so that he could make the final decision. Like this, the venture into the Azura Forbidden Land ended. Lin Ming had obtained what he wanted the most, the Emperor Jade of Fate. What followed next was waiting for the Azura Road's final trial to open. But before then, he had to assist humanity and the ancient remnant races in evacuating their universes. All of this was a perfectly ideal situation. But would the future really develop in the road he wished? Lin Ming couldn't judge that. As they said, man proposes, but heaven disposes. Even if he failed, even if humanity was destroyed, even if he died, he would not regret the choices he made for himself. He wouldn't regret refusing Xing Mei. Everything he did was to follow his heart. This was especially true after he saw Empyrean Primordius in that dark chamber, and those alarming words he had etched into the ground. Seeing them had strengthened Lin Ming's belief. Even if he suffered a cruel death, he wanted to follow his heart and walk forwards, one step at a time. Lin Ming returned to the primal god race. The old god sovereign had already been waiting for him for a long time. After seeing everyone return safely as well as after hearing Daiwa Hen's recounting of what happened, the old god sovereign was extremely startled. Although he knew that Lin Ming was extraordinary, he didn't think that his performance in the Azura Forbidden Land would have been so amazing. He had jumped ranks to strike down one of the strongest geniuses from the ancient era. As for allying the god race with the human race, the old god sovereign readily agreed to this. Although taking a detour to the divine realm would make their escape far more dangerous, this would be greatly beneficial to the reformation of their race in the future. Moreover, if it weren't for Lin Ming, they would have had no chance of fleeing. They would have only been able to sit here and wait for death. This is a spirit ship left behind by the Azura Road Master. Next to a black stone table, the numerous powerhouses of the god race and celestial races had gathered together. An emergency summons had been sent out calling them all here. Yes, we've studied this spirit ship. It can change size at will, and there is a separate dimensional space within it, one that is extremely vast. It can completely fit all the ancient remnant races that are currently residing in the Chaos Star Ocean. Wanting to fit several billion martial artists in the spirit ship wasn't difficult at all. A 30 by 30 mile square plane could fit a billion people, and if divided into levels, it could fit dozens of billions or even hundreds of billions of people. And this spirit ship was far, far larger than that. Moreover, those within the spirit ship also carried their own spatial magic tools. These magic tools could also hold people, increasing the holding capacity at exponential rates. Currently, the God race's population only consisted of a pitiful several dozen millions of people. And these people weren't all located within the Chaos Star Ocean. Even with the Celestials and all the other races added together, the spirit ship could still fit many times more their number. The plan will commence 1 month from now. At the appointed time, we will begin a covert operation and convene all our people here. We will have them all shifted into the spirit ship within 20 days, and afterwards, the spirit ship will set off. The fate of our people will depend on whether or not we can break through the siege. The old god sovereign waved his hand, loudly declaring. The truth was that this was not a meeting, but simply a notice. An escape plan had been formulated long before this. No matter who or where they were, all had to obey. Break through. Hearing these words, the numerous powerhouses present fell silent. They knew that breaking out of the siege wouldn't be easy. Making sacrifices was an unavoidable matter, and if they were unlucky, it was possible they would all be annihilated. The great war that would happen 50 days from now, that would concern the life or death of all the ancient remnant races. After everyone was silent for a long time, the old god sovereign quietly spoke up. Lin Ming Jr. is present. Lin Ming stood up. The old god sovereign lovingly looked at Lin Ming. He slowly said, "This is a spirit ship that you brought back. Its name has long been lost to time. Why don't you give it a new name?" Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. His eyes moved away from the old god sovereign. At that moment, his eyes seemed to pierce through the space barrier of the Grand Hall and gaze into the boundless starry skies. "Let's call it Hope. The Ark of Hope," Lin Ming whispered. News of Lin Ming, Daiwahen, and the others bringing back the method to salvation from the Azura Forbidden Land was completely blocked off. Only the high-level figures of the God race and Celestial race were aware of it. This was in order to avoid anything being revealed to the Saints, so that they wouldn't launch a desperate invasion into the Chaos Star Ocean. Currently, the God race needed time. The old God Sovereign had chosen to leave a month before the summoning of the people and the start of the plan. The truth was that this was all in order for Lin Ming to repair God decrees. As soon as Lin Ming returned to the God race, he threw himself into a chamber. There wasn't much time until they fled. With the God race's current strength, even with the support of the Azura Road Master's spirit ship, wanting to break out of the Saint race's encirclement would be mind-bogglingly difficult. And if they had a batch of high-quality God decrees assisting them, this mission would be much easier. For a time, the entire God race was shrouded in a tense and oppressive atmosphere. Lin Ming repaired the God decrees without a sense of day or night. His cultivation wasn't high to begin with, and these God decrees were top divine runic symbols left behind by true divinity-level supreme elders. Wanting to repair them wasn't easy at all. Thus, the old God Sovereign had sent out several peak Empyreans to be on standby and assist Lin Ming wherever possible. These peak Empyreans also considered following Lin Ming to learn some techniques. At this time, they wanted to learn divine runic arts not to steal anything, but only to help Lin Ming. They wanted to assist him so that there would be more God decrees and stronger God decrees to deal with the Saints. But they slowly discovered that no matter how diligent they were in their studies, they weren't able to learn anything at all. This divine runic arts technique seemed exclusive to Lin Ming. Besides him, no one else was able to understand anything about it. Another God decree was repaired by Lin Ming. His soul force frequently ran dry. Then, he would sit in meditation, slowly restoring himself. Lin Ming, His Majesty the Battle Sovereign, has bid me to send these soul recovery pills. After Lin Ming completed a repair job and was beginning to rest, Smokeless entered his chamber. In order to break out of the besiegement, the Celestials gave every effort they could. These soul recovery pills that Smokeless brought were top-quality pills amongst top-quality pills. Several soul-forging specialized celestial Empyreans had collaborated in order to refine these, using all sorts of precious soul-nourishing materials without hesitating to pay any price. At this time, no one felt there wasn't anything they weren't willing to give up. They would spend anything as long as it helped that much more. Thank you. Lin Ming's voice had a hint of exhaustion that was hard to conceal. At this time, his face was white and his eyes were bloodshot. Piles of materials were haphazardly thrown about all over his chamber. This was because some god decrees were incredibly damaged. Lin Ming even needed to redraw some tiny runes on these god decrees. Adding runes was even more taxing on Lin Ming. Even if it was just a little, this exhausted his soul force. Smokeless looked at such a Lin Ming, a complex light in her eyes. Because she had taunted Lin Ming and had even been hostile to him in the past, she felt nothing but a crushing guilt. Make sure you rest well. Smokeless bit her lips, speaking in a soft voice. If an ordinary person were to say such words, it would only be considered polite. But to Smokeless, who was born arrogant and coldly indifferent, these were rare words. I understand. Thank you for the soul recovery pills. Lin Ming had incredible attainments in the soul. He was naturally able to see how uncommon these soul recovery pills were. To him, repairing these god decrees under a high period of stress was a good chance to temper himself. And with these precious soul recovery pills, he could wantonly overdraw his soul force without consideration of whether there would be any lasting damages left over. Smokeless nodded. She looked deeply at Lin Ming and then left the chamber. The repair process of the god decrees continued on as intensely as it did before. At this time, Lin Ming, who had overdrawn his soul force numerous times already, didn't know that in a place countless miles away, something terrifying was brewing. Chapter 1896. The Giant Beast in the Blood Pool. Chapter 1896. The Giant Beast in the Blood Pool. In the deep vastness of space there was a metal planet. On the surface of this planet there was a cave entrance that was over 1,000 miles wide. The edges of this massive hole were smooth and uniform, clearly not formed by natural forces but forcefully carved out by a powerhouse using their great supernatural might. This cave was fathomless. If one entered, they would find something even more astonishing. After entering 1,000 miles deep, there was a titanic space over 10,000 miles wide in radius. This was the same as the entire planet being carved out from within. And in this massive space was a crimson blood pond that stretched out for thousands of miles. Blood surged and rippled. Killing intent soared to the heavens, alarming to the senses. In the skies above the blood pond, a middle-aged man in a rainbow-hued robe quietly floated. This middle-aged man had deep red hair and his looks were ancient and profound, as if his appearance were carved by a saber. At this time, his eyes were shut tight and his hands were grasping across his chest, his 10 fingers splayed outwards, tightly grabbing onto his shoulders. His lips murmured as if he were reciting some ancient text. Beneath him, the blood pond seethed and roiled. The scent of blood filled the world. Slowly, countless bubbles slowly emerged from the blood pond, as if it were boiling over with excitement. More and more bubbles emerged, becoming increasingly dense. The splashing of the blood pond grew larger and larger until finally, with a loud explosion, a massive head thrust out from the blood pond, bringing with it a wave of blood over 100 miles high that crashed into the horizon. An endless rain of blood fell down like a torrential waterfall. But the middle-aged man still remained motionless, his eyes shut tight. He floated within this torrent of blood, but not a single drop touched his body. What had just come out of the blood pond was a fierce demonic head. This head was 100 miles long with a pair of curved horns and a great maw, just like a malevolent red dragon. This malevolent red dragon wildly roared, its massive head swinging from side to side. At this time, massive bubbles emerged from the blood pond once more. With a great rumble, another ferocious dragon head hurtled out, tumbling about in the skies. And following that, fierce dragon after fierce dragon drilled out from the blood pond. It was unknown just how many there were. If a martial artist were to enter this planet at this time, they would definitely be bewildered. They would think that this blood pond was a giant dragon nest, and there were many wicked dragons slumbering within. However, what followed next was shocking. After over 30 fierce dragons rushed out from the blood pond, the entire pond of blood began to rapidly lower, drying up. The surface of the blood pond dropped again and again. Eventually, a titanic 10,000-mile-long spherical object was exposed. This ball-like object was the same color as the blood pond, and if one didn't look carefully, they might even think it was the same. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Viscous blood poured down from the surface of the sphere like a waterfall, eventually revealing thick black chains. These black chains overlapped each other, firmly locking down that sphere and completely binding it. As the blood pond lowered more and more, the sphere began to slowly wriggle. There were even beating sounds from within, like the beating of a heart. Faintly, one could feel a vast aura of life emitting from this sphere. It seemed to be a mass of flesh and blood. As for the 30-plus fierce red dragons, at the end of their necks that were hundreds of miles long, they were connected to this massive ball of flesh and blood. In other words, the 30-plus cruel red dragons were not individuals, but part of a whole. They were branches of this humongous sphere. It was hard to imagine what sort of terrifying life form this sphere was. In size alone it was 10,000 miles wide, and had more than 30 fierce red dragon heads extending from it, each one emitting a terrifying aura no less than that of a true dragon. As this horrifying monster appeared, the rainbow-robed man floating in the skies frowned. Beads of sweat had developed at his temples. He had clearly consumed a great deal of energy. His lips changed as fast as a bolt of lightning. He continued to chant, his words becoming faster and faster. The words he spoke formed visible runes in the air that flew towards the bizarre giant monster. Then, like water into an ocean, they submerged into the monster's body. The middle-aged man consumed more and more energy. His blood vitality tumbled in his body and astral essence gushed out from him. He became increasingly bright, sparkling like a bright afternoon sun. Mark of the Saint Ancestors, seal. The middle-aged man's eyes suddenly popped open. At that moment, all of the texts he chanted gathered together, forming a massive curse seal that flew towards the monster. Then, this curse seal reflected atop the middle-aged man's head. It slowly sank into the monster and disappeared from sight. Woo-woo-woo. Woo-woo-woo. The monster emitted a deep and bass cry like an earthquake. The entire planet shook, as if it were affected, thundering together with the monster. This process continued for half an incense stick of time. Then, with a crashing sound, something strange occurred. Of the monster's 30-some dragon heads, one of them suddenly melted away, turning into bright red blood that rained down to the ground. And after several more breaths of time, another dragon head exploded, turning into blood rain once more. Like this, the 30-some dragon heads each exploded one after another, all of them turning to blood. Blood gushed down, soaking the monster. After the monster was soaked in this blood, its main body also began to slowly melt away, like a piece of thick lard being heated into liquid. Finally, the main body completely disappeared, turned into a blood pond. To begin with, there was no blood pond in this planet, but instead a transformed giant monster. When the blood pond completely calmed down, the rainbow-robed man closed his eyes, meditating in the void. Chanting all those texts and using the technique he just did had consumed a great deal of his strength. As the man was meditating, a flame lit up in front of him. The man frowned and opened his eyes. "Soul Emperor, that old monster, just why is he looking for me?" The man's eyes flashed with a strange brilliance. In the next moment, he casually tore open the void and stepped forward. His surroundings changed as he suddenly arrived in a grand hall built of crystal. Floating in the center of this grand hall was a person's shadow. This shadow was fuzzy and undefined. It was clearly just an illusion. This illusion was that of a youth with smooth, fair skin and black hair that fell like a waterfall. But what was bizarre was that this illusion's eyes were filthy and spiritless, as if on the verge of death. Such an appearance made one's scalp creep. The old youth looked at the middle-aged man. His lips slightly parted. "You seem to have exhausted yourself considerably? I wonder what it is that can cause the sovereign of the saints to work so hard." The rainbow-robed man was the saint race's good fortune saint sovereign. "You worry about too many things," the good fortune saint sovereign indifferently said, with no intentions of mentioning the spell he just cast. "Just what are you doing here?" The good fortune saint sovereign's eyes glared at the Soul Emperor. Although they had come to a temporary truce, they were absolutely not friends. "I have come here especially to tell you some news." The Soul Emperor's voice was old and empty, without the least bit of feeling, as if he were speaking words of ice. "Then speak." "There is a person. He has gone to the primeval universe. He is something you might be interested in. His name is Lin Ming," the Soul Emperor quietly said. As the good fortune saint sovereign heard this, his eyebrows leapt up. "Lin Ming? He has arrived at the primeval universe?" The good fortune saint sovereign was certainly not unfamiliar with the name Lin Ming. Lin Ming was a terrifying youth. At a mere 100 years of age, he could suppress seniors several times his age. He was even able to defeat the good fortune saint's son, someone that was an entire large boundary higher. If such a person were allowed time, then their future would be unimaginable. But now, Lin Ming was weak. The good fortune saint sovereign certainly wouldn't allow Lin Ming to freely grow. He had already planned to kill Lin Ming in the next few 100 years and eliminate all potential problems, cutting the weeds at the roots. However, before this the good fortune saint sovereign always had matters he needed to attend to. For instance, dealing with the spiritas or dealing with the saints, or even refining that mysterious blood pond in the planet just now. But now, the good fortune saint sovereign actually learned from the Soul Emperor that Lin Ming had arrived at the primeval universe. This was also the universe that the saints were invading. If so, then he could completely annihilate the ancient remnant races and conveniently kill off Lin Ming while he was at it. "Really, you choose not to walk the road to heaven but would rather burst through the gates of hell?" The good fortune saint sovereign sneered, a bloodthirsty light shining in his eyes. Killing Lin Ming was the same as wiping out the hope of humanity. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.